All right, looks like we're up. My apologies. The home internet went out. I had to set up the hotspot to do this. Give me just a second to get the Facebook going, and we will proceed. I'm David-Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. We are beginning what's going to be an active severe weather day, which is appropriate for the home internet to go out at exactly the point I needed to begin live coverage. So my apologies, not happy about it. Technology hates me, but you know, you can only do what you can do. So I'm just getting everything set up real quick to get going. And then we'll get this show on the road. This is why you have backups to everything. All right, we're live. Looks like we're good. My apologies. Internet at home went out. I had to set up the hotspot. Let's go ahead and get to it. The beginning of what is going to be an active afternoon and night across the state of Texas. I'm David-Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. It is the 21st of March, 2022 on Monday, 3:30 p.m. in about 8 seconds. We have a tornado warning for northern Palo, Pinto, Jack counties, far southeastern Young counties. With this dangerous thunderstorm. I'll admit, this is a little further west than I expected these to go tornadic, so those of you in the DFW Metroplex, notice we have tornadic activity already ongoing to the west of the Metroplex. This is going to probably increase the threat in the Metroplex once these storms eventually make it further east. This is the beginning of what is likely to be a very active afternoon across the eastern half of Texas. We have a tornado watch in effect, but okay, here we go. We do have a tornado warning. Again, this northern Palo, Pinto, southeastern Young, a good chunk of Jack County. It's going to be for a circulation crossing over Highway 337, very near Highway 16, northwestern Palo Pinto County, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This storm could pose a direct threat to the city of Jacksboro within the next 20 to 25 minutes. We'll switch over to the which way the wind is blowing mode. And this is a very good looking circulation, not in the aspect of we want to see it good, but it is a circulation that is capable of producing a tornado at any given point. Again, very near Highway 337 and Highway 16, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This could, again, Bryson in the tornado warning. City of Jacksboro, you're not in a warning yet. You're going to be in a tornado warning in the next 15 minutes, the way this is looking. This is not going to be a storm that goes away, in all likelihood, for a little while. Now, as this storm continues moving northeast at 50 to 55, it is going to eventually outrun some of the higher instability and will become more of a hail and wind threat versus a tornado threat, but I don't know when that's going to exactly happen. So, those of you in Jacksboro, get ready to enact your tornado safety precautions. Those of you in Bowie, Bellevue, can't rule this out being not tornadic in about an hour. Okay, we've got another severe thunderstorm. This is going to be northwest of Stephenville, coming up on Interstate 20 near Gordon, and far southern Palo Pinto County. Moving northeast towards Mineral Wells at 60 miles an hour. These storms are going to be booking and hauling, and they don't have to stop at traffic lights, traffic jams, or stop signs. So again, today's storms are going to be moving 45 to 60 miles an hour to the northeast extremely quickly. So when we tell you you need to seek shelter, we mean it, and you're not going to have a lot of time to act. This storm coming up on Highway 108, and Interstate 20 near Gordon, capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, moving northeast at 55 to 60 miles per hour. So again, this is going to be a situation where we're going to have multiple storms we're going to have to deal with, and these storms are going to potentially go tornadic. Same case goes for this storm near Gordon. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you can see this storm does have rotation. Greens are going to be winds moving towards the weather radar down in Burleson, South Fort Worth. Reds are going to be moving away. So this storm is starting to tighten up a bit, and if that continues, a tornado warning will be required for eastern Palo Pinto County. We have a tornado warning for a storm capable of producing a tornado northwest of Grayford, south of Bryson, northern Palo Pinto, southern southern Jack counties, moving northeast at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. This storm could pose a direct threat to the city of Jacksboro within the next, well, here, let me just pull up a storm track, we'll see. Could be in the city of Jacksboro in about 20 minutes. At the least, we could be dealing with the threat for golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Worst, could have a rain-wrapped tornado. I really need to stop pressing that button. So again, worst, tornado, but definitely a chance for large hail. Let me get rid of this label. My apology is... So again, we're going to be focusing on the most significant life threats, which today will be the threat for tornadoes. A lot of these storms, well, there's a lot of storms right now, obviously. We've got thunderstorms from near Bonham to Tarrant down to Corsicana. Same thing goes Cleburne down to Hillsborough. Those are not severe at this time. Heavy rain, some cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty winds. Those aren't severe right now. Our main worry is going to be these thunderstorms that extend from Jack County down the dry line all the way into down into the hill country. I'll switch radar sources real quick. We'll go south. We're going to see thunderstorm development relatively explosively occur from near Fredericksburg to near Bernie. And these are going to be flying northeast at 45 to 60. You see these thunderstorms all the way from near Fredericksburg down to Bernie? These are likely going to become supercellular within the next 1 hour as they move northeast. And the potential is there for them to become tornadic as well quickly. So again, those of you in central Texas, you need to remain weather aware. We have initiation of what are likely to become supercells from near Fredericksburg to Bernie that could pose a direct threat to the urban Interstate 35 corridor from San Marcos through Austin, Round Rock, all the way up into Waco. Any one of these little blips in the eastern Concho Valley, eastern Big Country into central Texas, North Texas, have the potential to become intense supercells over the next 1 hour. We have a new tornado warning that is for the southern storm we were talking about. This is going to be a tornado warning for portions of Erath, Parker, Palo Pinto counties. A severe thunderstorm located near the town of Gordon, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this is going to be a tornado warning that includes the city of Mineral Wells, Millsap. This includes Gordon. This does not include Lipan. I know we've got firefighting activities ongoing with wildfires in Lipan down to Tolar. This storm's staying north of that. This storm should stay west of the city of Weatherford, unless it turns right. But the city of Weatherford's not including a tornado warning at this time. We'll go ahead and switch on our friends at DFW Scanner, since this is moving into north central Texas. And again, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. We've got tornado warnings now in western North Texas, 2 of them. One coming up on the city of Jacksboro in about 15 minutes or less. One near Gordon coming up on Mineral Wells in the next 20 minutes. Both storms moving northeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Both storms, again, are moving extremely quickly to the northeast. So, again, 2 tornado warnings. One, Jack County, northwest of Grayford, moving towards the city of Jacksboro. Tornado warning number 2 is near Gordon, moving northeast towards the city of Mineral Wells. Cool, Millsap in western Parker County. Both storms moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Let me see if I can fix that. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure we don't have any sort of labels covering the live stream here. We'll switch over to the which way the wind is blowing mode. I'll be able to tell you what's going on. First, possible tornado located south of Bryson, northwest of Grayford, now north of Highway 337. Moving east-northeast at 55 to 60 miles an hour. Could be near the city of Jacksboro in about 20 minutes as it moves northeast at 55 miles an hour. Very strong circulation. With that, again, tornado threats definitely increasing there. We'll switch over, make sure we don't see any debris. And I don't believe that's debris, but to be frank, we're going to keep a very close eye on it because I mean, the signature's there. So again, possibility of a tornado is increasing in southwestern Jack County with this thunderstorm moving northeast towards the city of Jacksboro and eventually northwestern Wise County. Second storm capable of producing a tornado is located very near Interstate 20, just southeast of the city of Gordon. Could have golf ball size hail falling on Interstate 20 near Highway 193 on the east side of Gordon. Moving quickly, towards the city of Millsap, Mineral Wells, and Cool. Turn that air conditioning on. And these storms, again, are moving northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. So again, we're going to be pretty busy today. I want to focus on the most intense storms that pose a direct threat to life and property. If you're wanting to know the latest forecast over the next several hours into the night, go to the Texas Storm Chasers weather blog, texasstormchasers.com. You'll see the posts. Those will have the latest forecast through the night. This activity in western North Texas is going to spread all the way south towards the San Antonio metro over the next hour and a half. The potential for significant severe weather, including the threat for tornadoes, will exist, so we are going to become very busy. And we are going to try to keep an eye on every storm. Again, I want to give each storm the respective amount of time it deserves. We're going to do our best, but again, I may not be able to say cities or towns more than once, and these things are flying faster than a state trooper going to get a donut, so we need to keep a very close eye on this. I'm going to make sure my radar sources are updating. That is not why. Okay, so let's switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. We'll tell you a few things. First, this circulation is looking quite intense here in southern Jack County, generally moving towards the city of Jacksboro. I'm going to quiet down the mic. Let me know if that helps, Jenny Brown. Very intense circulation. Let me go ahead and turn the telestration tool on. That will dictate some roads in the area. And again, these storms are moving real quick, so I'm not going to try to get too specific here. But again, coming up on Marley Road, north of Barton Chapel Road, Farm to Market 4, and then moving up towards the city of Jacksboro. This is likely a developing tornado, if not one that is down. We have 90-mile-an-hour winds moving towards, moving away from the radar in Fort Worth. About 50 moving towards the radar. Okay. Obviously, I can't talk. So, 130 mile per hour, gate-to-gate shear. Very, very strong circulation. And I am willing to bet that is a tornado debris signature at this point. Let me go ahead and telestrate it. We'll switch. Base reflectivity, velocity. Yeah, that's a tornado debris signature. So what the radar is now detecting is debris being lofted by a tornado at southern Jack County. This is now going to be a tornado that is down, producing damage. The radar is able to tell between its smart computers and such what is precipitation, raindrops, hailstones, and what is not. And that debris signature you're seeing in the blue donut there is getting more intense. So we'll circle it. This tornado is coming up on Marley Road near Farm to Market 4, just south of the city of Jacksboro. So again, we have a very, very significant tornado debris signature now. What I'm willing to go ahead and say is a large and extremely dangerous tornado now in southern Jack County. So we have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour towards the city of Jacksboro. Jacksboro, you're not under a tornado warning yet, but again, this is a situation where we have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado moving northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. Those of you in the city of Jacksboro, I'd go ahead and start moving to a safe place as this dangerous thunderstorm makes a beeline towards the city of Jacksboro, maybe just outside town. But again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm with a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado now in progress, moving northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation for the city of Jacksboro. Farther south, we have a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It looks like it's backbuilt a little near the city of Gordon. We'll switch over to the which way the wind is moving mode, and you can kind of see it does look like we have a bit of a circulation starting to fire up south of the city of Gordon, but we also have a circulation north of the city of, or northeast of the city of Gordon. This is going to be Interstate 20. This is going to be Highway 281. Jones Road, Panama Road. So one circulation there. We have another circulation that may be trying to backbuild closer to Gordon, and we'll just have to see what happens. That signature isn't too impressive looking right now. This extremely dangerous signature southwest of the city of Jacksboro is. This is a confirmed, what is likely a extremely dangerous tornado now, about 10 to 15 minutes southwest of the city of Jacksboro. Let me go ahead, we'll put a line. It's about, considering the movement, I'm going to go ahead and say about 9 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro. See the latest radar scan there. This is going to be a confirmed tornado, what could be a large and extremely dangerous tornado, located about 9 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro, moving northeast at 50 to 60 miles an hour. This thunderstorm has a very strong circulation associated with it and is lofting tornado debris well into the air. In fact, the tornado debris appears... I'm just looking to see how high it's going. Tornado debris is being lofted over 11,000 feet. So, given some past studies and other information that has gone into the study of tornado debris signatures, velocity, and altitude, I'm willing to say this is likely a strong tornado in progress now about 9 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro. Those of you in the city of Jacksboro, you're going to be under a tornado warning soon. You need to go ahead and move to your safe place. Lowest room, center... How about we try this? Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and this outside as possible. Again, what is probably going to be a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving towards the city of Jacksboro at a rapid pace. Okay, we've got a new tornado warning. This does include the city of Jacksboro. The clear message at this point is a confirmed tornado, possibly large and extremely dangerous, about 8 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro, moving northeast at, let me see the latest point at which they have it. Moving northeast at about 40. So the Weather Service in Fort Worth has it slower. But again, those of you in the city of Jacksboro, this is a dangerous situation with a confirmed tornado about 7 miles east of Bryson, 9 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Those of you in the city of Jacksboro need to take shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you who may be in Jack County, we don't want anyone going west of Runaway Bay on 380. We don't want anyone going north of the 199-281 split. We don't want anyone going into Jack County on 148, 59, 281, 187, or 114. Again, this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that has had a debris signature over 11,000 feet above ground level over the last several minutes. We know that the tornado itself is likely shrouded in rain. You may not be able to see it. We've got winds moving away from the radar in Fort Worth at 90 miles an hour, winds moving towards the radar in Fort Worth at 50. So we have about 140 miles per hour of gate-to-gate shear. Very strong rotation with this thunderstorm. And as we look at the debris tracker, we still have debris being indicated. Not as strong as the last scan, but given the very strong velocity signatures, I am confident we have a tornado down. And this could be a strong, longer-lived tornado at that, moving northeast. City of Jacksboro, now 7 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro. This is a life-threatening situation for those of you in the city of Jacksboro. You need to take your tornado safety precautions now. We know a lot of folks watch streaming video services, may not necessarily have their TV on or paying attention to the weather. If you have friends, family, acquaintances in Jacksboro, give them a text, shoot them a text, give them a call, let them know they've got a tornado about 10 minutes from town moving towards the city of Jacksboro, and they need to take tornado safety precautions now. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks in mobile homes. We don't want folks in vehicles. We don't want folks taking shelter under a highway overpass. We don't want folks in manufactured housing. Best thing you can do, get as low as you can and a sturdy site-built structure. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Go ahead and get yourself some hard-sole shoes. Put a helmet on your head. You may look like a fool with a helmet, but guess what? I look like a fool without a helmet, and I'm only 30 years old. There's a reason I'm Baldy in Chief. But again, we want folks in the city of Jacksboro to be in shelter as a confirmed tornado continues to inch closer and closer to town. Alright, we're going to switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. We need to take a look at our other tornado warning. This is going to be a tornado warning in eastern Palo, Pinto County, about, let's say 10 miles southwest of the city of Mineral Wells, moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. Millsaps, looking at 359, 402 in Cool, 425 in Springtown, and eventually this could end up in Wise County from Boyd to Decatur in about 15 minutes. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And we do have some rotation being indicated with this thunderstorm. It is not on the realm of the rotation we're seeing with the confirmed tornado approaching the city of Jacksboro, but we still want folks to take this storm seriously. So if you're in Mineral Wells, Millsap, Cool, west of the city of Weatherford, southwest of Springtown, you're under a tornado warning until 4:15 p.m. You need to take this storm seriously as it moves northeast, 55 miles an hour. City of Jacksboro, you have you have a confirmed tornado located about, it's getting close to town. Just had a report of scanner traffic. Someone just lost their roof southwest of Jacksboro. So we've got something down still. If you are in the city of Jacksboro, you need to be in shelter immediately. This tornado is approaching the west side of the city of Jacksboro on Highway 380 right now. This radar data is about 2 to 3 minutes old, moving northeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour. So again, key message. Jacksboro, you're about out of time. You need to be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. There is no doubt about this. You guys need to be in shelter now. This tornado is entering town within the next few minutes. It's on 380 right now, about 2 to 3 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro. And we just had a report of someone losing their roof just southwest of the city of Jacksboro now. So you guys need to be in shelter. We still have something going on, whether we have got a tornado down still, or we've got a situation where we've got extremely strong straight line winds. Either way, y'all need to be in shelter immediately. If you know anyone in Jacksboro, call them and tell them they need to run their behind to shelter at this point. They're out of time. I don't like to use such a serious tone. Those of you who have watched me over the years know that I'm funny when we can be funny. I'm serious when we need to be serious. This is a serious situation. So everybody needs to get their behind to shelter if you're in the city of Jacksboro. Again, not much of a debris signature showing up on radar right now, but that doesn't mean we don't have something going on. We've got winds moving. What radar am I on? Okay, I'm on the Dias radar. Let me make sure. Sorry, I'm using some other sources here. I've got 8 monitors around me to maintain situational awareness. Jenny Brown, if you're still watching, let me know if FWS is having data lag issues. Those of you in the city of Jacksboro, this tornado is going to either move into town or move just northwest of town over the next few minutes. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Stay in a safe place. We may get lucky and this tornado may stay just west of town. But again, these things are moving so quickly, if there's a tornado, it's likely wrapped in rain. The good news is we don't have a debris signature right now, but this thing could easily have a tornado down at any point. It may still have a tornado down at any point. We'll wait for the latest velocity scan to come on in. Let me go ahead. We'll switch back over to the how hard the rain's blowing mode. We have a possible tornado south of the city of Mineral Wells moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. The good news is this thunderstorm is generally less organized right now than its brethren, for lack of a better term, to the north. Here's the latest scan. Oh boy, folks. Seriously, Jacksboro. This isn't good. This is going to either be in town or just northwest of town. Very strong signs of a tornado. We'll put a probe on. Winds moving away from the radar down in Dias at about 80. Winds moving towards the radar. We've got reports that the animal shelter in Jacksboro just was hit by the tornado via scanner traffic. Loop Road and 380 firefighters report tornado with debris. We have a tornado down west side of Jacksboro. The animal shelter just got hit. So those of you in Jacksboro, give it another 5 minutes. 4:05 p.m. you can come out of shelter. We have a tornado down west side of the city of Jacksboro. 380 Loop Road, it sounds like that general vicinity. We've got a tornado down doing damage. And folks need to remain in shelter. Again, I apologize. I've got So again, over the next couple minutes, this tornado will be moving north and northeast away from the city of Jacksboro. We've had a tornado very near the city of Jacksboro at this point. I'll tell you now, DFW scanner being very helpful with this. His owner, John Bergdorf, he's relaying reports to me as he listens to the scanner data. All Jack County fire departments are being toned out to respond to the city of Jacksboro to assist with possible tornado damage. We know there's tornado damage, I just don't know exactly where in relation to Jacksboro. I know the animal shelter's apparently been hit. We've got trees down on 380 around Jacksboro. So, folks around Jacksboro, give it another 5 minutes. If you're in the city of Jacksboro, it's still going to be raining. Tornado will be moving away from you to the northeast. I can't say that's going to be the last storm, by the way. We'll have to keep an eye on it. We have additional thunderstorms now developing further south along the dry line. I'll go ahead. Let's do this. Let's press this button. We'll turn on satellite data. So what's going on? We've got additional thunderstorms now developing in the eastern Concho Valley, west North Texas, down to Brownwood, Goldwaite, San Saba. These individual thunderstorms between Fredericksburg and Boerne, I cannot stress enough how problematic these could be in an hour as they approach Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, Temple. You saw what just happened up in Jacksboro. The ingredients are even more favorable for severe weather down in central Texas. We need to watch these individual storms closely as there is a high potential they're going to become supercellular and could pose a significant severe weather threat, including the potential for tornadoes by the time they reach Interstate 35 in about 1 hour. So again, here's what we have going on. We've just had a tornado impact portions of the city of Jacksboro. I don't know exactly where in town. I don't know how bad. I encourage you to tune in to DFW Scanner for that information. And I'll switch back to radar data. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of data. Okay, we've got a roof collapse, or excuse me, we've got a roof collapse on a house 1 mile west of downtown Jacksboro. So 1 mile west of the city of Jacksboro, we've got roofs down off houses. And that's going to be 1 mile west of the city of Jacksboro. Highway 380 and FM4. All houses have damage. Again, this is coming straight from scanner traffic and DFW Scanner. Okay, I mean, it doesn't shock anyone. We've got major damage near or west of the city of Jacksboro. Okay, tornado is now several miles northeast of the city of Jacksboro, moving northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. For damage reports, we're going to keep following DFW Scanner, but at the same time, we're going to go ahead and keep up with the coverage because we need to focus on where these storms are going. This won't be the last storm of the day, I'm afraid. So it's 4:02 p.m. I'm David-Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. We've just had a damaging tornado impact portions of Jack County. It sounds like we've got damage all the way from about 10 miles southwest of Jacksboro to perhaps a mile west of Jacksboro. And that tornado continues now northeast of the city of Jacksboro. We'll, again, follow DFW Scanner on Facebook, Twitter, their website for damage information. We're going to keep up with the coverage. Let me go ahead. We'll zoom back in now. I'll try to give you some road information on this dangerous thunderstorm with a confirmed dangerous tornado moving northeast at about 45 to 55 miles an hour. This tornado is going to be coming up on Highway 59, probably near Craft Ranch Road, Old Bowie Road. Moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. Again, these things are flying. We've got winds moving away at about 75 in the Abilene area. Winds moving towards the radar at about 35, so we still have 110 mile per hour gate-to-gate wind shear with a confirmed tornado. Moving northeast, this tornado is now going to be about 5 to 6 miles northeast of the city of Jacksboro, moving away. If you're in the city of Jacksboro, you are clear. If you were in Cundiff is a small community that splits off of Highway 281 on County Road 1810 to the east. If you're near Cundiff, you know where it is. If you are south of the town of Newport, up here on the county line, you'll need to be in a safe place, as a confirmed damaging tornado continues now about 6 to 7 miles northeast of the city of Jacksboro. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. The tornado warning for Parker, Palo, Pinto counties has been canceled. No more tornado warning. We have one tornado warning at this time. Quickly, I want to go down and check on these storms that are developing rapidly now in the hill country. We have supercellular thunderstorms developing southwest of Johnson City, just south of Blanco. These thunderstorms have the potential to become extremely dangerous as they move northeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour towards the urban Interstate 35 corridor from Temple down to Austin. You can see a hail marker with this thunderstorm already. And as these thunderstorms begin to mature, I expect them to start turning a little right. You can see they're moving north-northeast right now. They're going to likely start moving more northeast as they become more organized. These storms, at least the most intense, have the potential to become significantly severe, the potential for destructive hail, damaging straight-line winds, and the threat for tornadoes. As we just saw in Jacksboro, we have the ingredients for tornadoes, and we've already had one damaging tornado occur early, or I guess it's mid-afternoon. At 4:05 p.m., we've had a tornado cause damage in southwestern and central Jack counties. And again, I encourage y'all to focus on DFW scanner for damage reports out of the Jacksboro area. So that's what we have going on right now. We've been warning y'all for a couple days it was going to be an active severe weather day, and the first storms of the day often tell a story. And when one of the first storms of the day ends up producing a damaging tornado, you know we're going to have a pretty rough day. So we want folks to remain weather aware across north central Texas. Let me go ahead and we're going to switch to a statewide view. I want to pull up the tornado watch that we should have as soon as my computer's done having a seizure. I'm going to clear all the data. I'm going to put on the watches, and you'll be able to see we've got a tornado watch in the pink shade here that goes from Texoma, Sherman, Gainesville, most of North Texas, south, central Texas, into south central Texas, the Brazos Valley. This is a tornado watch in effect until 10 p.m. It will not be the last tornado watch we see, and we do have thunderstorms already beginning to develop now into the hill country. Again, these thunderstorms between Fredericksburg, Johnson City, Blanco, and Bernie, all the way down, frankly, to near San Antonio, have the potential to become dangerous over the next 1 to 2 hours as they move northeast and probably quickly intensify in an environment that is supportive for significant severe weather, including the potential for tornadoes. And as we've already seen, we have the ingredients to support tornadoes. What I'm doing right now is I'm checking some data sources, make sure I'm using the appropriate radars. And again, for those of you who want to keep up with the weather, I encourage you to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got our awesome radar in there that's free. We've also got a rapid update feed that'll help y'all keep up with the latest weather warnings. Okay, 206, 206. Let me switch to that. We're going to switch back over to the radar now. We'll take a look at the Jack County thunderstorm. This storm is now about 10 miles northeast of the city of Jacksboro, moving away. Extremely strong rotation continues, and in all likelihood, a significant tornado continues. This thunderstorm, with its probable tornado, will be crossing over Highway 59, very near Craft Ranch Road, over the next 2 to 3 minutes. Again, this radar data can be a little old, but again, Highway 59 near Craft Ranch Road, Kirk Lane, Old Bowie Road, and then it will continue moving northeast quickly. This thunderstorm could pose a threat. Frankly, we're going to have to keep an eye on Bowie itself. I'm hopeful this will stay just south of Bowie, but I'm not going to make that determination right now. Either way, those of you in the city of Bowie, I would fully expect there to be a tornado warning soon across southern Montague County. So this is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Looking from the weather radar in Fort Worth. Let me go ahead and we'll do some probing. Winds moving towards the radar down in Burleson, about 65 miles an hour. Let me clear those streets. Winds moving away about 60, so we still got 120 to 130 mile per hour gate-to-gate circulation with this dangerous thunderstorm. Still have a bit of a tornado debris signature, and whatever is there in terms of a tornado is likely completely wrapped in rain. Those of you in southern Montague County, we encourage vigilance, as this dangerous thunderstorm, frankly, is moving towards the city of Bowie and continues to show strong indications of what could be a long-lived significant tornado. This tornado, in all likelihood, has been down since it was about 10 to 15 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro, and it continues to show strong rotation, and in all likelihood is in the process of continually long-track tornado. Now, here's something that is interesting I'm going to show you that just popped up on the latest radar scan. Let me get rid of the track data. We might have a cyclic handoff going on here. Here's tornado. Probably been down 20 miles at least. This is a new circulation starting to develop just southeast of the city of... just southeast of the current tornado. This is a cyclic process where the old circulation may start handing off to a new circulation. We could have two tornadoes down simultaneously for a time, but if what I think's happening is happening, this old circulation with the tornado is going to turn a little north and start occluding. This new circulation is going to develop a tornado and continue moving north-northeast. It may move more like that, to be honest. But again, that could be a cyclic handoff currently in process. No severe weather warnings in effect yet for central Texas, and again, we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms today, which will be the thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of... well, let me see, actually. We've got severe storms northwest of Stephenville to Mineral Wells. These storms down in the eastern hill country, they're going to be severe real soon. Again, we're going to focus on the most dangerous storms. You want radar? Download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Radar's in that. It's in the Apple App Store and Google Play. TexasStormChasers.com/radar if you just want to go on the website. We also have a rapid updating feed in our mobile app. So again, this dangerous thunderstorm with what is likely a confirmed tornado still moving northeast towards southwestern Montague County and could impact the city of Bowie. If it were to continue on its present track, city of Bowie could be talking in about 20 minutes. So about 4:30 p.m., city of Bowie. You're not under a tornado warning yet. I think you're probably going to be before too much longer as this thunderstorm continues to move northeast. We do have a bit of a debris signature on radar now, crossing Highway 59, again near... well, I'll just show you. I'm going to turn off smoothing. Of course it updates while I'm drawing. Right there. Oh, come on. Don't be mean, let me draw. That right there is a tornado debris signature. I'll pop it over to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that right there. Switch over to the velocity data. There you go. Tornado crossing over Highway 59 right now between Newport and Cundiff, moving northeast towards the city of Bowie at 50 to 60 miles an hour. In terms of Jacksboro, it sounds like, just based on the initial damage reports, the tornado skirted just west of downtown Jacksboro. There is widespread damage on the western side of the city of Jacksboro. I don't know how significant, but I do know folks don't need to be going to Jacksboro right now trying to sightsee. If first responders need help, they will call for help from trained professionals. This is what mutual aid and automatic aid agreements are for in local fire and law enforcement departments. So again, we do have what I believe remains a long-track significant tornado down crossing Highway 59 between Cundiff and Newport. We're talking about 5 miles northwest of Cundiff and about 5 miles south of Newport. Newport's up here. County line. Cundiff is kind of down there. This is moving northeast towards Montague County. Now, let me tell you. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't want anybody traveling on 287 between Bellevue and Alvord as this dangerous storm moves towards the city of Bowie. Nobody should be trying to go southwest out of Nakona right now either. Extensive damage at Jacksboro High School. So, again, this is just the first of what I'm expecting to be a very long afternoon and evening. The first storm of the day often tells a story. That's what, a lot of wise meteorologists and weather folk have said over the years. Most recently, James Spann, the GOAT of tornado coverage. The first storm of the day will often tell a story. And the story this storm has told us is the environment is certainly supportive of tornadoes and long-track significant ones. Velocity couplet signature remains still quite significant. We have what is likely a large, extremely dangerous tornado now just east of Highway 59, about 4 to 5 miles southeast of the town of Newport, about 5 to 6 miles north of Cundiff. This tornado is moving northeast towards Highway 287. It is 10 miles southwest of the city of Bowie. It is about 11 to 12 miles southwest of Fruitland. It is about 13 miles west of Sunset. This storm will remain north of Alvord. This storm will remain southeast of Bellevue. Those of you in Bowie, Fruitland, Sunset, all the way up to St. Joe, Nakona, get ready to get in your shelters. And again, shelter. Going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows in a site-built structure. You cannot be in a mobile home or a vehicle. You can't be in a mobile home in a weak tornado, and I don't think this is a weak tornado. You need to treat this seriously, and I want you to understand I'm not a fearmonger on YouTube who goes around saying that for every little thing. Those of you who've watched our coverage for years know when I use a serious tone like this, I mean it. And I mean it. I'm not making jokes right now about my bald head. We're talking dangerous, severe weather today, and you need to treat it seriously. If you are in Bowie, St. Joe, Nakona, and you live in a mobile home, you need to leave that mobile home now and go to a gas station, a restaurant, a hotel, somewhere that is a site-built structure where you can take shelter in an interior room. A mobile home and a trailer is not going to do it. And I don't mean to scare folks, but this is serious business we're dealing with right now. And again, the velocity couplet, frankly, if you are a weather weenie, you know this is a significant looking signature. Switch back over to the velocity data. We've got winds moving towards the radar down in Burleson about 70 to 80 miles an hour. Winds moving away about 30 to 40. 110 mile per hour. Shear, very strong. And that's not the only thing. Notice how we're dealing with pixel to pixel rotation. It's not broad. This is a very tight circulation. Literally, we go from winds moving towards the radar, winds moving away, just like that. We've already had visuals of a tornado with this thunderstorm. And I want folks to know, this is rain-wrapped. I have broken the radar. This is a rain-wrapped tornado. You're not going to see it. Do not go outside and look for it. It's on the back edge. Those of you in Bowie, Fruitland, Sunset, 287. You're going to have rain, you're going to have hail, then you're going to have a tornado. Do not go outside, look for it. This thing is moving at 55 to 60 miles an hour. It's moving way too fast. All right, we've got a tornado warning now for Montague County. This is going to include the cities of Bowie, Sunset, Stoneburg, Nocona, St. Joe. This is for a thunderstorm moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. This thunderstorm has the potential to produce a strong tornado if it does not have one in progress now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send this out over the mobile app. I'm going to take care of a little housekeeping real quick. So what we're doing at this point, let me switch scenes here. I'll switch over to this. This is going to be a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado approaching Bowie, Fruitland, and Sunset over the next 15 minutes. We do not need anyone going on 287 between Bellevue and Alvord. If you know anyone in Bowie, Sunset, Fruitland, Southern Montague County, all the way up to Nocona, St. Joe, go ahead and give them a text or call them and let them know, hey, you've got a storm that has a tornado coming towards your area. This storm caused damage in Jacksboro. This is the only tornado warning we have at this time, which is why we're focusing solely on this storm. I want to point out we've got a tornado watch that goes all the way down into south central Texas, shown in pink here. This tornado watch includes all of North Texas, all of Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, South Central Texas, the Hill Country. I'll go ahead, we'll switch over to the statewide source. You can see we've got thunderstorms developing around Blanco, east of Fredericksburg, Johnson City. These storms are likely to become significantly severe with the potential for all modes of severe weather over the next 1 to 2 hours as they move near 35 and over 35 and then into the Brazos Valley. And if that wasn't enough, we've got wildfires occurring west of the dry line. We've got a wildfire near Snyder in west central Texas. But again, we're focusing on the most life-threatening storms. I know we've got severe storms east of Amarillo. We've got severe storms in western North Texas from Stephenville down to Comanche to Dublin. Those are not tornado warned. They could have hail, quarter to golf ball size hail, winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. But we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms here, and that is this thunderstorm that has a history of producing tornadoes coming up and approaching the city of Bowie, Sunset, and Fruitland. We do have a new circulation starting to develop. This one is further south. This could be more of a threat to Sunset and Fruitland. That's going to be circulation number 2. Yeah, I know my drawing stinks. I didn't take art classes. Circulation number 1. Both like that. Like that. Sunset, right there. Fruitland, about there. Bowie, right there. We want no one on 287 right now. Not a soul. If you know anyone who might be a commercial driver, tell them no. And I'm even more confident we could have 2 tornadoes down right now. It's going to be tornado number 1, tornado number 2. Bowie, Fruitland, Sunset. This is an urgent call to action. You need to be in shelter immediately. So we want folks in Fruitland, Sunset, Bowie to be in shelter. This tornado warning includes Nocona, up to St. Joe as well. We're going to focus on those towns once we get past 287. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the southern storms, Blanco, Henley, Lakeway, Lago Vista. Central Texas, quarter-size hail, wind to 60. Don't be surprised if those storms start dropping golf balls or baseballs within 35 to 45 minutes. We'll focus on them as they become more threatening, but I do expect them to be a threat as they approach I-35 around Austin and San Antonio, or excuse me, Austin up to Round Rock. So what I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to do a little housekeeping, and we're going to be checking on a few things. Those of you wondering, we do have multiple chasers out around Central Texas this afternoon, and we will have their live video streams as storms start approaching their location. At this point, not yet though. You can go watch their live streams on our YouTube channel, by the way, Texas Storm Chasers, if you just want to see their chase video. Be sure to subscribe to us on YouTube too. That's our main video platform these days. So, what I'm going to press... And Jason, Jenny, assuming you two are watching, just give me a notice if something happens and I need to know. I am keeping an eye on chats. I'm going to update a couple pages on the website real quick with links. And my apologies for folks wondering, I've got 8 monitors around me. I'm keeping an eye on a lot of things right now. But I also sometimes have to perform a little housekeeping. And that's what I'm doing right now. So again, this point, potential for a tornado to approach Bowie, Sunset, Fruitland over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see this is not your typical typical hook echo at this point. Whatever's there is completely wrapped in rain, but you can definitely see it when looking at which way the wind's blowing. So we look at things. This is the original tornado. Frankly, this may have been a 20 to 30 mile track tornado all the way back southwest of Jacksboro. This may be starting to weaken, but it's not gone yet. Moving towards Bowie to Fruitland. This circulation that is developing is more of a threat to Fruitland and Sunset. This could be the new tornado developing. This is how cyclic supercells work. They start to hand off circulations. The old one starts to turn a little more north, which this could be a problem for Bowie, and then eventually dissipates. Eventually being the key word. I can't tell you when. Sometimes they last a lot longer than others. Second circulation is the new circulation starting to develop. That could become a tornado here shortly and threaten Sunset and Fruitland. We want no one on 287 between Bellevue and Alvord, commercial or otherwise. And we note, as soon as I'm done pressing buttons, these circulations, should they survive, will be a threat to Nocona to St. Joe in about 30 to 45 minutes. We've got other thunderstorms. This thunderstorm southwest of the city of Decatur, south of Bridgeport, west of Boyd, has a bit of a hail marker now, moving northeast. Let me put a storm track on it just for some times. Moving northeast at 63 miles an hour. Be in Decatur around 447, Valley View. Cook County up to Gainesville about 530. Again, this isn't showing signs of rotation right now. It's more of a defluence versus confluence, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Nevertheless, that could be an increasing threat for large hail. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. We'll go further south. Let me switch. Well, that's fine radar. We've got hailers near Gustine on Highway 36 between Comanche and Hamilton. This storm's moving northeast at 50. Moving generally towards, eventually could be near Glen Rose to Tolar in about an hour. Another storm just northwest of Dublin, moving northeast at about 50 towards Lipan, just north of the city of Stephenville. Could, excuse me, produce quarter-size hail. Coffee. And I want to be perfectly clear. I do not trust this Wise County storm at all. It does not show strong low-level rotation right now, but given the environment it's in, we're going to watch it carefully in case it starts trying to become a mischievous little spinny. Okay, let's go down into central Texas in the hill country. Supercell thunderstorm developing just northeast of the city of Blanco. This storm could already have golf ball size hail. It's moving northeast at about 35 to 45 miles an hour, a little slower than these other ones. Same thing goes for the storm northwest of Johnson City. I want to point out these thunderstorms are moving into an environment supportive of tornado genesis and significant severe weather. At the least, this could be a major hailstorm for one of our major populous communities on Interstate 35 from Georgetown to Austin in an hour or less. At worst, it could be a significant hailstorm with tornado. So again, Georgetown, Round Rock, Austin. I want to make this perfectly clear. You need to keep a very close eye on these storms to your west. I would, frankly, if you're at work, do not be caught on the road when these storms hit. They're moving quickly. They're not going to last at any given location more than 20 minutes. If that means you have to stay at work a little late, you'd rather be there if you have to take shelter because of a tornado or otherwise. Vice versa, if you can go home early and get home before they hit, do that. Get your car in the garage. Do not be caught in traffic when these dangerous thunderstorms hit I-35 in about an hour or less. I want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, we've got reports of a tornado visible from the city of Bowie. We've got a report from Bowie PD, tornado visible from the Bowie High School. We've got a confirmed tornado now near Bowie. So again, we've got a tornado still down. In fact, we could have two. Oh boy, this is getting close. Folks in Fruitland and Bowie, urgent call to action. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, as many walls between y'all and the outside as possible. You need to be in shelter now. These storms are moving way too quickly for y'all to play. So again, likely a tornado approaching the town of Fruitland. Tornado possibly approaching Bowie. We could have two tornadoes. I want to make this perfectly clear. Folks, you need to be in shelter now. Again, I'm going to be using this tone a lot today, I'm afraid, but I want to stress the urgency that these are not your typical springtime storms with the chance of a brief tornado, some big hail. Yes, we have big hail potential, but these could also have strong, long-lived tornadoes. The kind of tornadoes that will seriously injure you if you do not take them seriously. If you take all the precautions, you're going to be fine. Alright, I want to make that perfectly clear too. But I also want to make clear this is a life-threatening situation for Bowie, Fruitland, Sunset. Get in shelter now. You should have been in shelter 15 minutes ago. Likewise, those of you in Austin, New Braunfels, Georgetown, you've got dangerous thunderstorms developing to your west that are just forming. In an hour, they could be dropping baseball-sized hail and tornadoes on I-35. I want to stress that, okay? We do not want folks stuck on the interstate or in traffic if we end up having a serious life-threatening weather situation develop. All right, that's one of our worst nightmares, and we don't want it. If we're lucky, nothing will happen. Y'all can just call me Baldy in Chief going off, flapping his lips again. But again, we've got two tornadoes. We've got one tornado here. We've got one tornado here approaching Fruitland. This one's moving towards Bowie. This one is on the doorstep of Fruitland or near it. This is a life-threatening, urgent call to action. Those of you in the city of Bowie, Fruitland, Sunset, be in shelter now. All right, don't go outside and look for these. They're likely rain-wrapped. They're moving at 50 to 60 miles an hour. You need to be in shelter now. I mean it. Those of you who have followed us for a long time know I don't flap my lips for no reason. If I say you need to be in shelter, you need to be in shelter. And this is a call to action to be in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put on a helmet. I don't care if it's a bicycle helmet. I don't care if it's a batting helmet. I don't care if it's a motorcycle helmet. I don't care if you're 5 years old, 55 years old, or like me, 30 years old and balder than a baby's behind. You need to be in shelter and you need to have a helmet on. Put on hard sole shoes. Frankly, this ain't good. There's no other way I can say it. Tornadic circulation number 1 is dissipating. Tornadic circulation number 2 appears to be producing what could be a significant tornado. South side of Bowie, near Fruitland. We're not seeing a debris signature, but we're also looking way above the ground. But again, we've got visual reports from the Bowie Police Department. There is a tornado, and it's approaching the south side of Bowie right now. We got storms moving towards the city of Stephenville that are starting to organize in the rotation department. We've got a tornado near or in Bowie right now. We're getting reports out the wazoo right now. I mean, folks, when one of the first storms of the day is producing tornadoes multiple counties in length, I don't know what more proof you want that this could be a very problematic day. So, understand what it is. So, the reason I'm not pulling up roads right now is because we're looking at a high radar angle. The radar beam's a good, probably, I'll tell you, looking about 60 to 70 miles away from the radar in Fort Worth. So when we look at altitude, we're looking about 6,000 feet. Radar beams go straight out from the radome. This one's at South Fort Worth. The Earth curves. The farther away you get from the radar, the higher the radar beam gets. So we're looking about 6,000 feet. What may be shown here on radar could be a mile off at the surface because thunderstorms have tilt. And this storm caused significant damage in the city of Jacksboro. I'm looking at a picture of the high school, the gymnasium. It's gone. The roof's gone. Same thing could be happening right now on the southeast side of Bowie. This is very close to Bowie. I am hopeful this will skirt just southeast of Bowie, but I can't say that for sure. This is... If this skirts by the city of Bowie, it's going to be... it's going to be close. And you do not want to play with that. Alright, I'm going to zoom back out. I want to take a look at what we've got going on further south. We're going to switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Yeah, we do have a bit of rotation developing with this thunderstorm southwest of the city of Stephenville. It's relatively weak for now, but it's ramping up. We got visual. I'm looking at it. Allie Walters, Texas Storm Chasers... Allie Walters is in Bowie. Large tornado crossing 287. Let me download it. We'll pop it on. Give me just a second. So again, we've got a confirmed tornado near the city of Bowie. We've got this circulation, by the way, southern Wise County, southwest of Boyd, that's starting to spin up. Don't be shocked if this goes tornado warned, alright? I'm trying to get Allie's video loaded real quick. That's why I'm lollygagging. Give me just a second. Again, it's just me, myself, and I here, so sometimes I have to multitask. Again, let me push this full. This is Bowie a few minutes ago. Alright, this is raw video of a tornado near the city of Bowie less than 5 minutes ago. You can see it there. It looks like a relatively, could be a multi-vortex tornado. I'm not going to speculate on its width at this point. You can see this was taken probably about 4:30, 4:35. As a, what could be a significant tornado moved very near or just southeast of the city of Bowie. And this is from Texas Storm Chaser's Allie Walters. Notice how rain-wrapped this tornado is. It's difficult to see. So again, that was from Allie Walters, Texas Storm Chasers, of a rain-wrapped tornado near the city of Bowie less than 10 minutes ago. Okay, let's go ahead. We're going to switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Tornado likely continues now, several miles northeast of the city of Bowie. The city of Bowie has lost power. No power in the city of Bowie. This tornado, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, could be a direct threat to St. Joe, Nocona, or maybe pass just between both towns over the next several minutes. And by several minutes, I mean 20. I am growing more concerned about this thunderstorm in southern Wise County. Notice how it's starting to acquire that hook shape. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you can see we are developing a low-level circulation very near Highway 114 between Boyd and Bridgeport, moving generally in this direction. Had a wedge tornado, yeah, so we've got others reporting. It was a big wedge that crossed 287. So again, this thing's probably going to go tornado warned in Wise County. So those of you in Wise County, Boyd up to Decatur, I'm going to go ahead and let you know. You might as well, and there you go. We've got a tornado warning now for portions of Wise County. It was nice while it lasted, but we're done with only dealing with one storm. It's going to be a tornado warning now for Wise County and northwestern Denton County. Let me be clear. Say who's in, who's out. This tornado warning does not include Alvord, Chico, Bridgeport, Crum, Sainer, Ponder, Justin, Denton. This tornado warning does include Paradise, Boyd, Decatur, Slidell. And let me tell you, this thing's spinning up fast. So those, honestly, this thing could be down already. Those of you in the city of Decatur, those of you down 287, south of Decatur, need to be in shelter now. If you are west-northwest of Boyd, you need to be in shelter immediately as a tornado is rapidly developing. This is a life-threatening situation with the potential rapidly increasing for a tornado. And I dropped my mouse. So let me go quickly over what's going on. We're focusing on the most life-threatening storms. Let me turn on storm reports and quickly explain what we've had over the last hour in North Texas. We've had what could have been one or multiple long-track tornadoes, roughly there, up to there at this point. Storm down here in Wise County between Boyd and Decatur is quickly spinning up. Could be our next long-track tornado. That be moving into western Cook County. Could be a threat up to Gainesville in about an hour or less. We do have a confirmed tornado now crossing Highway 114 between Paradise and Boyd. We now have a tornado debris signature. So, again, housekeeping. 1, we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms. 2, severe thunderstorms themselves are threatening, but we're going to focus on the ones that are capable of causing loss of life from tornadoes. TexasStormChasers.com/radar for interactive weather radar. You can look at a storm down your street or across the country. Texas Storm Chasers mobile app for radar and a rapid update feed with all these warnings and other information. And you can watch us live in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We're streaming live on multiple platforms and social media networks. So back to the tornado warning. We've got a tornado now confirmed between Paradise and Boyd. That's going to be this little notch right there. We're going to turn off the smoothing mode. Let me make sure I'm on the right radar. And there you go. That's going to be your little tornado debris signature. That little blue spot in, well, the sea of red. It's a donut, essentially. What the radar is able to do is it's able to determine what is a raindrop or a hailstone because they're relatively similar sizes in a small area. Tornado debris is not. Tornado is an updraft. It sucks stuff up into the air. Some tornadoes can loft debris 25,000 feet. So pieces of wood, pieces of house, pieces of vegetation, all different shapes and sizes. The radar is able to determine that and is able to say, hey, stuff in this area is not similar in size, so the correlation coefficient is lower. And that's how we're able to determine, are we looking at a hydrometeor, fancy term for a raindrop, a snowflake, a hailstone, or are we looking at something that doesn't really match up? Something doesn't match up, and we've got a tornado down. So again, this is going to be a confirmed tornado now, northwest of Boyd, moving towards Highway 287. It's going to pass near or south of the city of Decatur. This is another storm that has a confirmed tornado. So you saw how quickly this storm ramped up. I want folks to understand, every thunderstorm along the dry line and east of the dry line, Stephenville, Lampasas, these storms that are developing in south central Texas, any one of these can quickly start spinning like a top and drop a tornado just as quickly as these two. That's why we've been telling folks you need to stay weather aware. All right? And we are live on DFW Scanner. We're live on all the Texas Storm Chasers social medias. And we're live on the Texas Storm Chasers website and mobile app. Let me explain what's going on right now. Back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. I'm sorry that's a little messy. We've got a tornado approaching Montague. Tornado approaching Montague. It's probably passing near the airport a couple miles southwest of Montague on 59 right now. If you're in Montague, where Highway 59 splits off, you can either go north or you can go north. You can go north to Nocona, northeast of St. Joe. Tornado coming into Montague in the next 5 minutes. Tornado was quite significant as it crossed 287 near Bowie. We had video from our storm chaser, Allie Walters. Tornado number 2. We've got this thing ramping up like a hot dog going to town at Wrigley Field. This thing is probably about to do something really bad. And those of you in the city of Decatur, you need to be in shelter now. The potential for a significant tornado increasing rapidly. South side to Decatur especially. If you are on 287, you don't need to be on 287. We don't want anyone on 287 between Rome and Decatur as this dangerous thunderstorm producing a tornado in all likelihood continues to move northeast at a rapid pace. 287 south side of Decatur within 10 minutes, likely going to have a tornado crossing 287, the south side of Decatur, within the next several minutes. All right. I'll log in here. So again, you can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can watch us live, keep up with the rapid update feed. I can see several thousand of you have in the last few minutes. Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And again, we're going to do what we can to keep y'all informed of the most threatening storms. Understand, we have 2 storms right now that are tornadic. One approaching Montague, northeast of Bowie. That's produced a significant long-track tornado or 2 with major damage all the way from probably 15 miles southwest of Jacksboro through the west side of Jacksboro all the way up to near Bowie and now approaching Montague. Second tornado that's probably ramping up to produce a significant long-track tornado now coming up into 287 on the south side of Decatur. We've got additional thunderstorms developing all the way down into central Texas. We're going to look at these. We've got a storm west of Dripping Springs. Let's look at the velocity. A little bit of weak rotation starting to show up there. Nothing that screams tornado, but we're going to watch it as it's an environment supportive of such mischief. Farther south, we are seeing increasing rotation northwest of New Braunfels with this supercell developing. These both, again, could be a threat to the I-35 urban corridor, western Travis County. Go ahead and go farther south. Here's a different look. And again, you can see this thing's actually looking very suspicious. Northwest of New Braunfels. This could be a threat to San Marcos. At the least, potential for large hail. Could go tornadic at some point. We've got storms firing from near Marion to St. Hedwig, southwest to Seguin. These storms could also attempt to go tornadic, but are not yet doing so. And again, this storm northwest of Dripping Springs is showing increasing rotation as it moves into western Travis County. Could go tornadic at any time. So again, we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms. In this case, the tornado warnings. Severe storm warnings could produce anywhere from quarter to baseball size hail, probably quarter to golf balls. Winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. You want to keep an eye on them? Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and our free mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in the Apple app or Google Play Store. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. You'll see us. So again, we've got numerous chasers out. Allie Walters documented a wedge tornado crossing 287 near Bowie about 20 minutes ago or less. And we've got chasers down in central Texas that are getting ready to intercept these storms. In fact, I'll switch over. Let me turn off the sound. You can see we've got one of our chasers live streaming video currently. They are down in Belton at this point on I-35, which is surprisingly flowing. In case you're wondering where Belton is, I'm just trying to figure out which one of these streams is playing audio on my end. No matter. Which one? Live streaming out of Belton. Belton is near Temple, north of Round Rock, south of Waco. So it looks like they're heading down the interstate to keep an eye on the storms that are developing southwest of Austin. Real quick, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go run and get my phone cord. I'm actually using my mobile hotspot for this live video because the internet upload speed, or our local provider was having issues with upload, but fine with download. So I'm going to go get my cable real quick so we don't lose data. I'm going to be back in like 30 seconds. Alright, I'm back. My apologies. Let's continue. So, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. It is the 21st of March 2022, 4:53 p.m. We've got multiple tornadoes in progress. We've already had damage from near Jacksboro to Bowie, northeast of Bowie. And now we're just going to deal with everything as we can. Okay, so let's switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. If there's a tornado, it is probably 1 to 2 miles southeast of the city of Decatur, crossing 287 in the next few minutes. We'll be crossing 380. Within probably 10-15 minutes. The CASA radar, which is a series of very small but extremely high-resolution radars, is showing very strong to violent rotation approaching 287. So honestly, there is a very high chance this thing has a tornado down as it approaches Highway 287. I am going to share the live streaming video link on the app. Those of you who have our Texas Storm Chasers app are about to get a notification. If you don't have the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, I encourage you to get it. Again, these thunderstorms all that are tornadic in nature, they're likely rain wrapped. Do not go outside and look for the tornadoes. Not only are they moving at 50 to 60 miles an hour, they are probably, at least a lot of these, may not be the typical weak, brief tornadoes we normally deal with. These have the potential to be longer lived and on the strong variety. Do not go outside and look for them. You're probably just going to see rain until you don't, and suddenly you've got a problem. If this notification I'm about to send out blows our server sky high, I do apologize to the server. Or I'm just going to completely press other buttons and mess up. But okay. Trying to get my data to load correctly. So again, here's what we have going on in summary. We've got a tornado warning, tornado probably between Decatur, or excuse me, between 287 and 380, 2 miles southeast of Decatur. Tornado that may have been down should now be approaching Highway 82 between Nocona and St. Joe. This is going to say just east of Nocona, west of St. Joe. Thereafter, it's going to move up into Love County, Oklahoma, Leon, Oklahoma. Could eventually threaten Lone Grove to Ardmore. Those of you who may remember the February 10th, 2009 EF4 Lone Grove tornado. It followed somewhat of a similar track. It moved between Nocona and St. Joe up into Love County and eventually then brought significant tornado damage to Lone Grove, Oklahoma, which is up on Highway 70 west of Ardmore. Same kind of path here. We've got a tornado likely developing or attempting to develop near Highway 380 east by probably 3 to 4 miles of Decatur. We have no other tornado warnings at this time, but we note storms are starting to develop and become more organized from near Weatherford to Stephenville to Granbury. However, let's take a look at this. You see this outflow boundary? This is actually going to help keep the threat for tornadoes with these storms west of it a bit lower for now. Those are outflow winds pushed out by thunderstorms. So these storms west of it, approaching Lipan, Weatherford, yeah, they could have hail. some gusty winds, but at least for now, the threat for tornadoes is lower. Okay. Set this up. My Allison House feed is having issues keeping up to date for some reason. So let me try the Iowa State radar feed. Yeah. So the good news is, for folks east of Decatur, the storm, rotation-wise, is not as intense. It's weakened over the last few minutes, but it could fire back up again in a hurry. We'll switch back. You can see reds moving away from the radar in Fort Worth. Green towards. Note how we don't have the super tight circulation, bright green, bright red, right against each other. Now, we go north between St. Joe and Nocona near Bonita. That's a different story. What it could likely still be a tornado approaching the city of Bonita, Highway 82 between Nocona and St. Joe. I'm going to switch to a different radar to get a different look. And you can see a very strong circulation on Highway 82 very near Bonita. We've got winds moving towards the radar in Frederick, Oklahoma at about 70. Winds moving away at about 60. I honestly would be willing to bet there's still a tornado down that is rain-wrapped crossing over 82. Search and rescue operations are underway in the city of Bowie. Multiple structures have been damaged. Most of the town is without power. So again, we've got significant tornado damage extending about 10 miles southwest of the city of Jacksboro. Back in Jack County, I'll turn on the icons and you can see. We've got tornado damage on the west side of the city of Jacksboro, about a mile west of downtown. We've got tornado damage near the city of Bowie, where search and rescue operations are underway. And we've likely still got a significant tornado very near the town or just west of Bonita, up in Montague County, east of Nocona, northwest of St. Joe. This storm is moving towards the Red River now, north of Highway 82. Could pass near or just west of Leon, and then is going to threaten towns like Wilson, Lone Grove, and maybe even Ardmore on Highway 70 in Oklahoma. So with that being said, where does that leave us now? Let's go south, because I have a feeling we're about to have problems with these thunderstorms. Let me switch over to the San Antonio radar. Let me tell you. You see this storm northwest of Dripping Springs, moving towards Lakeway, Briarcliff, Lago Vista, and Bee Cave? You see that hook echo? Let me tell you, that's concerning. And don't be surprised if that goes tornado warned at some point in the next 30 minutes, as it obviously continues to organize. Let me zoom back out. That's not good. St. Hedwig, southwest of New Berlin, south of Marion, southwest of McQueenie, southwest of Seguin. That storm has a very well-defined hook echo on reflectivity. That may require a tornado warning soon. Any one of these storms could go tornadic. Now, here's a bit of good news, if we're looking for some good news. Notice how many storms are in this relatively small area east of Marble Falls from Burnett, Lago Vista, Lakeway, west of Briarcliff, southwest of Briarcliff, west of Bee Cave, to Dripping Springs, to Wimberley. If we can keep that many storms in this area, they may have to compete with each other to dominate the local atmosphere. That would at least reduce the threat that we had a longer track tornado or something of that nature in the short term. That being said, given the atmospheric ingredients in place, it is clearly possible we may be dealing with some tornadic issues in central Texas, south central Texas, sooner than later. So keep your eyes out, folks, because in all likelihood, we're going to be getting busy. And even if these storms in south central and central Texas do not go tornadic, they will have the capability of producing damaging hail. As they move northeast, these storms move in northeast more slowly than the ones farther north, about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So what I'm doing right now is I'm setting up various radar feeds. I've got about 8 monitors around me. You count the ones behind me, you can't really see. More like 12. And these allow me to keep situational awareness. And that is what I'm trying to do right now. So again, I'm David Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. It's 5:04 on the 21st of March, 2022. A severe weather outbreak in progress across North Texas, Central Texas, down into South Central Texas. We've had multiple... Oh, here, I'll just click on the fancy state button. We've had multiple tornadoes occur northwest of the DFW Metroplex. We've got damage near Jacksboro. We've got damage near Bowie. We've got damage southwest of Jacksboro. And I'd be shocked if we don't have damage all the way up to Highway 82 between Nakona and St. Joe. We've got severe thunderstorms intensifying. From Burnett to Lakeway, Dripping Springs, Wimberley, New Braunfels to St. Hedwig, southwest of Seguin. These thunderstorms are moving into an environment supportive of all modes of severe weather, including the threat of tornadoes. They're still in their infancy. Notice how we're dealing with a lot of thunderstorms there right now. What I am expecting is these storms are going to start fighting each other, and where we have 5 or 6 storms now, we may eventually have 2 or 3. And once those 2 or 3 storms are able to dominate their local air mass, they're probably going to go bonkers, with a substantial risk for significant severe weather, including damaging hail, significant straight-line winds, and a pretty substantial tornado risk, if I'm telling you the truth, including the threat for a strong, long-track tornado. I don't tell anyone that to make them scared. I'm not trying to create anxiety. I'm just trying to tell you the truth here. And we want folks to pay attention. And we do have live storm chasing video. We've got multiple live streams on our YouTube channel. Search for Texas Storm Chasers. Those feeds are also on our website and mobile app, TexasStormChasers.com, or search for Texas Storm Chasers in your phone's app store. Switch over to a 3-panel. You'll be able to see we have live storm chasing video south of Belton right now. We've got multiple chasers: Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, Alex Bartholomew, Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood. I might be missing one. If I am, I'm sorry. And these chasers are all waiting for these thunderstorms coming up from the southwest to mature, and then they'll document them as they move close to and east of Interstate 35. So, again, Seguin. Pronounced Sugging. Seguin, Sugging. Okay. So here's tornado sheltering guidelines. For those of you who may be new to our wonderful state of Texas, you don't want to be in a vehicle. You don't want to be under a overpass. You don't want to be in a mobile home, manufactured housing, or open rooms like gymnasiums. For example, the Jacksboro High School lost most of its gym roof. So you want to be in an interior room, a small interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible on the lowest floor you can get to. We don't have basements in Texas, so forget that, and not many folks have storm shelters, although we really recommend folks do. So, hey, you know what? That's okay. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Find some hard sole shoes. Find some helmets to put on everybody. I don't care if you're 5 years old, 55 years old, or you're like me and bald at 30. Wear a helmet. You may not look pretty, but we're not trying to look pretty. We're trying to protect you from serious head injuries that can endanger your life if you were to be impacted by a tornado. So that's what we have going on right now. Let me do some housekeeping. What I'm doing now, again, I have multiple monitors around me, multiple different radar products. This allows me to maintain situational awareness of multiple storms simultaneously. And we have a lot of storm chasers out today. We've got live streaming video on our YouTube, Texas Storm Chasers, and on our website, texasstormchasers.com. If you're looking for radar, or you're wondering about storms in your area, hop on over to texasstormchasers.com/radar and you'll get that information. We've also got free interactive radar and a rapid update feed in our free mobile app at Texas Storm Chasers. Just search for the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app in your device's app store. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just doing a quick analysis of storms. And the Weather Service in San Antonio points something out about these storms here in central Texas. The primary threat for now with these storms approaching I-35 from near Belton to Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, south to southeast of San Antonio is currently hail. The hail could be as large as the size of a baseball, but the threat for tornadoes is increasing. I suspect we're going to be dealing with tornadoes in portions of central Texas and the Brazos Valley before long. Let me go ahead and move that over. By the way, I do want to thank y'all for stars and super chats. We do appreciate them. They help us pay bills. I'm actually using cell data for this live stream right now, but I'm not keeping an eye on those feeds right now for that. I'm not going to be calling out everyone individually, and I hope you understand I'm more focused on trying to provide life-saving information, but we really do appreciate those stars and super chats too. So, with that said, I think for now, we're going to turn DFW Scanner's live feed off. DFW Scanner folks, thanks for joining us. We will return if tornado warnings do become more of a problem in the immediate DFW Metroplex. But for now, we're going to focus on some of these other storms. You can continue watching our live feed if you wish on the Texas Storm Chasers Facebook page, on our website, Texas Storm Chasers. We're on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. So, with that being said, thank you for joining us on DFW Scanner. We'll now continue our live coverage on other platforms. Okay, those of you in... Well, here, let's go ahead and quit playing around with the radar loop. We're going to head down here. Those of you in this thunderstorm polygon from Sagan to New Braunfels up to San Marcos, New Berlin, Marion, y'all likely just received what's called a wireless emergency alert. And these are for... I mean, you used to get them on tornado warnings, but that's because this thunderstorm has just been warned for baseball-size hail, I believe. Winds to 80 and a possible tornado. So that's why y'all just got the wheel alert. Let me tell you, this thunderstorm southwest of Seguin could go tornadic at any time. As it stands, it's probably producing baseball-sized hail and could have winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour. Thunderstorm near Wimberley could have golf ball-sized hail, and we are watching for indications of increasing low-level rotation. Same thing goes with the storm north of Dripping Springs. You can see that storm is got a hook echo showing up on the weather radar west of Bee Cave, southwest of Lakeway, a little bit of rotation developing. And again, all I'm going to say is the tornado threat with these storms is increasing. And I do fully expect we're going to have tornado warnings before long with some of these storms, as these dangerous storms approach Interstate 35 in central Texas and south central Texas. Those of you from Temple, Belton, Georgetown, Round Rock, Pflugerville, Manor, Austin, Buda, Kyle, San Marcos, down to Seguin. Any one of these can go tornadic at any time. Right now, main issue is going to be golf ball to baseball size hail, winds of 80 miles an hour out of the most intense storms. But I say again, tornado threat is increasing. Okay, we've got a new tornado warning up in North Texas. This is going to be in Cook County. This will include the cities of Munster, Valley View, Gainesville. And this is for a severe thunderstorm that does appear to be ramping up now. Give me just a second. I'm having to set up a lot of different radar products here. I'm actually trying to keep an eye on all these storms, which means I have multiple radar programs running on each different storm, meaning I have to set up a lot of products on a lot of different monitors. And I'm trying to do that so I can keep ample situational awareness. So please forgive me. I'm not attempting to be unattentive to a live stream. Okay, this live stream out of Georgetown, Texas, as those dangerous thunderstorms in central Texas begin to approach. Folks in Slidell, that's where this circulation is near. Y'all in Slidell need to be in shelter. Valley View up to Gainesville, Munster, Lindsay, Era, Leo, Myra. You need to be in shelter as this dangerous thunderstorm moves northeast at about 50 miles an hour. What I'm going to do, we're going to put a time guesstimate. Now, I don't want you to take these times to heart. You better be in shelter before. But Gainesville, 5:38. Lindsay, 5:35. Oak Ridge, about 5:44. Thackerville, Windstar World Casino, about 5:48. Storm right now is very near Slidell, just south of Leo, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour towards Era. Rotation is increasing, and so is the threat for a tornado with this thunderstorm. If we do have a tornado, it is likely going to be wrapped in rain and not visible. So again, near Slidell, far northwest Denton County, moving into southwest Cook County, very strong indications of a rain-wrapped tornado developing. Alarm bells are going off all over the place here. And again, if you want damage reports out of any of these storms, Jacksboro, Bowie, head over to DFW Scanner. They're keeping an eye on it. We're going to focus on what's going on and what's upcoming. We'll focus on the damage after the fact. And I'm afraid we've already got quite a bit of damage, but we need to focus on where the storms are heading and protect those who are still in the path. So again, very dangerous circulation now just north of Slidell, moving up Highway 51 towards Era, and eventually could pose a direct threat to life and property in the cities of Gainesville and Lindsay. Now, I am going to transition my radar data further south. I don't know if you could hear the thunder or not. I've got my own little thunderstorm saying hello. The thunderstorm, by the way, the thunderstorm that produced tornadoes from near Jacksboro, Bowie up across 82, eastern Nakona, is now in Oklahoma, moving towards Wilson, Lone Grove, Ardmore, Highway 70. Storms west of the Metroplex have damaging straight-line winds up to 75 miles an hour, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Not showing signs of being tornadic at this time. We're going to watch these little baby cells from Waco to Whitney. By the way, if we have any little storms pop up at this point, we're going to treat them with great suspicion because we do not trust discrete storms in this environment. We've got thunderstorms from Hamilton down to Lampasas, capable of producing hail, strong winds. We've gone back to the 70s. Stand by. Zooming into central Texas, let me tell you. You see how this storm near Lakeway is starting to dominate its environment? This storm near Lakeway, Bee Cave, you see that hook? starting to show some increased rotation, still pretty weak in the low levels. Those of you in Pflugerville and Round Rock, Hutto, y'all watch this storm like a hawk. This thing could produce ping pong to golf ball size hail now. The threat for a tornado is increasing. Round Rock, Georgetown, Pflugerville, Hutto, Taylor. Threat for a tornado with this storm could increase by the time it gets to y'all. Storm southwest of Kyle, look at that. You see how this storm's also starting to dominate its environment? We've gone, I was talking about this less than 10 minutes ago. We had 6 cells, we've got 1, 2, 3. Folks, and if you did not want tornadoes, this isn't good, because now we're starting to get these cells to dominate their environment. Now is when they may start trying to spin up. So the threat for tornadoes is increasing over the next hour. East of these storms, Round Rock, Austin, Kyle, Lulling, Seguin. And then, I mean, if we want to talk really far ahead, Rockdale, Lexington, Elgin, Giddings, Bastrop, Smithville, LaGrange. I mean, once these storms get going, some of these storms are going to make it to Louisiana. And they're not going to stop in terms of being severe until Louisiana. That doesn't mean they're going to have tornadoes all the way down to Louisiana, but the threat for tornadoes will be there. So I want to emphasize the threat right now is a lot of hail, a lot of wind. We're going to have tornado issues soon, I think. And my confidence in that is pretty high. And I want folks to understand you need to be weather aware. And to be frank and honest with you, we need to watch out for the DFW Metroplex too. Because even though these storms are not tornadic in the Metroplex right now, we need to watch them carefully. These storms in northeast Texas are not, I mean, well, I say that, frankly, not as in much of an environment that is supportive for severe weather. But I'll be honest, we're going to watch these little cells in East Texas, Northeast Texas, too. The DFW Metroplex is under an increasing threat of severe weather, and that could include a tornado threat over the next 90 minutes. For now, we have a thunderstorm with a high probability of having a tornado down right now on the Cook-Denton County line. This could be a stronger tornado attempting to develop now. This would be about 3 to 4 miles southeast of Leo, about 6 miles southwest of Era, moving northeast at 50. Era, Valley View, Gainesville, Lindsay, potential for tornadoes. Okay, we've got our first tornado warning in central Texas. Let us begin. This is going to be a tornado warning now for portions of Hayes County. This will include the cities of, I'll tell you in just a second. I'm adjusting my radar data. It's going to include the cities of Wimberley, Wood Creek, Dripping Springs, Bear Creek, Mountain City, just west of Kyle. Let me tell you what's going on. You see that little hook echo right there? I'm willing to bet you that's what's going on before we even look. See how this is curling? Switch the data. Yep, right there. Have a tornado attempting to develop just southeast of Wimberley. It's going to be moving towards Mountain... Well, actually, this is still moving more north. This could be a threat to Wimberley. So again, possible tornado now developing. Southeast of Wimberley. That's right there. Let me turn on... But this could move more northeast. So again, this isn't a super tight, strong circulation yet, but, I mean, you can see the dramatic change we've had. Folks, I want you to... let me do this. We're going to go statewide view. I'm going to zoom back in. I'm going to set this to 30 minutes. And it may not load that much for me. I want you to look how quickly this situation has changed. Look, we had multiple storms, like 6. Notice how the more dominant storms have either ingested or outright obliterated other thunderstorms. These thunderstorms are intensifying supercells, and these thunderstorms are probably on the cusp of attempting to become tornadic and producing big-time hail. So those of you in Georgetown, Round Rock, Austin, San Marcos, Seguin, this is probably going to stay a bit northwest of you now, Luling, Bastrop, Bartlett, Rockdale, Giddings. This whole region, I want you to understand, this is a dangerous situation evolving now as these individual supercell thunderstorms continue to mature and we start dealing with the threat for more significant severe weather. There's still some organization going on, but that's what's going on. Yeah, I know, I just said that. We've got live streaming chase video from Round Rock. I believe that's going to be from Adam Lucio. We've got multiple chasers streaming live video on our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers. Let's go back to our... So that's a tornado warning in Central Texas. We've got another tornado warning. Okay, this is going to be for Seguin. This is going to be for McQueenie. This is going to be for Kingsbury, Geronimo. That was a good lightning strike here. This is a dangerous situation. You can see Hook Echo. So, Seguin, when I said this was going to stay to your northwest, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Y'all in Seguin need to get your behinds in the shelter. Hook Echo there, developing tornado in that general area. Moving towards Seguin, maybe McQueenie. Potential for baseball-sized hail, damaging hurricane-force straight-line winds. So again, we now have multiple tornado warnings. We'll juggle them as best as we can. Tornado warning, further south tornado warning. Again, this is going to be for portions of Caldwell and Guadalupe counties. This does include Redwood, Kingsbury, Geronimo, McQueenie, Seguin. Generally could be moving towards Martindale, Fentress, Startown on highway, or on the San Marcos Highway, maybe even Luling if it turns right. So again, this could be a threat to Lockhart down the road too. One tornadic supercell, at least trying to become tornadic. Storm number 2, farther south at least. This storm could pose a threat to the city, or at least south sides of Austin, LaHaye, Wimberley. That's just a tornado warning. Near just southeast of Wimberley, west of I-35, generally moving towards southern Travis County. We've got other severe storms starting to become more rambunctious. We see the supercell near the city of Lampasas. Could be a pretty good hailer there. This storm, if it could try to acquire some low-level rotation as it moves towards Copperas Cove, Fort Hood, Colleen, and Harker Heights. Continuing our northern trek, we've got thunderstorms capable of producing large hail and damaging straight-line winds. Pretty good little hail core coming into the city of Aledo. And we do note a pretty good surge of wind coming out with this thunderstorm southwest of Benbrook. And again, these are not tornadic right now, but they could be. We'll just keep an eye on it. We do now have what is likely a confirmed tornado near Era in southwestern Cook County, moving northeast. From Era, this storm will essentially ride Highway 51 up towards Gainesville and the city of Lindsay. Those of you in Gainesville, Lindsay, tornado warning. Let me see if I can give y'all a good time estimate. I'm not going to use that. I'll use this. Lindsay, 549. Gainesville, 553. Don't take that to church with you. Don't take it to the bank. Be in shelter before then. But again, this is a likely rain-wrapped tornado approaching Era in southwestern Cook County, riding up Highway 51 towards Gainesville. What's wrong with you, Cece? Sorry, my dog demanded a quick amount of attention, so I'm giving her a quick amount of attention. You better. Okay. Let's go ahead. We'll switch over to our full screen mode. I'm going to take a sip of water. second. Let me go ahead and make sure I've got all the radar feeds I need. So I'm just loading different radar data. Again, I've got 8 monitors around me, so that's why I'm looking around. Please don't take that as an insult. I'm not attempting to be insulting. Just trying to keep situational awareness. So I'm David Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. It's 5:29, soon to be 5:30 on the 21st of March, 2022. We're covering a severe weather outbreak across multiple regions in the state of Texas. We've got a tornado near Era moving towards Gainesville. We'll be in Gainesville in the next 15 minutes. Just had a confirmed report of tornado with debris being lofted in Era. Winds well over hurricane force. So again, extremely dangerous situation. Era is west of Valley View, moving towards the city of Gainesville. Those of you in Gainesville, you need to be in shelter. Lindsay, same thing. We don't want anyone going on I-35 between Valley View and WinStar World Casino. We've got storms in eastern Parker County capable of producing very strong winds and hail. We're monitoring for any signs of increasing low-level rotation. We do not see that at this time, but these could really pop up in a hurry. We've got severe storms extending east of 281 now, from Walnut Springs to Crownfills Gap. I know I said it wrong, I'm sorry. Southeast of Hamilton to near Lampasas. Those are severe, large hail, damaging winds. Watching for rotation, nothing yet. We've got a supercell southwest of Round Rock, east of Lakeway, just north of Bee Cave, that is becoming more organized in the rotation department. Do not be surprised if we have a tornado warning sooner than later for Round Rock, Pflugerville, into Cedar Park. Okay? We've got a tornado warning. Let me make sure I'm on the right radar. I'm going to switch radar sources. Always want to be the near closest radar. We've got a tornado warning southwest of Travis County for a storm coming up just east of Wimberley, moving northeast towards Mound City, Hayes, Buda. This storm could produce golf ball size hail, winds of 70 miles an hour, and again a tornado. The way this storm's moving, it could impact southern Travis County, which would require a tornado warning for southern Travis County in the next 20 minutes. Finally, we've got Tail and Charlie, a well-organized supercell with a possible tornado developing near Seguin on Interstate 10, southeast of McQueeney. Likely have very large hail falling north of Seguin, up on highways 123, 130. This thunderstorm, I'll put a storm track on it, moving northeast towards Lockhart generally. So again, likely have a tornado. Well, we probably have a tornado down on Highway 51 near Era. Moving northeast, about 50 miles an hour towards Gainesville. We've got storms in western Tarrant County starting to try and bring some hail and damaging winds. And we've got storms all the way down into central Texas starting to become tornadic. We're going to do our best to keep up with the most threatening storms this evening. We'll try and give each storm its respective amount of time. If we're not talking about storms near you, just assume they could have quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 70 miles an hour. But you can always keep track of the storms near you or across the country with the Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can keep an eye on the radar. You can keep an eye on our rapid update feed. And you can watch our live severe weather coverage. Now, I am going to take a very short break. We're not going to turn anything off. I am just going to be right back. I am going to get some more coffee. So again, I'll be gone for like 60 seconds, if that. And then we'll resume our severe weather coverage. I'm going to be here probably for another 10 hours, it looks like. So, again, we will be back in just a moment. Okay, my apologies. We are back, and by we, I mean me. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer. We've got quite a bit of weather going on. Let me make sure we are good to go. I'm going to actually turn my DFW scanner feed back on, because I think we probably are going to need it. So again, here's what we have going on right now. We've got a line of severe storms. Some of them are producing hail, some are producing damaging winds, some are producing tornadoes. Tornado approaching Gainesville. Northeast of Era. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Kind of, you can see the circulation. I know it's messy. Lindsay, Gainesville, tornado possibly near town within 10 minutes. 5:45, be in shelter. These storms that extend to Denton County could have strong winds, some hail. Those don't look tornadic. I am a little concerned about a little circulation popping up over Benbrook. It doesn't look like anything super strong right now, but it might just be a little bit of a couplet forming. So again, we're going to have to keep a close eye on. No, now I'm very confident that's a tornado trying to develop. So again, we could have a circulation starting to pop up over Benbrook now. See that little hook echo developing. I am going to turn some other stuff back on. Give me just a second. Good try, CC. All right. So don't be shocked if we have a tornado warning in southern Tarrant County soon. We're going to turn that on. And we're going to be live on a lot of things. So let me introduce myself real quick. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. It's the 21st of March, 2022. We've got multiple tornado warnings in effect all the way from the Red River down into south central Texas in highly populated areas. We're going to go over each storm that we can, that's at least most threatening, and go from there. Let me go ahead and say we're not going to be able to talk about all storms. If y'all want severe weather information on storms near you, I encourage you to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You'll be able to keep an eye on the rapid update feed and track storms with our free interactive weather radar. Same thing goes, if you want to keep an eye on storms, you can use our free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We have a possible tornado that is rain-wrapped approaching Lindsay and Highway 82. This is a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado and has in the last 15 minutes. Lindsay and Gainesville, this storm's moving quickly. Be in town within 5 minutes. It'll be out of town within 10 to 15. Gainesville, Lindsay, you need to be in shelter now. I want to point out these thunderstorms in western Tarrant County, they're starting to become more suspicious in the low-level rotation department. I'm concerned with this thunderstorm near Interstate 20 where 183 splits off east of the Granbury Highway 377 west of 35W. Got a little bit of rotation showing up. I'll go ahead and put a tool on it. Near Bryant Irvin Road and Interstate 20, a bit of rotation there. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on it, but keep in mind these things can try and spin up pretty quick. Regardless, damaging straight line winds and large hail are likely. Let me zoom out. I want to take a look up here. We have a circulation developing just east of Lake Worth, northwest of River Oaks. That would impact North Fort Worth, move towards Haltom City, North Richland Hills, Watauga, Bedford, DFW Airport. Again, damaging straight line wind potential and hail for now. Do not be surprised if it attempts to go tornadic. Further south, we've got tornado warnings in south central Texas. Let me switch to the weather radar. It's going to be a tornado warning southwest of Hays near Mountain City. It's going to be a tornado warning now that does include the city of Austin, so we've just gone into total headache mode. It's going to be a tornado warning that does include Travis County, does include the city of Austin, does include Hays County. So again, it's going to be a tornado warning that does include Sunset Valley, Westlake Hills, the city of Austin, does not include Pflugerville or Manor. This does include Buda, Hays, Tanglewood Forest, Creedmoor. Does include Sunset Valley, Oak Hill, Rollingwood, Westlake Hill, Lost Creek, the city of Austin, for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Mountain City, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And we do have the potential for spin-ups in the DFW Metroplex. Okay, let me switch back over. Wrong button. We've got chasers northeast side of Austin looking southwest at these storms. We've got meteorologist Jason Cooley in DFW heading to intercept these storms in Tarrant County that may be trying to go tornadic. We've got a bunch of folks in central Texas, and you can watch all their live streams on our website at Texas Storm Chasers, or better yet on our YouTube. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. I'm going to send out a push notification on our app that folks can watch us. So again, this is going to be a situation where we're going to try and focus on multiple storms that are dangerous. I'll tell you this thunderstorm now east of Seguin on Interstate 10, just the circulation is just southeast of the Highway 130 toll and Interstate 10. There is a tornado developing right now very near Old Seguin Lulling Road near Interstate 10. This thunderstorm poses a direct threat to life and property with a very significant chance of a tornado in the next few minutes. Those of you in Lulling, this thing could come right towards y'all. And again, this is a situation where this thing is getting wound up tighter than a tick's behind. It's moving towards Lulling. Lulling. If you have friends and family in Lulling, text them, call them, let them know they may have a tornado approaching town within 30 minutes. Travis County, we've got a tornado warning for Hays in Travis County, a possible tornado developing northwest of Mountain City approaching the town of Hays, moving northeast into a highly populated area, including Sunset Valley, the city of Austin, Tanglewood Forest, Sunset Village, Westlake Hills, the city of Austin, San Lenina, I know I mispronounced it, I'm sorry, and Del Valve. We've got a tornado warning now for Tarrant County. We've got a possible tornado developing near the Naval Air Reserve Air Station in northern Tarrant County. It's going to be a tornado possibly near Business 287 and Highway 183, south of 820 and 35W, moving east-northeast. Generally speaking, this is moving right towards the National Weather Service office, which is located off Beach and 820. This tornado warning includes North Richland Hills, Haltom City, Watauga, Colleyville, Bedford, DFW International Airport, Grapevine, Colleyville, Euless. So again, we've got a heck of a lot going on right now, and we encourage everyone to remain weather aware. If you're in a tornado warning, what you're going to do is pretty easy, frankly. You're going to go to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. You're going to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you are in a vehicle, mobile home, trailer, you can't stay there, go find a sturdy shelter. If you are in traffic, get off at the next exit, go into a gas station and take shelter. So again, we've got tornado warnings now for Tarrant County, including north side of Fort Worth to DFW International Airport. We've got tornado warnings for the city of Austin down to Hayes. We've got a rain-wrapped tornado very near the city of Lindsay and Gainesville on Interstate 35, probably 3 to 4 miles south of WinStar World Casino. We've got tornado warnings just east of Seguin coming towards Lulling, the potential for a significant tornado increasing with that thunderstorm. So again, we are streaming on pretty much every platform we have access to at this point. Potential for a tornado increasing. In fact, I honestly think we have a tornado down on Interstate 10 right now, very near County Road 212 Alpha, and this is going to be moving towards the city of Lulling. Lulling is in the direct path of this dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. As you can see, this thing is your classic supercell. You've got a hook echo. I would actually be wise to, put us back on the product. We've got a hook echo moving towards Lulling. This thing's a classic supercell in all aspects. You can see which way the wind's blowing mode. Very strong winds moving away from the storm in pink. Winds moving towards the radar in green. And the radar is like 10 miles away. So very good indications that a tornado is either in progress or about to be in progress. We've got a tornado warning near Buda and Hayes. This thunderstorm moving northeast into southern Travis County, including the cities of Buda, Tanglewood Forest, Creedmoor, Del Valle, Sunset Valley, Austin, Westlake Hills, Rollingwood. Now, I'll admit, this thunderstorm doesn't have as impressive of a signature as some of our other thunderstorms, but this thing could spin up in a hurry, just like every other thunderstorm that we've been dealing with today has. So again, treat the storm seriously. Damaging straight line winds and hail also possible. This tornado warning runs until 6:15 p.m. and includes southern and central Travis County, including the city of Austin. We have a dangerous thunderstorm producing golf ball to baseball size hail coming up on Interstate 35 in Round Rock. This thunderstorm has some weak low-level rotation, is severe thunderstorm warned, is not tornado warned at this time. We have thunderstorms capable of producing large hail and damaging straight-line winds moving towards Gatesville. This thunderstorm, generally a wind maker right now, not really seeing much of rotation. We have thunderstorms moving into the DFW Metroplex. We have a tornado warning for a thunderstorm near the Naval Air Reserve Station. And this is going to be for a tightening circulation. Not as evident, well, yeah, it is right there on I-35W, probably within a mile of 820 on the north side. This is about to hit the Weather Service office. The Weather Service office is off Beach, west of Beach, off Northern Cross Boulevard. So the Weather Service is, well, we're going to know pretty quick if something's down, because there's probably, well, it's going to pretty much hit the Weather Service office. Going north, we've got severe storms moving into Denton County, wind, maybe some small hail. We've got a storm capable of producing rain-wrapped tornado probably over I-35 right now, just north of Gainesville, now north of Highway 82. That'll be moving into southern Oklahoma. Could be a threat to Marietta over to Medill in southern Oklahoma. So again, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings right now. We've got a tornado possibly on I-10, southwest of Lulling, moving towards Lulling. Possible developing tornado near Buda. Excuse me, let me turn on the radar. We'll zoom in. This thunderstorm on I-10, about as clear of a hook echo as you can get. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see a very, very strong circulation. Maybe a little bit of a tornado debris signature. Again, this is a dangerous situation as this thunderstorm is making a beeline for Lulling. Let me go ahead. And there you go. We've got a new tornado warning. It includes the city of Lulling. This is going to be a new tornado warning until 6:15 p.m. Possible tornado located near Kingsbury, 7 miles southwest of Lulling, moving northeast at 40. lulling. This storm is going to be heading your way. It's going to begin there sooner rather than later. Could be in lulling by about 6 p.m., maybe a little after. Don't wait. Go to shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. As we move up into southern Travis County, we do see some rotation with this tornado warning. You can see over Buda, we've got a little bit more of a hook echo showing up now, but we don't have a lot of low-level rotation showing up yet. However, the radar is literally 5 to 10 miles down the road, so by the time we see super low-level or a super well-organized low-level rotation, that would all but be a tornado. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth is evacuating. Weather Service in Fort Worth is evacuating to shelter. They're under threat of a tornado. The Weather Service in Norman is backing them up. Possibility of tornado is increasing around Pflugerville and Round Rock. That circulation is starting to tighten up on the radar. We'll show you that there. Winds in pink are moving away from the radar down in San Antonio. Winds in green are moving towards. Circulation highlighted. Switch over to the reflectivity. You can see we've got a pretty good hook echo. So don't be shocked if we have a tornado warning for places like Round Rock, Pflugerville, and Hutto over the next several minutes. We got another tornado warning. This one's going to be north of Georgetown, moving towards Interstate 35. Oh, Nelly, that is a tornado if I've ever seen one. That's going to be what is all but a confirmed tornado with a tornado debris ball. So we've got a confirmed tornado near Serenetta, moving towards Gerald. Gerald, I know. It's going to be Gerald's right there. This tornado moving like that, may stay just south of the city of Gerald. We've got a debris ball on radar now. This is a confirmed tornado. We'll switch over to the correlation coefficient. Let me clear that out. It's going to be your tornado debris signature. That's just debris showing up very... I won't explain it. I'll just tell you it's debris being lofted by a tornado. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see we have violent outflow winds in the rear flank downdraft. Inflow going right in. That's going to be a confirmed tornado right there. Range radar is right here. We're looking very low levels. So again, that's going to be a tornado moving towards or just south of the city of Gerald. You can see the tornado warning there. Weather Service is now calling this a large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Sun City or near Serenetta, moving to the northeast at 30. This is going to be a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. I don't know why the radar is not showing up Gerald. This is Gerald. Tornado moving towards Gerald. This is a large, extremely dangerous tornado. Folks in Gerald, you need to be in shelter now. Y'all know the routine. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Okay, we're going to keep going north. We've got a tornado warning in northern Tarrant County. This is going to be for a possible circulation approaching Beach Street and Interstate 820. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. We don't see a super tight circulation, which is good, but we do have a tornado warning through 6:30 for Colleyville, Quataga, Keller, North Richland Hills, Bedford, Hearst, Euless, Grapevine, Coppell. And this storm's going to be moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So again, those of you, Grapevine, Colleyville, Bedford, Euless, Hearst, North Richland Hills, Watauga, Haltom City, DFW International Airport, over to the west sides of Coppell, south sides of Flower Mound. Take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between y'all and the outside as possible. Storm in Cook County is now north of the city of Gainesville. If you're in Gainesville to Lindsay, you're clear to come out. 58-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Naval Air Station in northwest Fort Worth. That storm's now the one impacting northeast Fort Worth, moving towards north Richland Hills. So again, folks in Callisburg, northwest of Oak Ridge, remain in shelter. Those of you in north of Whitesboro up to the Red River, west side of Lake Texoma, be ready to take shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If we're not talking about your storm, I'm sorry. We're trying to focus on the most life-threatening storms, as we clearly have a severe weather outbreak now ongoing with multiple tornadic thunderstorms producing tornadoes. We've got a severe thunderstorm with a likely significant tornado in development or in progress. Now, let me tell you, let's see how far west of Lulling. It's going to be about 5 miles west of the city of Lulling on Highway 90. Tornado debris signature being detected on the San Antonio radar. That's this little notch right there. You can see winds moving away from the radar at a rapid pace. I'll put a telestration, or excuse me, I'll put a probe on it so you can see winds moving away from the radar at about 80 miles an hour. Winds moving towards about 30, so a good 100, 110 miles an hour. The radar is literally 17 miles away. So again, the potential for a significant tornado in Lulling within the next 5 to 10 minutes. We have not received ground reports, but the rotation is so strong, frankly, and so close to the radar, I'd be willing to bet there's a tornado. As we continue north, we do have weak rotation showing up with this thunderstorm on I-35, south side of Travis County, north side of Hayes County. We have not had reports out of that. This thunderstorm approaching Gerald on Interstate 35 has a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress. Switch over the data, you can see. It's not good, folks. Those of you in Gerald, this is a life-threatening situation. And we've got a report of a tornado in Round Rock. Folks in Round Rock. Round Rock. Shelter now. I don't care if there's not a tornado warning. There's a tornado right now at 35 and Highway 45. Interstate 35, Interstate 45 in Round Rock. Tornado down now. Be in shelter now. This is a tornado moving into the city of Round Rock, moving towards Hutto. North sides of Pflugerville. We've got a tornado now east side of Interstate, or very near Interstate 35, near Loop 45. South side of Round Rock, moving into Round Rock. Round Rock, this is a confirmed tornado. Be in shelter now. We have a large tornado in Round Rock. This is going to be a tornado, forget it. Tornado emergency for Round Rock. There's not a tornado warning by the Weather Service, but frankly, I'm looking at a large tornado on a camera right now. If you are in the city of Round Rock, you need to be in shelter now. Tornado is crossing Interstate 35 now in the city of Round Rock, very near Highway 45. If you are in the city of Round Rock to Hutto, this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado in the city of Round Rock moving northeast. You need to be in shelter now. If you are in Gerald, we've got a large and extremely dangerous tornado 3 miles southwest of the city of Gerald moving northeast. This is going to be a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Frankly, I'll go ahead and say it. This is a tornado emergency for the city of Gerald. If you're in Gerald, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Large tornado approaching the city of Gerald. Large tornado in the city of Round Rock. We've got a large and extremely dangerous tornado south side of Round Rock moving northeast. If you are in the city of Round Rock, I know there's not a tornado warning, but there's a large tornado, so I don't really care. Y'all need to be in shelter now. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've got a large tornado approaching Gates School Road and SAW Grimes Boulevard. It's going to be a large tornado. We've got a massive debris signature on radar. I don't know why there's not a tornado warning. I really don't. But we've got a large tornado in progress. A massive debris signature, debris ball, is going to be a tornado warning. There's not a tornado warning. I can't say there's a tornado warning. This is a tornado emergency for the city of Round Rock. Debris ball now on SAW Grimes Boulevard coming up on State Highway 79. We've got a large tornado there. We've got a large tornado approaching the city of Gerald on Interstate 35. We've got a possible large tornado approaching the city of Luling in south central Texas. This may stay just northwest of town. I am all but confident this is... Yeah, we got a debris ball. So we've got multiple significant tornadoes in progress right now simultaneously. Tornado number 1, west of Luling, may stay just north of town. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in the city of Round Rock. This is a tornado emergency for the city of Round Rock and the city of Hutto, as we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress in a highly populated area in the city of Round Rock. If you are in the city of Round Rock, you need to be in shelter now. If you are on the east side of Round Rock, Hutto, Taylor, this is a tornado emergency for a large, extremely dangerous, destructive tornado producing major damage in Round Rock. We've still got a tornado down approaching Double Creek Drive. This is going to now be north of Gatus School Road. We've got a tornado approaching Arterial Alpha, Highway 79, eventually Forest Creek Drive. Again, this is what it's coming up on now. Eventually, Redbud Lane. Any of the roads I just called out. This is a tornado emergency with a large and extremely dangerous tornado. In fact, I think we've got it on camera. Stand by. That might be it right there. I don't know if they're looking at it. We're going to keep that on. So again, we've got a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado doing damage in the east side of Round Rock. This tornado developed on Interstate 35 or before it, so we had a large tornado cross Interstate 35. We've got a large tornado capable of producing major damage approaching the city of Jarrell. This is a tornado emergency for the city of Jarrell. We've got a tornado warning now for Bell County. This is going to be for Salito and Belton. This is with the thunderstorm moving northeast. Could impact the west side of Jarrell, but this is going to be a problem for Belton, Temple, Salito, as we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving northeast. This may stay just west of Jarrell, but it's going to be close. So again, we are in the full midst of what is now a tornado outbreak across portions of Texas. Let's go north. I want to make sure we're not missing anything. We have no tornado warnings in the DFW Metroplex at this time. We have a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds, maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. No tornado warnings. Tarrant County tornado warning's been canceled. So what I'm going to do... you know what? I'm just going to stay live. John Bergdorf, if you're listening, you want me to turn your feed off, that's fine. But given the immense problems we're dealing with in Central Texas, I don't think folks in DFW would mind that we are having coverage on that as well. So again, this is going to be a tornado outbreak now in progress. We've got tornado live on camera. Stand by. That's not it. Stand by. That is. We've got a large tornado on camera right now. I assume they're looking towards Round Rock.
Should we try to keep going?
10-4, John. So again, tornado warning in northeastern Cook County, northeast of Gainesville, moving into Oklahoma. Gainesville, Munster, St. Joe, you're clear. Line of severe storms, damaging straight-line winds from Denton down to Keller, down to Fort Worth, southwest of Cleburne. Godley, down to Meridian, down to Gatesville. We'll watch. No tornado warnings there at this time. I'm keeping this live camera up because we've got a tornado on camera. I believe that's the Round Rock storm. We've got large and extremely dangerous tornado just west of the city of Jarrell, moving into Bell County, Salado, Belton, Temple, Little River Academy. This is a life-threatening situation with a large, extremely dangerous tornado in progress. We've got a tornado in progress in Round Rock. Again, this is going to be near Highway 79, Arterial Alpha, moving up Highway 79. If you're on North County Road 122, if you are on Harold Parkway, if you are on Old Settlers Boulevard, anywhere near it, this is a life-threatening situation with a large, extremely dangerous tornado in progress in the city of Round Rock. All right. This is going to be moving towards Hutto and eventually Tater. How about we try this? Taylor, Thrale, Thorndale, probably passing a bit south of Granger. So let's review. Large tornado just west of the city of Jarrell. It's staying west of Jarrell. Salado, Belton. This is a life-threatening problem for y'all. All right? Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between y'all and the outside as possible. Put on a helmet. Put on hard sole shoes. Tornado in this east side of Round Rock now, coming up on Highway 79, Red Bud Lane, County Road 122, moving towards State Highway 130, may pass near Hutto, okay? That's tornado number 2 we have down now, all right? Possible tornado number 3 near Creedmoor, Mustang Ridge, near Highway 71 and 130. That doesn't look as impressive. Tornado number 4. We've got one tornado on Highway 80 west of Luling near County Road 248. We may have a new circulation now developing just east of Luling. That would be near Soda Springs Road in the next few minutes, Harwood Drive. So, Luling, y'all lucked out. You got one tornado passing west of town, one new one trying to develop to the east of town. This could be an issue for folks down the road like Smithville, Welder, Flatonia. We're getting reports out the wazoo right now of a large tornado near Pflugerville, Round Rock. So, folks, this is a bad situation. Again, we've got it on camera. Let me show you. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the east side of Round Rock, northeast of Pflugerville, moving towards Hutto. It's in the distance there, but you can see it. And again, all I can say is if we mention your town once in relation to a tornado warning, y'all better take it seriously. We've quickly transitioned to what is probably one of the most serious tornado outbreaks we've seen in central Texas in quite a long time, and this is just the beginning. So again, let's go back to it. We're going to keep at it. We'll talk about damage and such when we can, but this is more about keeping folks ahead of these storms aware. Okay, so again, this is going to be very near Jarrell. A tornado in progress, could be a large, significant tornado northwest, maybe a mile northwest of Jarrell. Again, this is going to stay just west of 35 for now. We want no one on Interstate 35 going south out of Waco at this point. Lorena, Troy, if you're there, stay. Do not go south on 35. This tornado is going to be right up the interstate. Those of you in Salado, Holland, Little River Academy, Belton, Temple, Morgan's Point Resort, be ready. The potential there for this tornadic supercell and a possible tornado to make it up y'all's way. So we continue. We remain with a confirmed tornado now just east of County Road 122, coming up on County Road 110. And again, this is a confirmed tornado, a massive, I mean, when I say we debris ball, folks, I want you to understand, the amount of debris being lofted by this tornado right now is astronomical, and that's not good. That was all debris. I don't know why my data just quit. Alright, we'll go back to the live camera real quick while I reset the radar. And again,
hey, y'all are safe. The tornado warning.
So again, here's what's going on. We just had a large tornado move through portions of Round Rock. We've got a moving now towards Taylor and Hutto. We've got a tornado probably down just west of the city of Jarrell, moving north-northeast towards Bell County. Alright, we're back. Let's go back to the 3-panel. Salado, Belton, Little River Academy, Temple. Y'all need to be in a safe place. We'll go back to their camera if they have a tornado on camera again. Tornado is going to be now northwest of the city of Jarrell. You can see that clearly. We've got a debris signature being detected on radar. We'll do some probing. This is going to be winds moving towards the radar in Granger, which is like 15 miles away east at about 60. Away at about 60. That's 120 mile per hour gate-to-gate circulation. Large and extremely dangerous tornado continues. We just retweeted a video of a tornado crossing Round Rock on I-35. This was 10-15 minutes ago. So again, that's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado now about 2 miles north of Jarrell. Those of you in Salado, Belton, Temple, Holland. Understand, this may not go away anytime soon. This could be one of these long-track tornadoes, and even if it's not, this storm could put another tornado down at any time. Y'all need to take this seriously. Please. Possible tornado now on... Well, this is not a possible tornado. This is a tornado north of Highway 79. Very near or within the city of Hutto. Here's the latest scan. We'll put on spatial tools. Again, it's in a neighborhood, unfortunately, it looks like. West of County Road 132, now north of Highway 79. City of Hutto coming up on County Road 133. County Road 394. And this will pass north. Well, I'm not going to say that. It could pass north of Taylor, but y'all better be careful. Taylor, especially north of Taylor, y'all need to be in shelter. Looks like we have a new circulation developing near Highway 121 and 114, just west of DFW Airport. Let me switch back over. I'm going to switch my data sources real quick. And again, if you're wondering about storms in your immediate vicinity and we're not talking about it, it's either not producing a tornado or we haven't gotten to it yet. If you want to know about what's going on in your immediate area, download the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and use our interactive weather radar in the app, or use the rapid update feed. You can also use the interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/tornado. Potentially a brief tornado starting to develop now where 121 and 114 split in Grapevine. Ironically, several of my friends work at a restaurant just north of DFW Airport. It's heading right towards that restaurant, Mesa. So if this circulation strengthens any more, they're going to have to issue a tornado warning, and that be for a circulation near Grapevine. At least the potential for damaging straight-line winds is increasing with that. But again, we're going to focus on the threat of tornadoes. Okay, and by the way, we have multiple live streaming storm chasers on our YouTube channel, texasstormchasers.com. Or excuse me, just go to YouTube, search for Texas Storm Chasers. Those live videos should also be ingesting into our website. So you can look at them there. So again, summary of the last few minutes, we just had a tornado move through Round Rock. We've got a possible tornado now northeast of Lulling. We've got a possible tornado southeast of Austin near 71 and Toll 130. We've got a possible tornado, if not, well, a likely tornado now about 5 miles northwest of the city of Gerald, moving into Bell County towards Salado. And real quick, I'm just doing some housekeeping. And again, this is going to be a situation we're going to do the best job we can. And I want folks to understand that this event is still beginning. We're going to be dealing with this for quite a while, unfortunately. And I'll tell you, the Round Rock tornado video I'm seeing is horrifying. All you can do is pray for people, folks. We've been warning you for 2 days. Okay, we've got a tornado near Hutto, which I assume... So this is still down, apparently, and still producing a tornado. And northeast of Hutto now, we've still got a tornado down. This will be staying north of the city of Taylor, crossing over Highway 95, it looks like, near Highway 29 sooner rather than later. The possibility of a circulation developing now just north of Euless, coming up on Highway 360 around Mid-Cities Boulevard. We've got a tornado now, or excuse me, a tornado warning for portions of Bastrop County. We've got debris falling from the sky on Interstate 35 north of Gerald. And the tornado that's north of Jarrow looks like it's still there, about to cross Interstate 35 near Prairie Dale Church, Granger Road, Hill Road, moving northeast. It may be occluding, in which case we might see a new tornado develop. Large, violent tornado on the ground, moving towards Highway 29 and Highway 95, north of Taylor, northeast of Lulling. This is going to be near Circleville. Circleville, you have a large, violent tornado approaching from the southwest. Be in shelter now. You need to be in the lowest floor, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a life-threatening situation. This storm produced a large tornado in the city of Round Rock, and we've got major, major damage. Live stream that's currently spinning is what they're chasing this storm. Adam Lucio, Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, Chelsea Burnett, Alex Bartholomew. So again, Circleville is where Highway 29 and Highway 95 intersect, south of Granger, north of Taylor. This is a large, extremely dangerous tornado coming up on Circleville right now. It's going to be there in less than a few minutes. Folks, I really need you to be in shelter. And I want you to understand, any storm could do this. Okay, we've got a tornado warning now for DFW. Tornado down 5 miles west of Taylor. We've got a new tornado warning. This does include the DFW International Airport for a possible tornado at DFW International Airport. This tornado warning includes Farmers Branch, Coppell, Carrollton. It's going to run until 7 o'clock. Includes Richardson, Northwest Dallas, includes the Colony, includes Frisco, includes Allen, Plano, Murphy, Parker, Saxe, pretty much northern Dallas County, southern Collin County, into Collin County, southeast Denton County, etc. Possible tornado at DFW International Airport, moving east-northeast. Let me go ahead. We'll get back on full screen here. So again, possible tornado at DFW International Airport now. The tornado's down. It is about to literally move over Terminal E at DFW International Airport. It'll then cross runways 17 right, 17 center, then 17 left. The cargo area, the FedEx cargo area, northeast side of DFW International, runways 13 left. After that, it would be moving over 635, 114, probably near the President George Bush Turnpike, moving into Carrollton. If it stays a little further south, it'll also move into Farmers Branch, northwest Dallas. So again, this is a tornado warning for northwest Dallas County, Collin County, southeast Denton County, northeastern Tarrant County. Possible tornado near Terminal E at DFW International Airport, moving towards the FedEx cargo area, northeast side of the airport. Then move towards Coppell, Farmers Branch, Carrollton, the Colony, Plano, Richardson, Allen, Frisco. All right. Here's a couple times. 627 Farmers Branch, 633 Addison, 644 Plano, 651 Parker, 655 in Wiley, 659 in Lowry's Crossing, Princeton at 704. Okay. And there's multiple circulations with this thunderstorm. And again, we're going to focus on all tornado warnings. And I realize we probably have about 20,000 people watching us right now at least. So please understand, we're going to do the best we can. Looks like our folks down in Central Texas are coming up on some damage. It's going to be with the tornado that moved east of Round Rock. So again, possible tornado, DFW International Airport, moving northeast towards Carrollton, not Richardson, Farmers Branch, eventually Richardson, Plano, the Colony. Okay, let's go back south. First off, I want to take a look at some of these storms in Central Texas. This one near Clifton could have damaging winds moving towards Valley Mills. We've got multiple tornadic supercells meaning supercells producing tornadoes. One supercell near Salado. Looks like this storm cycling could produce another significant tornado anytime near Salado, moving towards Belton. We have a major tornado down now on Highway 29 coming up on Circleville, just west of Highway 95. This is a major, major, major tornado capable of doing big-time damage. This is the tornado that originated back in Round Rock, okay? Moved north of Hutto barely and is now approaching Circleville, going to pass just south of Granger. I want folks in Cameron to Rockdale, Cameron, Buckholtz, Milano, Rockdale. Understand, this may be a long-lived tornado that's down for a long time. We're dealing with those kind of situations today. This is a relatively rare event now across central Texas, an event we have not seen in many a years at this point, where we actually have a legitimate tornado outbreak with life-threatening tornadoes underway. So please understand the urgency. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now east of the Tollway 130 near Highway 71, coming up to Garfield and Weberville, moving towards Elgin, McDale, Camp Swift, staying northwest of the town of Belton. Some rotation. We have not heard of any confirmed reports with that. You're watching live video, by the way, of storm chasers northeast of Round Rock. I assume they're near Hutto, moving towards the circulation, trying to catch up to it near Circleville. Large, violent tornado now just northwest of Circleville. Large, violent tornado just northwest of Circleville. That's Highway 95 and Highway 29. All right, violent tornado, not a little weak tornado. And then let's switch down to the radar down here in San Antonio. Let's look at our tornadic supercell approaching Smithville. This storm, pretty good reflectivity signature. You can see a nice little hook echo wrap it around with the rear flank downdraft. Now well northeast of Lulling. Let me go ahead. It's going to be near Delhi on Highway 304, moving towards Strain Prairie, Rosenke to go, Upton, and then eventually Smithville, Hills Prairie. This storm's already produced at least one tornado. It could put another tornado down at any time. It's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Those of you in Smithville, it could be in town by 7 p.m., a bit sooner. Okay. So again, we are streaming live. Sorry, I'm catching up with a few things. Okay, so that's what's going on there. Call to action. Those of you, Granger down to Clark, Circleville, be in shelter now. Large violent tornado in progress, and frankly, this thing's going to try and take out the weather radar. Those of you in Granger be in shelter or likely stays just south of town. If this turns north at all, it's taking out that Granger radar. We've got major damage reported in parts of Round Rock. And we may lose the Granger radar. We've had radars hit by tornadoes before, so it wouldn't be a total fluke, but okay, let's go back to DFW. My apologies, I'm just trying to keep up with everything. As you can imagine, we've got a plethora of problems going on. So again, we've got live storm chasing video on our YouTube channel. That's what we also have on our live feed here. We've got a tornado possibly now near 635 east of Beltline Road coming up on MacArthur, moving north to east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. We have not heard any ground truth out of this, which is good, but it could put a tornado down at any time. Carrollton, Louisville, the southeast sides of Lewisboro, the Colony, Frisco, Plano, Richardson, Farmers Branch, Allen, just southwest of Fairview. Be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't go outside and look for this thing. If something is there, it's going to be rain wrapped. So that's one tornado warning. We've not heard any reports out of that. We've got a line of severe storms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds, maybe some hail. Extending from Burleson to Cleburne, Rio Vista down to Clifton. Not seeing any signs of super strong low-level rotation right now, but again, we can't rule out some spin-ups. The threat for tornadoes does seem to be lower across the Metroplex compared to further south. We seem to be dealing with more brief variety tornadoes at this point, but again, we're going to keep an eye on it. No doubt. We're going to keep an eye on this Clifton cell soon. Soon? 2, maybe? Okay. A large, extremely dangerous tornado is making a beeline for the Granger radar. Granger radar is in this cone of shame right here. If this tornado does not turn or weaken, it is plausible this radar ends up halfway to Shreveport, Louisiana. So again, tornado, large and extremely dangerous, north of Clarksville, just southeast of Granger, moving northeast. This will be moving towards Davila, Sharp, Rogers, perhaps, Buckholz, and eventually could impact Cameron. And understand, this may not go away anytime soon. This may be a long-track tornado that stays down for quite a long time. This is a confirmed tornado with a debris ball. It means the radar is picking up debris being lofted. And we're about to lose this radar. And if we do, we'll switch over to the radar that is in San Antonio. And while I can't show you it on screen, there's also a radar at Texas A&M. Likely seeing very strong winds up to 75 miles an hour right now. Just north of 635 coming up on Luna Road in North Texas. We've got a new tornado warning that is for Milam and Bell County. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near or just southeast of Granger, moving northeast at 40. Bartlett, Holland, Little River Academy, Rogers, Buckholz. You're in this warning. You are in this warning. We just lost the Granger radar. So, it would appear the Granger radar may be gone. We just lost communications with it. So, either it passed really close or it just took out the radar. So, let's go ahead and switch to some other sources. Possible tornado about to cross over 304 is going to be near Delhi. Pretty good rotation signature. Let me switch on the near Rosanki, Wolf Run Road. It's going to be moving towards Highway 95. You got Farm to Market 713, Jetto Road. Again, this will be Highway 95 further east, County Road 328. We've got a large, violent tornado north of Taylor. This is going to be with the tornado that may have just destroyed the weather radar in Granger. Our folks are trying to catch up with the storm, I believe. And the day continues. We'll focus on the damage when we can, but we're going to keep focusing on life-threatening situations. So if you're in Delhi, String Prairie, Smithville, Rosanny, Tago, Upton, Hills Prairie, Cistern, West Point, be in a safe place. This may pass a bit south. I'm hoping this will pass south of Smithville. But if not, and it turns a little more right, it's going to be making a beeline for LaGrange. So again, one possible tornado. Second possible tornado now is going to be, this thing's spinning up real quick. Now southwest of Elgin, coming near Garfield, coming up to Weberville, Littig. And I don't know why this is not showing towns. So again, this is going to be near Garfield, Weberville, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. It's going to be passing near or south. It's going to be passing close enough to Elgin. Tornado confirmed now with this thunderstorm, so we've got a confirmed tornado with this thunderstorm about 7 miles southwest of Elgin, moving northeast at 40. Those of you in Elgin, Weberville, and Garfield, take your immediate tornado safety precautions. Again, this is going to be a serious situation with a lot of these storms today. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put on a helmet. I don't care if it's a bicycle helmet, a motorcycle helmet, a helmet that, I don't care, a helmet. Put on hard sole shoes. If you're hit by this tornado or any tornadoes tonight, you're going to want those hard sole shoes so your feet are not injured. Helmets are so you protect your head and you're not injured from flying debris to the head. Lowest floor in a site-built structure, get as low as you can, put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Get low, protect your head. No mobile homes, no trailers, no vehicles. And to be frank, if you are downstream of any of these storms, look, you can see them. We've got multiple discrete supercells. These are moving towards the Brazos Valley. If you are downstream of any of these, I don't care if you're an hour or 2 hours downstream, and you live in a mobile home or a trailer, you need to go ahead and start planning on where you're going to go. And I'd go ahead and do it, because these aren't going away anytime soon. These could be long-lived supercells, frankly, that continue until they get into the state of Louisiana several hours from now, as a major tornado outbreak continues across portions of north and central Texas. Back to DFW, we've got a possible tornado now crossing, crossing over 35E just south of the President George Bush Turnpike. We're seeing a little bit of rotation now coming up on 380 towards Prosper. We'll see if that tightens up. But again, if this storm, it could produce a brief tornado as it moves northeast towards the President George Bush Turnpike in Carrollton, Addison, crossing the Dallas North Tollway near President George Bush Turnpike, moving into northwest Richardson, Plano, Allen, the south sides of Frisco. And meteorologist Jason Cooley is with this thunderstorm, and we'll know pretty quick if something's going on because he'll see it. We'll see if he's streaming live video or not. I think he is. If you're in Weberville, you need to be in shelter now. And again, if you want to keep an eye on the sky with our interactive weather radar, TexasStormChasers.com/radar, or just download our free mobile app. You can keep an eye on storms using that as well. Let me switch back over to the 3 panel. So again, those of you who may be weather weenies, the Granger radar is down. I'm not sure if that's because it was taken out by a tornado. The tornado passed very close to that radar, so it may have honestly taken out the Granger radar or not. But if you use weather radars, you're going to need to switch to the San Antonio radar, the Houston radar, or the radar out of Fort Worth. So again, that's tornado warning in DFW. We have severe thunderstorm warnings from Burleson to Cleburne to Blum to Clifton. These storms damaging straight line winds could have some hail. They are not tornadic at this time. We are going to keep a very close eye on them. Central Texas is a different story where we have a full-on tornado outbreak. Let me switch to the San Antonio radar. And again, this is a large, violent tornado east of Granger that probably, honestly, just destroyed the Granger weather radar. It may be halfway to Shreveport by now. This has been a long-lived tornado that began in Round Rock. Those of you downstream, this is going to be moving towards, Now, for one, let me make sure I'm on the right radar here. Smithville. You need to be in shelter. Rosanke, Tago, Smithville, West Point. This tornado that is now... Sorry. There's so many, I'm honestly getting slightly confused at what I'm looking at, but here we go. All right, this is a tornado probably about 3 to 4 miles east of Granger now, east of Bartlett. If you are west of Highway 95, you're clear from this thunderstorm. I can't rule out other storms later tonight. That could have some severe weather. This dangerous large tornado is now approaching the town of Davila. GRK, this little icon you see here, that was the weather radar. As far as I know, it's down. It probably may be halfway to Shreveport. If you are in Davila, Rogers, Buckholz, large, extremely dangerous tornado that has produced major damage in Round Rock, you need to get in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right? No trailers, no mobile homes, no vehicles. If you're in a trailer or mobile home, get in a car and get out of the way. That's all I'm going to say. You'd be better off trying to get out of the way than stay in a mobile home with this tornado. Site-built structure. Go to a gas station, go to a restaurant, go to a hotel. So again, that's large tornado number 1. Possible large tornado number 2 now, southwest of Elgin by about 6 to 7 miles. In fact, I'm looking at it. Tornado down right now. It's a cone tornado southwest of Elgin. This storm is going to pass very near or just south of the city of Elgin within 10 minutes. So if you're in Elgin south on Highway 95, southeast on Highway 290, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Elgin, Butler, McDade. And then eventually this storm could be a threat to Tanglewood and Lexington. We're just going to look out way ahead because these aren't going away anytime soon. Frankly, this storm could be a threat to College Station in about an hour and a half or 2 hours. And it may still be producing tornadoes at that point. In fact, I bet it will be. Okay, southern storm. At least southern tornado warning storm. This is going to be a storm near Delhi, moving northeast towards Smithville and West Point. Rotation's weaker for now, but it could drop a tornado at any time. Going farther southwest, we have additional thunderstorms now developing across south central Texas. One thunderstorm near Poth moving towards Stockdale could have golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Additional storms starting to develop all the way southwest towards Karnes City, Kennedy, Three Rivers, potential for large hail. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning in DFW. It's going to be a possible tornado now coming up on the Dallas North Tollway and the President George Bush Turnpike. We have not had any reports of this thunderstorm producing a tornado at this point. Watching Jason Cooley's live stream. In fact, let me see if I can get his stream ingested. Let me see. Give me just a second so I can do some housekeeping. And I can. It won't be pretty, but I'll go ahead and just show you. I didn't have time to put a fancy thing together. Video on the left is going to be northeast of Round Rock with multiple of our storm chasers, Adam Lucio, Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, Alex Bartholomew, Chelsea Burnett. Stream on the right is from meteorologist Jason Cooley, who is on the Sam Rayburn Tollway, heading up with the tornado warning in North Texas. So he's not observed any tornadoes at this point. You can see pretty gnarly shelf cloud, a lot of scud rotating around.
This looks relatively stable right now. Some rapid rising motion possibly.
He's looking at something.
Here's the, there it is. Oh, wow.
I'll go ahead and take his stream full for a minute.
It's not visible anymore.
Again, this is going to be meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is near the Dallas North Tollway and Sam Rayburn Tollway, looking into potential circulations. Unlike storms further south, this is likely going to be if this puts tornadoes down, it's going to be brief. So again, Frisco, Plano, Allen, you're under a tornado warning. We'll see if the Weather Service extends the warning into places like Fairview and McKinney, Princeton, Lowry's Crossing, and Lucas. Further south, a line of storms that are producing some wind, some heavy rain, hail. Frankly, Tarrant County storms aren't even severe right now. Storms Johnson County down to Hill County, gusty winds, some hail. We'll keep an eye out for any signs of rotation. I'll switch back and actually show you the radar. And then we've just got a mess down in central Texas right now. We'll switch over to the San Antonio radar. One storm near Temple. We'll switch and turn the velocities on. No tornado warning for Temple right now. We've got a tornado southwest of Elgin. It's not going to be this storm, but again, Buckholz, Rogers, potential for a tornado on Highway 190 within the next 25 minutes. This thunderstorm near Elgin, there's a confirmed large tornado with this. Looking at it right now on live video feeds. This storm's going to be moving northeast, could pass near or just southeast of Elgin within the next 5 to 10 minutes, crossing over Highway 290 and Highway 95 just southeast of Elgin. Y'all need to be in a safe place immediately. And then again, we've got a supercell capable of producing a tornado. Let me actually just put a tool on it. This is going to be about 13 miles southwest of Smithville. The velocities for now don't look as impressive, which is a good thing. But this storm could ramp back up in a hurry, and it has produced a tornado at times. We note a left split supercell now, west of Luling, moving towards Lockhart and Martindale. This might be more of a hailer. I don't think this would be a tornadic supercell, but I mean, it's got an inflow notch, so we'll keep an eye on it. But again, some new storms. I just had a report of major damage to a house 1 mile west of the Granger radar site. So hopefully that means the radar site barely dodged tornado. And we do appreciate your storm reports, by the way. If you're following us on Twitter, that's the best way to send them in. Otherwise, you can post them in the Fans of Texas Storm Chasers group or as a comment on our thread. So we'll switch back. The 3 split. This video you're seeing is going to be from Mr. Jason Cooley. He's located on the Sam Rayburn Tollway in Plano and Frisco, moving northeast. Keeping an eye on these storms capable of producing damaging winds, maybe a brief tornado. So let's go back to the north. Again, for anyone in southern Oklahoma, by the way, looks like we have a confirmed tornado southeast of Tishmingo moving towards Melbourne. This could eventually threaten areas west of Highway 69/75 in southern Oklahoma. All right, so let's get back to our tornado warning. In Collin County, that is actually a pretty good little hook echo starting to sneak out of that. Let me put some road labels on it. That could be a tornado attempting to develop quickly. It's Coit. We'll see. Jason's looking. We'll just switch to his feed real quick. quick.
That's going
He
to
ended up
produce
with a tornado, he'd probably
This
see
thing
it, but this isn't your
looking
classic
pretty
supercell
high-based
versus
and
a...
But got a just a full horseshoe shape structure to this thing, so it's definitely worth watching. The tornado warning continues.
Oh, Granger
7.
survived.
Yeah, oh, I got it. Traffic. Gotta keep going because I don't want to get...
Good news is the Granger radar survived, but the communication lines it feeds to are probably halfway to Shreveport by now. Okay, let's go back to radar. Possible tornado. Trying to develop now probably east of Colt. It's going to be east of Preston. Independence Parkway. It's going to be Legacy. Hedgecox. Alma, and then eventually coming up to McDermott and 75 and Allen. Could see a brief tornado spin up here, and we do have a tornado warning in effect. We've got a new tornado warning back on I-35 that does include the city of Temple, Hewitt, and Robinson. Let's go back and take a look at that real quick since it is a new tornado warning. Granger radar is down, so we'll have to use the radar in San Antonio. That's not a shock since the Granger radar likes to crash anyway. Possible tornado trying to develop now in Temple. That'd be moving up Interstate 35 to Troy, Moody, Bruceville, Eddy, the Buckies, Golinda, Robinson, and technically does include the south side of Waco. I am going to switch my sources. Granger's down, but I can use the A&M radar. And again, if you want to keep an eye on storms, interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or on our free mobile app. We have the ability, or we have rapid fire updates there as well. Okay, so we do have a possible tornado trying to develop in the city of Temple. It's going to be located near 31st Street around the southwest HK Dodgen Loop, and then moving into the center of Temple. So those of you in Temple, y'all need to be in a safe place. This is going to be moving north towards Troy, Bruceville, Eddy, probably staying east of Moody, Lorena, Golinda, Robinson, Hewitt, Woodway, and technically the south side of the city of Waco is included in this tornado warning. Meanwhile, my air conditioner's freezing me, so I'm going to turn it down. Okay, so again, that's a tornado warning. I stand corrected. We have a report of damage near Loop 363 and South 31st Street in Temple now. I don't know if that's from a tornado, wind, or what, but we've got a report of damage in Temple. Unfortunately, the closest radar just took a rather unpleasant visit from a large tornado, so we don't have that radar data. Let me switch. I need to see which radar is going to be closest to Temple. I want to get a better look at this storm. Okay, so it is going to be the Fort Worth radar. Unfortunately, the Fort Worth radar is looking through a squall line. We're going to keep an eye on this storm southwest of Hillsboro, by the way. And thank you to all our folks joining us. I know we've got folks sending stars, super chats, etc., but I can't look at those right now as we're dealing with life-threatening weather, but we do appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so this storm near Temple. Possible tornado be on the north side of town now, moving up I-35 towards Troy, Bruceville, Eddy, Golinda, Lorena, Hewitt, Robinson, and Woodway. Bell Falls, Chilton, Satan, Robinson, Rizzle, and Perry. So, again, we're going to rely a lot on ground reports for that. The circulation up in DFW would be probably near McDermott Road and Custer Road right now if we had a tornado. Otherwise, a lot of damaging straight line winds. Tornado, likely near Elgin. Let's go ahead and pop back down here, San Antonio radar. Okay, let's go over it. We've got possible tornado now probably 7 to 8 miles southwest of Smithville, generally moving towards Smithville. We'll take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. There's not a violent circulation showing up with this right now, but the storm's rotating. It's out by itself, and you definitely have to respect the fact we've had tornadoes in this environment today. We've got a tornado now northeast of Elgin. This storm passed extremely close to the east side of Elgin. This is a long-lived tornado that's been honestly going on, I think, well, for a while now. But this storm's going to be moving northeast towards eventually Tanglewood, Sando, and Rockdale. Eventually Milano to the northeast. So this could be a long-lived storm capable of producing tornadoes for, honestly, several more hours until it makes it to Louisiana. Understand, the severe weather event we have ongoing now, this is not going to stop soon. These storms are going to make it all the way to Louisiana, and they'll probably still be producing tornadoes in Louisiana after midnight. So those of you in the Brazos Valley, those of you in East Texas, understand, this is the beginning of the event, and we've already had horrific tornado damage. I don't even want to know what's happened, but it ain't good. Brazos Valley, East Texas, y'all are under the gun from these storms. Okay? Understand that. We're going to be tracking these storms for hours yet. So again, Rockdale, Milano, Hearn, and frankly, if this turns left or turns right at all, this could be a threat to College Station and Bryan in about an hour and a half or 2 hours, so by 8:30. Texas Storm Chasers, Alex Bartholomew, Chelsea Burnett, and Adam Lucio. They're in Elgin. They just got the tail end of the tornado that moved very near Elgin. The tornado warning for Collin County will be allowed to expire. We've got multiple eyes on the tornado near Elgin. Now northeast of Elgin. This tornado could be a direct threat to places like Rockdale, Milano, Sando, Tanglewood. We've got other possible tornado approaching Rogers, Buckholz. Another possible tornado now north of the city of Temple, moving near Troy. This could be a threat to Troy, Sego, Bruceville Eddy, Lorena, Golinda, Chilton, Woodway, Hewitt, Robinson, southeast sides of Waco. Tornado warning continues through 7:30 p.m. Central Time. And the tornado warning for Collin County, it looks like they're going to allow it to expire. We've got a report of damage earlier along Highway 487 west of Jarrow. That's going to be from a tornado earlier. So again, what we've got ongoing so far this afternoon and evening, it's about 7 o'clock now. We've been doing tornado coverage since about 3:30 to 4. We've had multiple tornadoes from near Jacksboro to Bowie to probably Highway 82. If you are west of this line of storms in DFW, you're clear for the night. We've had multiple significant tornadoes that have done damage in central Texas. We've had a large tornado pass just west of Jarrow. We've had a large tornado in Round Rock that moved all the way past north of Hutto, very near Granger. That tornado could still be ongoing as it approaches Rogers and Buckholz. We've got a tornado down now northeast of the city of Elgin by about 2 miles. That's going to be moving northeast towards Rockdale, Molino. Eventually also could impact places like Sando. No tornado warnings in North Texas at this time. Storms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds. We'll go back to our 3 panel. I don't know what they're looking at. They might have visual of the tornado still. You can't tell if that's the tornado they're looking at on the bottom left of the screen. If so, they are northeast of Elgin now, and I assume they're looking at a tornado. And I'm hoping they're going to point the camera, because that would be helpful. I'm going to say yes, that is a tornado. We've got a tornado on live stream right now. Those folks you see, that's Stephen Jones on the right, Alex Bartholomew in the white hat. Or excuse me, that was Adam Lucio and Alex Bartholomew. It's going to be a tornado northeast of the city of Elgin. So we've got another tornado on live camera. And again, that's northeast of Elgin now, moving towards Rockdale and Milano. We've now got a tornado warning for those towns. We'll switch back to radar. It's going to be a tornado warning for Milliam County in central Texas. We've got a confirmed tornado northeast of Elgin. So again, this is going to be a tornado that we are watching live, literally, or were a minute ago, northeast of Elgin. This is going to be with a thunderstorm moving towards Milliam County. Sando, Rockdale, Milano, Minerva. You're under a tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. This thunderstorm has produced multiple tornadoes, and given the environment it's moving into, will likely continue to produce tornadoes for quite a while yet. So if y'all are downstream of this, I'm just going to say, if you're up Highway 79, Hearn, Marquez, Hewitt, Buffalo, this storm's not going anywhere. These are individual discrete supercells moving northeast. The environment they are moving into supports all modes of severe weather, including tornadoes. That will continue until these storms exit Texas into Louisiana many hours from now. That means everyone in East Texas, the Brazos Valley, the Piney Woods of East Texas, Northeast Texas even, and then eventually some storms down the coastal plains in a few hours, y'all are going to be under the gun. We're going to have more tornado watches. We're going to keep dealing with this severe weather. We're going to be dealing with it for quite a while yet. Don't tell me they have Rainbow NATO. We'll head back to the live stream from Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, and Chelsea Burnett. I see Rainbow, I see Tornado. They appear to have Rainbow NATO. So this is going to be northeast of Elgin now by 5-6 miles. Looks like they've got a tornado with a rainbow. So, okay, so that storm continues. Moving northeast, again into Milano County, towards Rockdale and Milano. I know I'm not saying some of these towns right. Please forgive me. Normally I would try to care a little more, but given the gravity of today's situation, I'm just going to try and get information out and deal with my speech impediment issues later. So again, let's talk about what we've got going on storm-wise. Southern storm, capable of producing a tornado near Smithville. That'll be making its way towards Giddings, Carmine over the next, essentially, hour. And again, these storms are moving quickly, 40 to 50 miles an hour, even faster in some cases. Could be a threat to Somerville in about an hour and a half. If this storm does not weaken or move a little differently, those of you from College Station to Navasota could be under the gun in 2 hours from the southernmost tornado-warned supercell. Supercell a little farther north, northeast of Elgin, which we just watched a live tornado on. That's going to be moving up into Milliam County, Rockdale, Sando, Milano, Minerva. You're under a tornado warning until 7:45. Those of you all the way up 79 from Hearn to Franklin to Marquise to Buffalo, Centerville, Madisonville. This storm could be a threat to y'all within the next 2 hours. We're given really long lead times here. We did the same thing for I-35 in Central Texas earlier. If y'all go back and watch this live stream video, you'll see that. We've got another possible tornado northwest of Cameron on Highway 190 near Buckholz and Rogers. We haven't had any recent reports of that. This could be passing near or a bit north of Cameron, near Rosebud. Could be a threat to Bremen, Calvert, Franklin, Coos, and again, we'll see what that does. Potential for a tornado near or just east of Interstate 35 coming up to Highway 7 near Bruceville Eddy. This looks like it's moving more towards Golinda, Robinson, and Hallsburg and Riesel versus Waco, Hewitt, Lorena. But again, we're going to keep a close eye on it. We're looking from about 100 miles away because the radar near Granger tried to get itself taken out by a tornado and all the communication lines are down. So again, I want folks in Bruceville Eddy to really be in shelter right now. That's where the strongest rotation is on the Texas A&M weather radar. And I might set this up so I can show y'all that. Just a second. Alright, that is what I'm gonna do. So this is gonna be a different radar angle. I normally don't show this just because, well, it's Texas A&M radar, but given the fact Granger is down and we're trying to save lives and property, here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna be an area of rotation over Bruceville, Eddy, and Eddy. This is from a radar located at Texas A&M. This circulation is gonna be moving northeast towards Golinda, Robinson, Hewitt. We've got strong indications of a tornado down southwest of Buckholz and Rogers. This storm is moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Buckholz, you need to be in a safe place immediately. After that, Rosebud, Burlington, Ben Arnold on Highway 77, you could be under the gun. Storms southwest of Milano, southwest of Rockdale, southwest of Sando. Y'all could be under the gun from this dangerous thunderstorm as it moves further northeast. We've got major damage reported in 1 mile southeast of Elgin to homes. And folks, I'll be honest, we're going to have a lot of damage in a lot of places. We already have. So I want you to understand, we're going to let the news folks focus on that. I want to focus on warning folks ahead of these storms. We'll definitely be talking about damage after the fact, but I want to focus on what's going on and what's about to happen. We need to do that to keep folks informed. I think it's clearly evident this isn't a typical springtime hail with baby tornado event. Okay, so possible tornado located near or just southeast of Smithville, crossing over Highway 71. This is going to be a threat to possibly Giddings in about 30 minutes. Carmine, Burton, Round Top, maybe even Brenham and Somerville in about 1 hour. Storm southwest of Rockdale now, good distance northeast of Elgin, moving towards Rockdale, could be crossing Highway 77 near Rockdale in about 25 minutes. Sando, you're southwest of Rockdale, you're not on this map, but if you're in Sando or know of it, give it a 15-20 minutes, it'll be there. Possibility of a tornado about to cross Highway 190 near Buckholz. We're seeing a very strong circulation on the Texas A&M radar with that. And I'll try to show it again in a second. You could see that we've got a very strong circulation being detected by the A&M radar down coming up on Highway 190 near Buckholz and Rogers. So folks in Buckholz, Rogers, west of Cameron on Highway 190, you need to be in shelter now, okay? We're not playing. And I'm not going to show that radar often because it's a private radar. And I don't know if they'd be upset about that being shown, so. But given the fact the closest weather radar has gone down, I'm hoping they won't mind the occasional showing of data. Okay, by the way, for those wondering, we're going to have a tornado watch coming soon for southeast Texas, east Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, and northeast Texas. Let me see if the, I'll switch back to the statewide view. Let me see if I can get that little map to pop up. Doesn't look like it. So we'll just go back to data. So again, couple notes. Good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. It is 7:06 p.m. We've got multiple tornadoes ongoing in a tornado outbreak across central Texas and north Texas. We've had damage in multiple communities, and we will likely have more damage as the night continues. These dangerous thunderstorms moving into the western Brazos Valley from central Texas are moving northeast at 35 to 50 miles an hour. They have a history of producing significant long-track tornadoes, large hail, and damaging straight-line winds. These storms will not be dying anytime soon. Frankly, they're going to make it all the way to Louisiana, and then there's going to be a tornado outbreak in Louisiana, Mississippi tomorrow. So all of you in the remainder of the Brazos Valley, eastern North Texas, East Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, Northeast Texas, and possibly even Southeast Texas later tonight as new storms fire down the coastal plains, all modes of severe weather will continue. And we're going to be here for many more hours yet. Radar is on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. You can keep an eye on the sky whether you want to know about a storm down the block or across the country. Texas Storm Chasers mobile app on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for us in the Google Play or Apple App Store. We've got interactive weather radar, rapid updating data feeds. We also have multiple live streaming video cams from chasers in the field. So again, I'm just going to read the mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center real quick. So yeah, we'll probably have that tornado watch by 8 p.m. across East Texas, Northeast Texas, Southeast Texas. We've got a tornado west of Lexington, Texas right now. To be honest, I gotta find Lexington, Texas on this map. Okay, so that's gonna be tail end Charlie. Here we go. We've got a confirmed tornado with this thunderstorm west of Lexington moving northeast towards Milam County. It's gonna be moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Those of you in Sando, Rockdale, Milano, Minerva, you are in this tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado right now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. We want you to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No mobile homes, no trailers, no vehicles. You need to be in a site-built structure, interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get as low as you can. Put on helmet. Put on hard sole shoes. The shoes are for if you end up having damage, you don't walk on glass and bare feet. Helmets for if you have flying debris, you don't get hit on the head directly with a flying object. I believe you can see video from storm chasers Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, and Chelsea Burnett, bottom right. They filmed a tornado near Elgin earlier. That tornado continues now near Lexington. I don't know if they are heading south to document other storms or going to try and catch back up with this storm, but the storms are moving quickly. So again, a regional outbreak of tornadoes continues. We do have additional thunderstorms developing back west over Interstate 35 from near Kyle to Austin, west of 35, west of Georgetown. These storms are not tornadic. They may try to get strong with some hail, wind. Don't know if they're going to have a tornado issue. A minute, I'm going to look at some data real quick. What I'm doing now is I'm actually taking a look at some atmospheric data. I want to see if these storms popping on 35 around central Texas are mainly going to be a hail and wind issue, or if we're going to end up having an additional threat for tornadoes. Yeah, I'm afraid we're going to have to watch these new cells going up on 35, west of 35, like this one west of Georgetown, around Austin. I'm afraid the atmosphere is still going to be favorable for all modes of severe weather, and this could include the potential for tornadoes, so not anything right now, but that threat's not over yet. So let's zoom back out. Let me do a regional view since I haven't done that in a while. I'm sorry, I know I kind of stopped talking for a minute. We've got a line of strong to severe storms. North Texas extending from Bells to Melissa to McKinney to Wiley to Garland to downtown Dallas, coming into DeSoto, Waxahachie, Midlothian, Itasca, Hillsboro. These storms are generally moving east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Winds of 60 miles an hour in spots, maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail. These aren't hailers like storms farther south. It's a squall line, so we're concerned more about damaging winds, maybe the threat of a brief tornado. That being said, we are definitely going to watch any kinks on the leading edge of this squall line for signs of spinning mischief. I'll also admit we're going to watch any of these storms in case they start trying to go rogue and kind of distance themselves from other storms. Remember, we're really concerned about discrete storms. Those will have the highest threat for tornadoes. Storms in a line still will have a threat for a couple of brief tornadoes and damaging straight line winds, but certainly not at least as high of a chance of producing a strong tornado that's down for tens of miles, like we've seen from multiple discrete supercells today. By the way, I want to emphasize again, these new storms going up west of Georgetown around Austin, the threat for severe weather is not ended down here. So we're going to have to watch these little cells going up again, unfortunately. But for the moment, they're not doing much, but we're going to watch. And again, if you're wanting to know about a bunch of other storms that may not be severe, just rapid fire updates, the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, Google Play, and Apple App Stores. We've also got free interactive weather radar that'll let you track all these storms, whether they're down the street from you or across the country. You'll also be able to watch our live streaming coverage and live streaming storm chase videos. So, with that being said, I'll tell you what, this is a very dangerous supercell northwest of Lexington, Texas. This thunderstorm has a tornado, and frankly, the potential for it to be a major long-track tornado is there. This tornado warning for Milam County runs through 7:45, and frankly, I'm not that worried about when it expires. The warning will expire when it's past the spots. Those of you in Tanglewood, those of you in Sando, Rockdale, Milano, you need to be in shelter. This could be a significant tornado, and in fact, I think it is. Very, very strong velocity signatures being detected from the San Antonio radar. Winds moving towards the radar down at San Antonio, about 75 miles an hour. Winds moving away 40 to 50. Very strong rotation. We have visual evidence from chasers and spotters. There is a tornado down. So those of you in southern Milam County, this is a significant life-threatening situation with a significant tornado down. Tanglewood, north of Lexington. Those of you in Rockdale, south on Highway 77 to Tanglewood to north of Lexington, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No mobile homes, no trailers, no cars. Site-built structure, well-built, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Again, tornado down, moving towards the community of Tanglewood on Highway 77. This seems to be turning a little more right, which isn't good because then this could be more of a threat to Bryan and College Station in about 80 minutes or around 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. We'll go back to full screen. Okay, let's go to the southern storm. Give me just a second. Looks like we're not going to go to the southern storm. This one north of Lexington, north of Cameron. This could have a major tornado down as well, approaching the community of Rosebud sooner than later. Rosebud, Burlington, Ben Arnold, Milam, Bell, Falls counties, potential for a tornado, one that could be on the strong side. Burlington, Rosebud, Ben Arnold on Highway 77 within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No mobile homes, no trailers, no vehicles. All right, and I mean, soon we're going to be getting into nighttime, which is going to make this even more difficult, but these tornadoes will continue well into the night, I'm afraid, with these supercells. So again, urgent call to action, Rosebud, Burlington, Ben Arnold, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've got a possible tornado crossing over crossing over 77 around Golanda. I'll be honest, signature's not that impressive looking, but let's switch radars. The closest radar, unfortunately, had a large tornado pass within a mile of it a bit earlier, so that kind of took the data feed down. Let's go ahead and switch to the Fort Worth radar for this storm. You can kind of see it. We definitely do have some rotation. It's not super strong, but this will be moving towards Hallsburg, Riesel, and eventually Mart, staying southeast of the city of Waco. Let's go ahead, we'll visit the Metroplex. Again, a line of storms capable of producing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, approaching Waxahachie. And then a storm up in northeast Collin County, east of Anna, coming up on Blue Ridge, moving towards Hunt and Fannin counties. Leonard, Celeste, I said Leonard this time. I didn't say Leonard, I said Leonard. Leonard, who had the opportunity to say hello to a brief tornado a few days ago, or last week. Bailey, eventually we could see damaging straight line winds. Can't rule out a brief tornado. Storms in Dallas County, it's raining, it's pouring. They're not severe. If you are west of this squall line in North Texas, you're done with the threat of severe weather for the night. If you are in Central Texas, notice how we don't have that squall line. The squall line technically is trying to form from Meridian to Lampasas. All these little storms forming around Austin to Bartlett. Oh, that's an old data feed. Stand by. Let's try that again. These storms forming from Killeen, Georgetown, etc. All these little storms. For example, this one southeast of Austin that's already got a little hook. Yeah, that's not good. The threat for severe weather, including tornadoes, continues, so we're going to have to watch those storms. This storm near Lulling is a hailer. I don't think this is going to be a tornado maker. It's a left split supercell. Potential for golf ball size hail with this storm as it moves northeast towards Lockett. It's moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. My apologies, I am checking weather data. So again, tornado now northeast of Smithville, coming up on Giddings. And Warda, Highway 77. Staying north of LaGrange, staying south of Lexington. Number 2. Possible tornado north of Lexington. Let me make sure I'm on the right radar. This is right now, right? Yeah, it's going to be a tornado north of Lexington approaching the town of Tangleweed. I need more coffee. Tanglewood. This storm does have a tornado with it, and it'll be crossing 77 near Tanglewood. Could eventually be a threat to places like Hearn, Milano. If it turns right at all, it's going to be an issue for Benchley, northwest of Bryan College Station. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to be back in 2 minutes, and we'll continue the severe weather coverage. So again, give me just about 2 minutes. I'm going to take a quick potty break, and we will continue. Be right back. All right, and we are back. My apologies. When it's me, myself, and I, sometimes you just gotta take care of business. All right, let's talk about what we have going on. Let's switch over to this. I don't think we need satellite data, but I'll put it on. We'll just take a look at the last 3 hours or so. We've got a report of a tornado between Rockdale and Tanglewood right now. So again, those of you in Tanglewood, south of Rockdale, need to be in a safe place. There is a tornado. It's down. It'll be crossing Highway 77 shortly. Here's what's been going on over the last few hours. You can see we've a very dynamic storm system. We've had multiple tornadoes, multiple tornado warnings. We've had injuries. I've not heard any reports of fatalities, and we pray there are none. But unfortunately, it's been a rough day, and it will remain a rough night. The threat for severe weather west of I-35 in North Texas has ended. The threat for severe weather in Central Texas along I-35 has not ended, as additional thunderstorms are trying to develop until we see the dry line cold front push through. It shouldn't be more in about another, hopefully, a couple of hours. We have multiple tornadoes down with multiple discrete supercells. These storms will continue for many more hours yet. The threat for tornadoes and all modes of severe weather in the Brazos Valley, East Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas. We could see damaging straight-line winds and brief tornadoes with this squall line in North Texas as it moves into the Arklatex in Northeast Texas. Southeast Texas, the threat for severe thunderstorms will increase in a few hours when we start to see additional storms fire up around 10 o'clock, like around Victoria in the coastal plains. And those storms are going to move northeast up into southeast Texas, including the Houston metro. So y'all are quiet for now. You will not be quiet in a few hours. That being said, what we're going to be focusing on is life safety. That means we're going to focus on the most intense storms. We're going to try and give each tornado warned storm an equal amount of time so we can get information out. That means we're not going to be focusing on your severe thunderstorm warnings. While they are dangerous, they've got some hail and some damaging straight-line winds. We need to really focus on some of these tornadoes that have a high threat to life and property. So what I want folks to do, if you're wondering about weather information near you, you can use the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app on interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. You can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers in Google Play and the Apple App Store. We've got the radar you can use. We've got a rapid update feed that has all the weather information for Texas. We've got live streaming video not only from myself, Baldy in Chief, but we've also got multiple Storm Chasers live streaming. Those videos are on YouTube, the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube, and the Texas Storm Chasers website and mobile app. So with all that being said, I encourage all of you in the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, and Northeast Texas to remain very weather aware tonight. Your severe weather threat will not end until this line of storms moves into Louisiana sometime Tuesday morning. We will be here for many more hours yet, I'm afraid. But we'll be here, giving you weather information, letting y'all know what's going on. So, let's go ahead and get back to it. So the latest weather radar will pop on. We'll go from north to south. This is going to be a severe storm north of Lulling. That's a hailer. This severe storm southwest of Elgin is probably going to be severe soon. It looks to be a developing supercell. We're going to watch that for signs of rotation. So far, it's not really doing that. We're seeing multiple new supercells fire up across central Texas. So again, we're going to have to watch all of those. Tornado warning coming into the city of Giddings. Very strong rotation, again, coming into Giddings. Could have a tornado down at any time. Giddings, you need to be in shelter immediately. This is a dangerous storm moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. Could be a threat to Somerville in about, Well, not too long, probably 45 minutes or less, to be honest. We'll use this. Severe thunderstorm with a tornado crossing over Highway 77, very near Tanglewood. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. And we did hear a tornado report a few minutes ago. It looks like it may have lifted, but this will probably put another tornado down at some point sooner rather than later. Tornado warnings for portions of Burleson County, portions of Milam County. Storm moving northeast at 35 miles an hour could be a threat to Mooring, Mumford, Benchley, Hearn, Gauze, and Milano over the next hour to hour and a half. If this storm turns a little more right, it could be a threat to areas just north of Bryan College Station. And we really need to watch that possibility. Severe thunderstorm near the town of Rosebud, capable of producing a tornado, moving northeast towards High Bank, Reagan. It'll be crossing over Highway 6 between Marlin and Reagan, north of Hammond. Could be a threat to Reagan, Marlin, tornado warning, High Bank. That tornado warning is for Falls and Milam counties until 8 p.m. We're going to switch radar sources real quick. We've got a tornado warning east of Waco. This is going to be a tornado warning for McLennan, Hill, and Limestone counties. Possible circulation near Hallsburg, and I'll tell you what, that's actually become much more evident over the last 10 minutes. Possible tornado developing near Harlesburg. Should remain just west of Mart. Going to be crossing over Highway 84 as it moves towards Prairie Hill, Mount Calm, and eventually Coolidge. So again, those of you in Mount Calm, Coolidge, even Hubbard, you're under a tornado warning until 8:15 p.m. A possible tornado very near Hallsburg now, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. It's going to get more and more difficult as the night goes on, because as we lose the sunlight, these are going to be more difficult to spot visually, and eventually these are going to be moving into a forested region, which will make spotting all but impossible. We'll be doing damage chasing versus tornado chasing in terms of getting real-time reports. And then we have a line of severe storms producing some damaging straight-line winds from near Bonham. It's going to be coming into Farmersville, just west of Rockwall, Hutchins, Bulk Springs, Mesquite, Waxahachie, Hillsboro. These storms, while capable of producing damaging straight-line winds and hail, are not tornadic. Can't rule out a brief tornado with them, but they are not what we're going to be looking for in terms of spinny mischief in the long term. I'm going to do real quick, that's the wrong radar. I'm going to we'll switch over to our 3-panel. I'll take a look at some model or short-term data. So again, I want to emphasize, those of you in northeast Texas, you're not out of the woods. As these storms in DFW move east, they're going to be encountering a lot of low-level wind shear. So even though they may not be producing tornadoes, they have a lot of damaging straight-line winds, some pocket change size hail, and the threat for tornadoes, honestly, will probably increase as they move into northeast Texas. And if for some reason, by chance, we start going towards a cellular mode with this line of storms in North Texas as they move east, we are going to have a lot of problems. I mean, we've already had a lot of problems today, so. One circulation, Hallsburg, that's going to be moving northeast towards Prairie Hill, Mount Com, and Hubbard over the next 30 minutes. Circulation now just east of Rosebud, it looks like. That'll be making its way towards Highbank, Reagan, Marlin over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Circulation just east of Highway 77, southeast of Rockdale now. Moving, it'll probably pass north of Caldwell by a ways. It'll be crossing 36 between Milano and Caldwell. Looks like it's going to be crossing over 190 southeast of Hearn, and then it's a good guess in about 70 minutes. If this turns right anymore, this is going to be a threat to Bryan College Station. As it stands now, Bryan College Station, I'd already be concerned. Benchley down to the northwest sides of Bryan. I would definitely be concerned. Enough to watch this thunderstorm over the next 70 minutes or so. Got a hailer north of Lulling approaching Lockhart. We've got other storms northwest of Georgetown, some small hail around Taylor. And then, of course, we've got tornado warnings, 4 of them across central Texas now east of Interstate 35. Looks like the Granger radar may be back. It is. Well, thank the Lord. This radar almost got hit an hour ago by a tornado. Okay, we've got a report of a tornado 2 miles north of Smithville. And the radar is back up. The Granger radar is back up. I don't know how, but I'm thankful for it. Now we have good radar data, again, the low levels. So let's take a look. Possible tornado now is east of Highway 77, southeast of Rockdale. This is going to be moving towards Gauze and Mumford. Hearn over the next hour. If this storm turns right at all, it could pose a threat to areas just northwest of Bryan. Southern storm near Giddings, a pretty good circulation now in Giddings, a very impressive hook echo with that. Check that out. Wow. This is moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour, so it's cooking and booking, and it is not going to be stopping for stop signs. This storm poses a direct threat to Somerville in about 55 minutes. Somerville, about 8:25. Plan on it being there sooner. Again, this is a very organized supercell capable of producing, or has a history of producing tornadoes, and could produce another tornado at any time. Those of you who are attuned or accustomed to seeing supercell thunderstorms on radar, yeah, it's a supercell. It's got a hook echo. Very nice looking reflectivity-wise. Circulation on radar. No signs of debris being lofted right now, which is good. Looks like we got some strong storms from Florence down Highway 195 into Georgetown. Maybe some small hail with that. Had the potential for circulation and a brief tornado west of Mart, east of Hallsburg. That's going to be moving northeast, crossing 84, moving towards Coolidge and Hubbard. If it were to continue past that, Dawson, Oak Valley, Richland, and eventually Corsicana. Corsicana in about an hour and a half. I am going to reset this software. We'll take another look at storms in North Texas real quick, and then we'll let our DFW scanner audience get on with their evening. A line of strong storms, 50, 60 mile an hour winds, maybe a bit higher in spots, extends from Bonham to Bailey, Leonard, west of Celeste, Farmersville down to Roy City, moving east at a good clip. We'll just say moving east, northeast at 60. And they don't stop for traffic lights. Storms, gusty winds, heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and some small hail possibly in eastern Dallas County. Storms, honestly, down in Ellis Hill, northern Navarro counties look measly. So that's good. And then from there south, the tornadic supercells. So with that being said, if in North Texas, DFW, west of this line, you are clear. Severe weather threat has ended in places like Fort Worth, Denton, Gainesville, Sherman, McKinney. Will be done here in Dallas shortly, and storms will continue moving east. So with that, I want to thank our DFW scanner audience for joining us this evening. We'll continue live coverage on the Texas Storm Chasers Facebook page, Texas Storm Chasers YouTube. We're live on Twitter, and of course we're live on the Texas Storm Chasers website and mobile app. So if you want to keep watching, come on over and join us. If not, DFW, east sides of DFW, you've got about another hour of severe weather risk. After that, you'll be done too. So thank you to our friends in DFW for watching on DFW Scanner. Y'all have a good night, and God bless. And we continue, Texas Storm Chasers folk. And Tornado Intercept folk. Alright. I'm afraid we're going to be here for several more hours yet, but... Okay, we're going to press that. The moment taking a wee bit of a break from that. What I'm doing right now is, well, we'll switch back over to 3-panel. I'm actually looking at some short-range data. I want to see how the next several hours is going to progress, since I haven't had a real chance to look. And then we're going to get back to doing severe weather coverage in earnest. I want to thank everyone for joining us on the Texas Storm Chasers social media platforms. We're live on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and on the Texas Storm Chasers website and mobile app. I want to thank everyone who's been sending star super chats. I know they've been displaying on the screen. I have not been keeping tabs on it, and I would hope y'all wouldn't want me keeping tabs on it because I need to be focused on providing weather information, but I do thank y'all nonetheless. All right. Yeah, for what it's worth, the last of the severe storms are not going to exit the piney woods of East Texas or the Golden Triangle until about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Although hopefully by then there'll be more of a damaging wind and maybe some hail versus a tornado threat. I'm just looking. But folks in Northeast and East Texas, I want you to understand, y'all are probably in for a rough night. I know it's quiet now. It's not going to stay quiet. So let's get back to it. It does appear we have a increasing tornado threat with some of these thunderstorms. Okay, let me switch to the Granger radar. Alright, we're going to switch to the radar around Granger. As soon as I remember how. There it is. I want to look at this. This is a problem. Let me tell you, this storm with its impressive reflectivity structure. Those of you in Somerville, Lyons, Highway 36, between Caldwell, Lyons, Somerville, and Quarry, up to Snook. This is a very dangerous thunderstorm that could put a tornado down at any time. This is going to be a very impressive structure reflectivity-wise. Switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you can see we're definitely getting increased rotation now. Winds in the green moving towards the radar up in Granger. Winds in the pink moving away. This remains relatively broad, but is tightening every new radar scan. So the threat for a tornado, and it could be a rather angry tornado, continues to increase. This tornado warning is moving towards Highway 36, Caldwell, Lyons, Somerville. You need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest room, center floor. Okay, let's try that again. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. You put as many walls between y'all and the outside as possible. No trailers, no mobile homes, no vehicles. Those are not safe in this situation. Y'all need to be in a site-built structure, or you just need to get out of the way. Those of you on Highway 36, you still have some time to get out of the way. If you're in Lyons or Somerville, honestly, if you want, I'd encourage you to head southeast towards Brenham. But do it now. Caldwell, this is going to likely stay southeast of you. Let's go ahead and switch back to the radar. And again, dangerous storm moving towards Lyons, Somerville. Potential for a tornado is increasing quickly with this thunderstorm. Let's go north. Supercell, this is going to be southeast of Rockdale. This thunderstorm, also impressive reflectivity structure, staying south of Milano for the moment. The threat for a tornado may pass just southeast of Milano. It's going to be crossing Highway 190 between Milano and Hearn, likely near Gauze. The potential for a tornado with this thunderstorm will switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you can see that rotation. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. It's not a particularly super strong signature at this second, but again, we're also in very close proximity to the weather radar. Further north, storm southeast of Marlin, northeast of Rosebud with a tornado warning. Possible circulation showing up west of Bremond, near High Bank, coming into Reagan. Could have a tornado with this thunderstorm at any time. And those storms are all moving northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Oh, yeah, look, there's another one. Continuing on our northward expedition, got a possible tornado now north of Mart, and that's going to be northeast of Hallsburg. If you're on 164, you're clear from this specific storm. Hail falling north of 84 now. Hail falling southeast of Mount Calm. Potential rotation will be north of Mart, will be crossing 84, very near Prairie Hill. Moving northeast towards Coolidge, probably staying a bit southeast of Hubbard and Dawson. Storm is tornado warned and has strong rotation. Be ready and move into a safe place. I note this thunderstorm back southwest of Waco could have some small hail, is not showing signs of low-level rotation at this time. And then, again, we have severe thunderstorms exiting the Metroplex to the east, damaging straight-line winds. These storms could produce a lot of damaging winds in northeast Texas and east Texas tonight, along with the potential for a few tornadoes. We're going to continue watching for that, but for now, they're behaving. Go back down into central Texas. The Brazos Valley has a line of pearls, as we call them. Individual little supercells are moving east-northeast. You see that? Starting to get a little bit of a hook echo with this thunderstorm northwest of Georgetown. I don't believe that is because it's about to produce a tornado, but we are going to watch them. It's acquiring supercell characteristics, so we'll keep an eye on it. This thunderstorm, I believe that's a brand new tornado warning. Going to be a new tornado warning for Burleson and Washington counties. This is going to be for a tornado near Giddings, moving northeast towards Somerville. Lake Somerville State Park and Trailway around 7:50. Somerville itself around 8:05 p.m. And again, this storm does have impressive rotation and an increasing potential to produce a tornado at any time. We want folks in Lyons, Somerville to take shelter. We want folks at the state park. We want folks at Lake Somerville to be in shelter. Sorry, I'm adjusting some data on some other monitors. And let me go ahead and switch. I'm going to switch to the, press that. One moment, please. I'm going to switch some data. I want to show y'all what this storm looks like from the radar located at A&M in College Station. We'll go ahead. We'll also pop on the 3 panel as our live storm chasers are near Milano. I'll keep an eye on their video. But here is the radar from A&M. Look at the supercell southwest of Lyons, west of Somerville. This is a very impressive supercell. Very strong rotation being indicated. A classic Hook Echo Flying Eagle shape, this storm is definitely capable of producing a tornado at any time as it moves east-northeast. And I want folks in Somerville, Lyons, frankly, all the way to College Station to watch this thing like a hawk, because this thing could put a tornado down at any time, and that threat could continue for quite a while. Anyway, back to our live video from Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, and Chelsea Burnett. They're in Milano, or south of Milano, which is going to be located with this supercell northwest of Caldwell, supercell south of Milano, barely. Not seeing a whole lot of low-level rotation show up with this circulation at the second, but I don't trust it too much, and, well, neither should y'all. It's under a tornado warning, so you gotta respect them. Got a tornado warning through Groesbeck. It's going to be for Fannin and Limestone counties. Possible tornado located 7 miles northwest of Bremen, or 8 miles southeast of Marlin, moving northeast at 40. This tornado warning is going to include places like Thornton, Groesbeck, does not include Mahia, Teague, Fairfield, Wortham, or Richland. Storm is east of Marlin now, northwest of Bremen, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Tornado warning goes through 8:45 p.m. Central Time. Folks, I'm going to say this just based on the look of this storm. This storm west of Somerville, I want to go ahead and, if you know folks who might live in Bryan College Station, let them know in about an hour they may have a dangerous storm with a tornado approaching town. In fact, it may be less than an hour. It could be closer to 40 minutes. So again, I want folks in Bryan College Station to realize this dangerous storm may be heading y'all's way. It could have a tornado when it gets near both cities in about 35 to 40 minutes. So if you know someone in Bryan College Station, shoot them a text, give them a call, let them know they have a bad storm approaching to the southwest. It could have a tornado. It's going to be approaching town in about 35 to 40 minutes. Bryan College Station. Got a little line of storms starting to fire back up along I-35 from Belton to Temple down to Georgetown. These storms are capable of producing some small hail, gusty winds. They are not tornadic at this time. We'll keep an eye on this storm southwest of Bastrop. It's behaving itself for the moment. At this point, we're just watching and waiting. We'll switch back up to North Texas. Line of storms with strong winds. Bonham, coming up to Honeygrove, Wolf City, Greenville, Rockwall, it's pouring and storming. Mesquite, same thing, maybe some small hail. Down to Ferris, southwest of Corsicana. See how this line of storms is starting to kind of break up a bit? We're going to have to see if this trend continues. Some weather models were suggesting we might have a more cellular structure to these storms as they made their way further east into a higher wind shear environment. And if that ends up being the case, that'll help ramp the tornado threat back up again. But we'll see. But either way, something's clearly going on down here in central Texas based on the change in storm structure, these hooks. Notice how we're getting a lot larger hooks now than we did about 30 minutes ago. I think our low-level wind shear is starting to intensify here a bit again, which could increase the threat for tornadoes. But we don't have any confirmed reports of a tornado with this thunderstorm west of Somerville, south of Caldwell at this point. We don't have indications that there is a debris signature, and the rotation is somewhat broad at the moment, so we'll see. Storm currently southeast of Milano. honestly does not look the greatest in terms of organization. A tornado warning continues. But hopefully that weakening trend will continue. Storm east of Marlin on Highway 7 does show rotation. Coming up on to Coss. I'm going to say it wrong. Coss. And then could be moving its way up through Thornton and Groesbeck as it moves northeast up 14. If this storm were to continue, it would be an issue for Mahia, Teague, Streetman, Fairfield, and areas east of Corsicana over the next hour or two. We'll see what the Weather Service in Fort Worth decides to do with this Navarro County storm. They've got a tornado warning southeast of Hubbard. Not seeing a whole lot in the way of organized low-level rotation right now. So we'll see if they decide to extend the tornado warning or go with a severe. Note from the Weather Service in San Antonio, additional development is expected to occur along and east of Interstate 35, storm-wise, over the next few hours. Notice how we're relatively quiet around San Antonio, south central Texas. We're going to have more storms fire up, especially along and east of 35 in a few hours. So it's quiet now. It will not remain quiet this evening. And you can see that. We've got a storm west of Round Rock. A little bit of a hook echo showing up there. We're not seeing indications of any low-level rotation at this time. And a bit of hail possible south in southern Bell County. We'll switch back to the Granger radar. Bit of hail possible in Holland over the next 10 minutes with this thunderstorm as it moves northeast at 40 miles an hour. Now, here's something I want to say. Tornado warning's been canceled for Lee County. There's been the Granger radar, which is located, Granger, had a tornado pass within a mile of it earlier. Before that, the radar kept going down. There's been a technician, I assume from the Air Force or military, that has been going out there back and forth all day. Whoever that technician is, I want to thank them for getting this radar back up for the third time this evening, and especially after the tornado, because it provides such a good look at the low levels. So whoever that technician may be, thank you. And from everyone in the weather community and everyone under threat from storms tonight, thank you, because it allows us to provide better warnings. So again, I am concerned with this thunderstorm west of Somerville. It's making a beeline for College Station, about 30 to 40 minutes away, and I am quite concerned it's going to try and drop a tornado around College Station if it doesn't have one already. So, College Station, Brian, y'all are under the gun. Be ready to move to your tornado safe place in about 25 minutes. We'll see what rotation's doing. We're going to do some telestration. These are going to be winds moving towards the radar in Granger, inflow winds. Reds here are moving away. That's going to be your rear flank downdraft, winds coming on the backside of the mesocyclone. You want to look at the reflectivity, you can see that. Inflow winds into the notch of the hook, and then this big hook coming and swinging around is your rear flank downdraft. If this hook swings up into the storm, that'll further enhance the rear flank downdraft and really increase the threat for a tornado. So this is a dangerous thunderstorm and one that deserves respect, and you better treat it with respect if you're downstream of it. And that means enacting your tornado safety precautions, which leads us into this. No mobile homes, no trailers, no vehicles. Don't go take shelter in a large room. Small room, lowest floor, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We want folks to put on helmets, hard-soled shoes. The shoes are so if you end up with damage in your area, you don't end up with feet injuries from stepping on something. The helmet is to protect you and your family, because everyone in your family needs a helmet, yourself included, from being injured by flying debris on the head. Many tornado fatalities over the last decade have occurred because folks have had head injuries. Research has shown a good portion of those head injuries would have been mitigated to some extent if helmets were worn, which is why we want folks to wear helmets. So that is the story with that storm. Frankly, the storm southeast of Milano is not looking all that healthy, and that's a good thing. I'm hoping that means we won't need a tornado warning extended. Storm southwest of Kos is showing rotation, could be a threat to Thornton and Groesbeck over the coming 20 minutes as it moves northeast. We'll switch back to the radar since I'm so good at not doing that. Live storm chasing video from Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, and Chelsea Burnett. They're between Milano and Caldwell. I assume they're heading towards this dangerous thunderstorm. Which this is definitely the most impressive storm we're seeing at the moment. This one that is south of Caldwell, west of Somerville, moving northeast, and could be a threat to College Station. It doesn't take a meteorologist to see we got problems in terms of reflectivity structure. You can see very clear, well-defined hook echo. And looking at rotation, you can see the rotation itself trying to tighten up. And also keep in mind, we are one small cog in a great integrated warning team. We utilize the warnings issued by National Weather Service offices. There are a plethora of storm spotters, storm chasers. There are emergency services out and about spotting, and then of course going in after the fact and providing disaster relief. So we are just one of many sources. And we thank you for tuning in this evening and trusting us with weather information. I'm just going to keep saying it. Bryan College Station, in about 30 to 35 minutes, y'all are going to be under the gun from this tornadic supercell. You're probably going to be under a tornado warning soon. Get ready to move to your safe places. Noticing a bit of an uptick on the hail with this thunderstorm southwest of Hearn, northeast of Milano. See what that does. Besides turn the radar into a 1970s disco party. We note a severe thunderstorm warning for Bell County. The potential for quarter-size hail, localized wind gusts to 60 miles an hour. In Holland, Little River Academy. Into Rogers, this is not a tornadic thunderstorm, at least not at the moment. And they have not yet issued any sort of warning for Navarro County yet with this thunderstorm north of Coolidge. Let me switch to the weather radar in Fort Worth. Let's get a different perspective on this storm. See, different look. There is some rotation showing up with this thunderstorm, moving in southwestern Navarro County. This could be a threat to Angus, Oak Valley, Richland, Corsicana, Eureka. We'll see if the Weather Service elects to go with a tornado warning or not. So far they have not, but there's definitely some rotation with that thunderstorm. We'll take a look at the Temple thunderstorm, different perspective. Some mid-level rotation. We're looking to mid-levels, mind you. And then we're seeing storms starting to develop back further southwest. Alright, we have a new tornado watch for East Texas, Northeast Texas until 3 a.m. This will include Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, Tyler, Longview, Marshall, Jacksonville, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, Huntsville, down to Conroe. It does not include the Houston Metro. We'll show you the tornado watch at some point when it shows up. It does not show up yet. So our live streaming video is from Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, and Alex Bartholomew. They are between Milano and Caldwell, I assume, moving to intercept the storm southeast of Caldwell. You can see they are enjoying a lightning show. If they're having to go east on Highway 21 towards College Station, they are going to be driving through some heavy rain and quite a bit of lightning. And we now have a tornado warning for all... Okay, it's going to be a tornado warning that does include College Station, Bryan, Wixon Valley. It's going to be a tornado warning for Gaines, Grimes, Burleson, and Brazos counties until 9 p.m. At 8:08, we had a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northwest of Somerville, 9 miles southeast of Caldwell, moving northeast at 40. This storm will be near Snook at 8:25, Kyle Field around 8:40, College Station, Bryan, and Wixon Valley around 8:50, and Curtin at 9 p.m. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning now for Bryan, College Station. This does include the Texas A&M University, Snook, up to Wixon Valley. So what we want folks to do now is, your phones are probably chirping and derping. We want folks to go ahead and start moving to your safe places. College Station and Bryan, you still have about 20 minutes or so, maybe a bit more, so you'll have a little bit of time, but we want y'all to get yourselves ready and get into a safe place for this dangerous thunderstorm. What I want to do is, if we are live on Twitter still, I'm going to reset that. Those of you who might be watching, and now Twitter will get a notification that we are live. So those of you who may be joining us on Twitter, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. We've now got a tornado warning for Bryan, College Station, including the Texas A&M University. We want folks to go ahead and start moving themselves into a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We want folks to, one, don't try and go outside looking for this thing because it's going to be rain wrapped. Two, it's moving at 50 miles an hour, so it's flying and it doesn't have to stop at stop signs. And three, we've already had enough tornadoes today hit populated areas. I don't want another one where folks are not prepared. So we're going to do this safely and wisely. Let's go ahead and move north. You can see supercell around Hearn. A very interesting structure. I'm almost wondering if this supercell south of Caldwell is interfering with its inflow and causing the storm between Milano and Hearn on 79 to weaken. I honestly think that might be what's going on, but again, tornado warning remains in effect for places like Milano and southwest of Hearn for another 15 minutes. We'll see what happens with that. We've got a tornado warning for this storm that is on Highway 14 between south of Thornton to Groesbeck. We do have some rotation between Coss and Thornton on Highway 14, and this storm is moving northeast at about, well, I'll tell you, 50 miles an hour. So that means those of you in Thornton, it's going to be there in a few minutes. Groesbeck, about 8:20 to 8:25. Teague, 8:40. If it survives, this could be a threat to Fairfield and Curvin around 8:50 p.m. All right, let's switch to the Fort Worth radar. We'll take a look at the thunderstorm in Navarro County. Still don't see any tornado warning with this thunderstorm. It's not even in the polygon anymore, so it doesn't look like we're going to get a tornado warning with this thunderstorm that exited out of the Waco area, moved towards Corsicana. Being said, we're going to keep a close eye on these thunderstorms. Little area rotation on I-45 between Corsicana and Rice. Nothing to write home about right now. And then all these thunderstorms that are in eastern North Texas, they're not warned at all right now. So we'll be keeping an eye out. But our primary concern is with the thunderstorm approaching College Station and Bryan from the southwest. I'll be crossing over Highway 36, very near Lyons, and then riding up Farm to Market 60 through Snook in the College Station. And again, this tornado warning does include Texas A&M. It includes all of College Station, Bryan, Wixon Valley, Snook. Circulation's crossing over Highway 36 over the next 5 minutes, quickly moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. And again, no reports of a tornado down right now, but we're going to be watching. I need coffee, sorry. Alright, I'm going to be right back in like 30 seconds. Again, I need coffee. Alright, my apologies. Okay, so the storm is now, looks like it is progressing east of Highway 36 up towards Snook. Then after that, we'll be dealing with Bryan and College Station. You can see our friends Adam, Alex, and Chelsea are making their way through a thunderstorm on Highway 190 towards Hearn, which still has some broad rotation. And we'll see if they elect to extend the tornado warning downstream. Thunderstorm south of Groesbeck. Some Little Hook echo now. Those of you in Groesbeck should be in shelter. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between y'all and the outside as possible. It's going to be in a site-built sturdy structure. No mobile homes, no trailers, no vehicles. Noticing quite a bit of a lightning barrage now near Snook and Tunis on FM 60 between Lyons and College Station. So that thunderstorm is definitely intensifying, or at least shooting off a lot of lightning. Storm in Bell County, Holland, up to Little River Academy. Some rain in Temple. A little bit of gusty winds being detected. Nothing tornadic at this point. We'll look from the San Antonio radar just to get a different perspective on things. There is some mid-level rotation with this thunderstorm over Holland. It's not overly rambunctious right now. Bit of an inflow notch, so we are going to have to watch that storm. You'll note we do have a nearly solid line of thunderstorms firing up pretty quick from Georgetown, Cedar Park, Lakeway, Bee Cave. These storms could quickly start producing some small hail, heavy rain, gusty winds. Good news is storms in a line tend not to be as risky in the tornado department. The risk isn't zero, but I mean, it's a lot better than having discrete supercells like we did a few hours ago out in this area. So it's about to rain again in Round Rock, Pflugerville, Austin, etc., and eventually north of Hutto. So that will complicate rescue and recovery operations. So I take a look at some data. I want to thank everyone who's joined us this evening. I know it's been a long day, and it's going to be a long night, mind you. We still have to get all this through East Texas, Northeast Texas, etc. And we're going to be here until it's done in terms of tornadoes. So you can tell I'm probably hitting a little bit of a slight wall, which is why I have myself a pastry, which I might be snacking on, and then would let everyone stare at the chase stream for a minute so you don't have to stare at my face while I'm snacking.
That just kind of gives us a rough idea of what
It's one of those methane things.
looks like it.
This is video from Adam, Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, and Alex Bartholomew. They're heading into Hearn on 79, and they're going to probably be going south on 6 to try and intercept this storm coming into College Station.
I mean, that's the biggest town, like.
All right, let's get back to it. Again, College Station, Bryan, tornado warning. And then this storm near Groesbeck is actually starting to get more rambunctious. Let me switch back to the appropriate radar source. Starting to get a hook echo with this. Starting to see some increasing rotation aloft as well. So I think the chance this is going to end up going tornado warned into places like Fairfield, Teague, and Curvin is increasing. This will be a threat on I-45 between, say, Buffalo and Streetman. Notice the hail probabilities are also increasing with this thunderstorm. So those of you in Fairfield, Fairfield, Teague, understand this storm heading your way is tornado warned. It does appear to be intensifying again. So I think the threat this puts a tornado down is increasing, and we want folks to treat these storms with respect. Okay, so again, this thunderstorm southeast of Groesbeck is showing some very strong rotation now. Frankly, the strongest we've seen with this storm in probably a good hour. We want folks in Freestone County, Fairfield, Teague. You're going to be under a tornado warning probably 10 minutes or something. Let's be honest. This is probably going to require a tornado warning. So Teague, Fairfield, go ahead and start getting ready. Know where you're going to go. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. And get ready to go to your tornado safe place. Down farther south, a thunderstorm near Snook capable of producing a tornado moving into College Station and Bryan. The potential for hail. Not as rambunctious as further north, but the potential for some heavy rain and hail in Bryan, College Station. The threat for a tornado probably staying closer to College Station versus Bryan and Wixon Valley and northwest of Bryan over the next 15 minutes or so. Again, I suppose I can show you what I'm looking at in terms of the high-res data. This is from the radar at Texas A&M. You can see a much different view than the radar at Granger. This is a much higher resolution radar. 11 miles southwest of College Station. See how this storm is moving northeast? We've seen some structure changes. See how that hook echo has become, I'd say, less meaty. It's become a little longer. And then we're starting to see a little curve right here near Snook. You see that shower just ingested? Sometimes those can be catalysts to increasing the probability of tornado genesis. So we really want folks in Wellborn, Snook, and College Station to move into a tornado safe place. And again, that's going to be your lowest floor, center room, away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Sorry, I'm snacking on my biscuit. So, sorry. Watching this storm in southeastern Bell County. A little bit of a hook echo showing up now. Little bit of rotation. We'll watch it. Storms extending farther southwest, Georgetown into Travis County, Lakeway, Bee Cave. Down to Dripping Springs. These could have some small hail, gusty winds, a lot of lightning. We're going to keep watching this storm south of Temple. Alright, we've now got a tornado warning for Limestone and Freestone counties. This is going to be for the thunderstorm east of Groesbeck that is showing rambunctious, spinny behavior. This storm will be near Teague at 8:40, Fairfield around 8:50, Fairfield Lake State Park around 9 p.m. We'll go ahead and say who's in and who's out. His tornado warning will include Teague, Dew, Curvin, Fairfield, and everybody in between. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning until 9:15 with a thunderstorm that is being quite rambunctious. Pretty good hail signature with this too. We could have golf ball to maybe larger size hail. Rotation is increasing with this thunderstorm, and we definitely want no travel on Interstate 45 between Streetman on the north and let's go ahead and say Buffalo on the south. We're seeing quite a lightning barrage with this thunderstorm as well. Definitely indicating the potential for a strengthening updraft. And we could have a tornado from this at any time. Starting to see a pretty gnarly rear flank downdraft coming on. And with the storm approaching Bryan College Station, we'll switch back over to that radar. See this right here near Snook? That's a rear flank downdraft spinning on in. We'll switch over to the wind. Now the wind's not going to look as favorable, but you can actually see a pretty good little circulation popping up here over Snook. Tip of that hook echo right there. And again, this is going to be from the Texas A&M University radar. You might have seen it before. It's on I think an 11-story building. This storm is moving to College Station. Alright, I want folks in Bryan and College Station really to get into shelter. Everything I'm seeing says this thing's trying to produce a tornado. And that threat's increasing. So, again, College Station and Bryan, you need to be in shelter now. This storm's going to be in town within the next 15 minutes. We'll switch back over to our typical radar source. Problematic is one way to describe this grosbeck circulation too. We seem to be ramping up with both these storms. We'll switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see a very strong circulation about to cross over Highway 164 between Buffalo and Groesbeck. This is making a beeline towards Teague and then eventually Fairfield. It may stay just south, but I don't want to bet on that. A little bit of a circulation showing up around Curvin too. But again, this is a very strong circulation now starting to show up east of Groesbeck. The potential for a tornado is increasing, and this potential tornado will cross Interstate 45 between Buffalo and Streetman. Eventually, this storm may pose a threat to Palestine in about 45 minutes. Yeah, I'm actually really confident we have a tornado down near Snook right now. We're going back to that. This is going to be a storm southwest of College Station. This is the radar from the Texas A&M University, very close by. Gate-to-gate rotation. We've got winds moving towards the radar. Very quickly, winds moving away. Flanking line on the backside of the circulation. You can see the hook wrapping up into the storm. College Station, I want you in shelter now. Like, yesterday, now. Okay, I understand that it's nighttime. It's nighttime. You're not going to see the thing, in all likelihood, unless it starts blowing transformers up. Those of you in College Station and Bryan need to be in a safe place now, as this storm does appear to be producing a tornado. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks on the top floor of the dormitories. We don't want folks on the top floor of apartment buildings. Get as low as you can. If simply just get as low as you can, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And this will all be over within 20 minutes, one way or another, in terms of whether it's a tornado or not. It'll be out of town probably within 20 to 25 minutes. So put on some good hard sole shoes, hunker down, and we'll get through it. So again, there is a high probability we have a tornado down right now on FM 60 about 2 miles north of Snook. You can see it kind of on that radar product. You're still looking at the radar, high-res radar anyway, so I mean, you could see it. This is radar from Texas A&M in College Station. Classic supercell. You've got your rear flank downdraft, and this thing's wound up. Winds in green moving towards the radar, winds in pink moving away. You can see gate-to-gate circulation. And there, in all likelihood, is, again, tornado. We'll switch back over to the actual my stream. You can see from the Granger radar we now have a very strong gate-to-gate circulation. College Station and Bryan, really, this is an urgent call to mess action. So if you were in Bryan College Station, if you were at the university, if you're at Texas A&M, you need to seek shelter now. Do not go outside. Look for this. You're not going to see it because it's pouring rain. The only way you're going to see it is after it goes by. Again, potential for a tornado, if not a larger tornado, is increasing if it's not already in progress. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this is now a very urgent situation for Bryan College Station, and that we want folks to be in shelter immediately. If you know anyone in Bryan College Station, call and text them. Tell them there is a tornado down 6 miles southwest of town, and it's coming into town within the next 10 minutes. We're seeing impressive tornadic signatures from the radar at Texas A&M. We're seeing strong gate-to-gate circulation from other National Weather Service radars in the vicinity. We really want folks to be in shelter. All right, we've got a confirmed tornado down. I'm going to start putting names of streets on here. Emergency Management's confirmed a tornado near Snook, near Farm to Market 60 a few minutes ago. This is going to be moving towards Bryan College Station. We've got a tornado confirmed on the ground, moving towards Bryan College Station. This does include Texas A&M. If you are in College Station, you are in Bryan, if you are at A&M, you need to be in shelter. You should have been in shelter 10 minutes ago. If you're just getting the warning, get in shelter now. Alright? There's no joking with this. I want you to hear the urgency in my voice. For about the last 30 to 45 minutes, you've noted I've been relatively jovial. Alright? Now you've heard the switch. I'm now in urgent, we got problems mode, and we got problems. Alright, we've got a tornado down. Radar's showing a very strong circulation, so this could be a stronger tornado. Hopefully it lifts before moving into College Station, Bryan, A&M. I'm not sure it's going to, so this is an urgent call to action. Y'all need to be in shelter now. We've got multiple people reporting a tornado now north of Snook moving towards Bryan College Station. So again, Bryan College Station, I'm going to keep saying it. Get into shelter now. You're almost out of time. Get as low as you can. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Forget about shoes and a helmet at this point. Frankly, it's too late. Just get to shelter. If you know anyone in College Station or Bryan or at A&M, call them. Tell them they have a tornado less than 5 minutes from town and it's coming in. They need to get into shelter now. We've got very strong rotation. I mean, folks, we've got a weather radar literally 4 miles from this tornado, and it shows gate-to-gate couplet. We got problems. Those of you in Bryan College Station, this is an urgent call to action. Y'all need to be in shelter. Now, the good news is, on the NEXRAD data, the circulation's weakened a bit. It's still gate-to-gate. I still think there's a tornado there, but you know what? Maybe this is an inclusion process, and we might get this thing to lift before it moves into town. Tornado is approaching the Brazos River and FM 60. Tornado approaching Brazos River and FM 60 about 2 miles southwest of the Raymond Stolzer Parkway and Riverside Parkway. 100 knot gate-to-gate shear at 300 feet. That's about 115 mile-per-hour winds. And this is moving into College Station and Bryan. Wellburn, I want you in shelter. College Station, I wanted you in shelter 15 minutes ago. If you were at A&M, you better get into shelter now. Your parents are going to whip your behind if you don't. We've got a possible tornado south of Teague by probably 4 to 6 miles, moving east-northeast. This looks like it'll stay a bit south of Fairfield unless it takes a left turn, which I can't rule out. Those of you from Buffalo to from Dew, this could be more of a threat to Dew. This could also be a threat to Palestine in about 45 minutes. Hail core over Teague could have quarter to golf ball size hail. This will stay south of Streetman, south of Curvin. This could be more of a threat to areas east of Fairfield on Highway 84, and eventually could be a threat to Tucker and Palestine. But again, we need to go back to our urgent call. We've got a tornado down, moving into College Station. This tornado is literally minutes from moving into southwestern College Station. So we want folks in shelter now. We wanted folks in shelter 15 minutes ago. I can't tell you how strong the tornado is. I mean, hopefully it's a weak tornado, but a tornado is a tornado. You don't go outside and play in the tornado. And by chance, any atmospheric science students listening to me at College Station and A&M, y'all don't need to go outside and play with the tornado either. Go inside and take shelter. Just because you study atmospheric science doesn't mean you get to go outside and play in it when it's moving right at you. So again, we'll find out over the next 5 minutes what's going on. I'm going to switch some radar data around. This is going to be looking from various sources, so don't freak out. You can see good mid-level mesocyclone looking from the Houston radar. We'll look from the San Antonio radar. A little too far away to see much. You can also see a line of thunderstorms back from Lott to Rogers, to Holland, west of Granger, again, then extending further southwest from Bee Cave, Dripping Springs, Wimberley. But for now, we're going to focus on the two tornadic storms. One, southeast of Teague, passing near south of Fairfield over Interstate 45 over the next 10 minutes. No travel on I-45. Possible, if not probable, tornado in progress, about to move into southwestern College Station. Hopefully it'll dissipate and occlude and we'll get through this without it being down in town. Frankly, I don't want to chance that. We're just waiting for reports, but again, at this point, College Bryan Station, y'all should be in shelter. If something's down, it's probably moving into town now. golf ball size hail from emergency management in Teague. We've got live video from College Station. It's going to be Stephen Jones, meteorologist Trey Greenwood. They're in College Station. And we'll be watching closely for any sort of sign they have power flashes or a tornado. Again, it being after dark, I can't tell if that was lightning or a tornado or a power flash, but we'd be watching for power flashes. This is live video out of College Station. Radar does look a little weaker over the last couple minutes, so maybe we got lucky and this thing cycled and lifted before it moved into town. I'm watching along with y'all. We've got severe storms firing up with hail about to move into Round Rock, Pflugerville. Potential for quarter-size hail, wind gusts to 60 miles an hour. This live video is coming out of College Station. Now the good news is for the moment, the rotation at least close to the surface looks like it's weakened a bit. So we might get lucky here and not have a tornado in town. If we do end up with a tornado in town, we're going to know about it pretty quickly. Because it's a populated area, and we've got live video, as you can see by that cloud-to-ground lightning strike. Regardless, we're about to have very heavy rain and gusty winds in Bryan College Station. The only other tornado warning we currently have in the state is for portions of Limestone, Freestone counties. Go back and look at that. You can keep watching their live video out of College Station. We'll be watching. See a strong or impressive hook echo approaching Interstate 45 near Highway 179. This storm's also capable of producing golf ball size hail as it moves into Fairfield. Potential tornadic circulation very close to 179 now, coming up to Interstate 45. Impressive rotation. Are not seeing signs of a tornado at the surf, or a tornado, but this storm is definitely spinning, and it's well organized. We know the College Station storm produced a tornado just north of Snook. It appears, perhaps with a bit of luck, that tornado lifted before moving into College Station. We're not seeing any sort of tornado debris right now, and the circulation itself is much, much weaker. So we might have gotten really lucky here. By the way, we do have hail moving into Round Rock, areas hit by the tornado earlier. We've got hail about to hit Bartlett and Granger on 95. We've got golf ball size hail reported in Teague 5 minutes ago. This storm west of Austin is now severe, capable of producing winds to 60 and quarter-size hail. We have the possibility of a tornado approaching Interstate 45. Near 179, very strong rotation between Fairfield and Dew. This will be crossing over Interstate 45. We've also got signs of rotation now south of Athens. That's a newer circulation. I'll mosey on over here and take a look. So again, looks like we're starting to ramp up Very strong rotation now, a bit south of Crossroads, just northeast of Cayuga, just northeast of 287. I'll telestrate that. And there's probably going to be a tornado warning for this issued. Area of circulation right there. Little beam, you can see that. And that is probably going to be moving like that. That could be a threat to the city of Athens. And you can see a tornado warning there. That does include Frankston, Moore Station, Coffee City, Prinor, south side of the city of Athens, up into Chandler, west of Tyler. This storm itself could be a threat to Tyler. Notice how we're starting to deal with more of a cellular situation here versus a line. This is what I was afraid of. If this keeps up, we're going to have higher tornado threat, and we're going to start having tornado warnings plastered over northeast Texas. So again, northeast Texas, it's about to get busy. College Station, I think y'all may have made it through without getting hit by a wedge. At College Station, give it another 5 minutes, and you can come out of shelter. Okay, so we have a possible tornado now between 287 and west of 19. This storm, possible tornado northeast of Cayuga, just southeast of Crossroads by about 4 miles, moving northeast. It could scrape the south side of the city of Athens. It's about 11 miles south of Athens. It could scrape the south side, kind of near where the airport is, past just south of Athens. But y'all in Athens should be coming, or should be ready to move to shelter just in case. No travel between Athens on 19, between, let's just say Palestine. No travel on 175 between Athens and Frankston. We don't want anybody going west or southwest of Lubbock Tyler right now either. This storm is kind of making a beeline towards the city of Tyler, so this could be an issue for western Smith County before too much longer. Back towards Fairfield, the potential for a tornado is probably now between Interstate 45 and Highway 84, a few miles south and southeast of Fairfield. After that, the storm will continue moving northeast, could be a threat to areas north of Palestine. Tennessee Colony, Harmony, Bushy Creek, Frankston. Frankston, this initial supercell moving towards the south side of Athens may stay north of you, but you may have to deal with the second supercell. And again, we got hailers on I-35 from Granger to Round Rock. Again, just as we focused on those storms around Round Rock earlier, we're going to focus on the most dangerous storms now. It's raining, it's pouring, the storms are, well, in full glory. Full glory, or whatever, lightning show. Along I-35, so it's hailing. There's no tornado issues with that right now. Strong winds. We're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms. Y'all can check out the weather radar, interactive weather radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com/radar, or just download our free mobile app for rapid-fire updates and the radar. Texas Storm Chasers in the app store on Apple and then the Google Play store. New tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Grimes, Brazos, Madison, and Walker counties. This is going to be for the storm near College Station, moving northeast at 40. Going to be near Madisonville at 9:35. So this is going to include North Zolch, Conwood, Iola, and the city of Madisonville, which means we're not going to want anybody on I-45 between Leona and Huntsville. As this thunderstorm continues to move northeast, you can see a pretty good circulation again. So this thing may be getting ready to drop another tornado. We may have just gotten super lucky and this thing included and was reorganizing as it moved over College Station and Bryan. Someone's prayers got answered. Whoever was praying, you did a good job. Nevertheless, folks need to be in shelter with this thunderstorm as it continues moving northeast. In fact, it is about to drop another tornado. I'm looking at high-res data from the... Well, I'll just show y'all. northeast of Bryan College Station now. Take a look. We're starting to do Rappy the Hook again. We're going to see a little tornado probably pop up in this general vicinity sooner than later. So that is what is going on. Alright, I am going to take a quick 90-second break because I drank too much water. I'll leave it to your imagination what that means, but I will be back in less than 2 minutes. Alright, my apologies, I have returned. Yeah, we got a tornado developing just northeast of College Station now, it looks like. I'll switch back to the A&M radar again. This is a Texas A&M atmospheric science radar on top of what I believe is an 11-story building. Got power flash reports out of this area now, so you can see that hook echo wrapping around. This is going to be northeast of College Station. If you're in College Station or Bryan, you're pretty much clear. If you're northeast of town, you need to be in shelter now. And that's what we're looking at. I gotta press buttons. Apologies. Alright, let's get back to it. So again, storm probably putting a tornado down right now. Let me make sure I'm on the right radar. Granger. There we go. Probably putting a tornado down just northeast of College Station. Rotation's increasing, both at the surface area and aloft. Going to be a direct threat to Madisonville within probably 25 minutes, so say 9:25 p.m. Further north, we've got 2 tornado warnings for 2 separate storms capable of producing tornadoes. First storm, very strong rotation on Highway 84. This is going to be about 3 to 4 miles east of Fairfield. This is going to be moving northeast towards Tennessee Colony and eventually maybe Cuyahoga. Second area of strong rotation is about from downtown Athens, 6-7 miles, moving northeast. Athens, I'd go ahead and just, I mean, this is going to be close for Athens. It should stay just south of town, but I'd also not really want to test out that theory. So if you're in Athens, it wouldn't be a bad idea to mosey on over to your safe places. Otherwise, this storm is going to be moving towards Moore Station, Brownsboro, Chandler, and eventually could be a threat to western Smith County and the city of Tyler if it continues. You can see a very good surge of wind now north of Maybank, west of Canton. I want to watch this closely if this starts to try to spin up. For now, it's straight line winds. Could have straight line winds of probably 70 miles an hour. But if for some reason this tries to tighten up, it could attempt to go tornadic. So the storm west of Ken, I want to keep a very close eye on that. That's got me curious. For now, it's damaging straight line winds. Very strong rotation with the thunderstorms south of Athens. moving northeast. Again, this will be moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And then we still have strong rotation back on 80, or northeast of 84 now, and this is going to be moving towards the Tennessee colony, crossing Highway 287 between Cayuga, I'm sorry, I know I'm messing it up, it's been a long day, and Tennessee colony. We'll switch back to the A&M radar real quick. You can see this thing's wrapping up. This is probably putting a tornado down. This is going to be about 7 miles northeast of College Station, moving towards Iola, North Zolch, Conwood, Madisonville. This storm is putting another tornado down, most likely, and continues to organize. Very well-defined hook echo. You see how it's starting to wrap around. That's the rear flank downdraft, swinging on around and helping to increase the rotational velocity in that area. Notice a lot of lightning icons. I think, in all likelihood, we do have a tornado beginning to develop if it is not down already. So let's get back to it. So we're dealing with 3 tornadic storms right now. And it looks like we have hail problems back east of Granger. Could be golf ball size hail or larger. Just northeast of Bartlett, moving towards Buchholz, Rogers, eventually Cameron. That's a pretty nasty looking little hailstorm right there. No signs of strong low-level rotation at the moment. Farther southwest, we've got storms capable of producing quarter to ping-pong ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. We do not have any indications of low-level rotation at this point. These are more linear storms. So hail, damaging winds, lower tornado threat, at least, for now. Not as worried about those. Storm northeast of College Station, in all likelihood, is trying to put a tornado down right now about 7 miles northeast of College Station. Back into eastern North Texas, beginning to extend into East Texas, we have a couple storms. One south of the city of Athens. Pretty strong signs. We have a tornado about to cross Highway 19, really close to the south side of Athens. So if you're just south of Athens, I want you to be in shelter. We've got pretty good rotation with this thunderstorm east of Fairfield. Let me go ahead. I'm going to start putting some distances. About 10 to 11 miles east of Fairfield for that one storm. And then for the circulation that is south of Athens, we're talking 4 to 5 miles. So I want folks to be in a safe place. If you're in Brownsboro, Moore Station, Chandler, and frankly, folks in western Smith County, you need to be in a safe place as well. Extending back south into the Brazos Valley, we've got a very intense supercell with a high probability of a tornado in progress. This is going to be about 3 miles southeast of Curtin, and this is the Texas A&M radar. This is generally moving towards North Zolch and Cottonwood. This is going to be a problem for 190 around North Zolch and Cottonwood. This right now is about 12 to 13 miles southwest of North Zolch and Cottonwood, moving that direction at about 40 miles an hour. So y'all be sheltered. Okay, let's go back to our full screen of this. I am going to quickly change radar sources. I'm going to take a look from the Shreveport radar. As soon as I learn how to stop pressing buttons that don't need to be pressed. Alright. See, what I'm doing here is I'm just taking a different look. Oh, okay, yeah, we got problems. Okay. Doesn't take a scientist to see we got very strong velocities. Okay, so potential tornado. Honestly, 4 miles south of the city of Athens, about to cross over Highway 19. Potential very strong rotation with this thunderstorm that is back east of Fairfield now by sorry, about 8 to 10 miles. This could be a threat to Tennessee Colony, Harmony, Montalba, Bushy Creek down the road. It's a very strong rotation. Frankly, we are ramping up in the rotation department up here. We've been kind of lollygagging for about 2 hours now. More damaging winds and hail versus much of a rotational signature, but that has changed. And that's changing in a big way. So we want folks to be weather aware. We want folks to be safe. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Storms, gusty winds, quarter-size hail now east of Paris, coming on into Detroit and the port soon. Heavy rain in Sulphur Springs on I-30 between Sulphur Springs and Greenville. Some strong outflow winds about to come on into the city of Canton, and frankly, if that gets potential for hurricane force winds up to 75 miles an hour being indicated by radar. High probability we have a tornado down right now northeast of College Station, 4 miles southeast of Curtin, about 6 miles east of Wixon Valley, 10 miles southwest of North Zolch, 13 to 14 miles southwest of Cottonwood, 18 miles southwest of Madisonville, 10 miles northeast of downtown College Station. Again, that is what I believe is a confirmed tornado based on radar data from the A&M radar, which is extremely high resolution, and I'm looking like 400 feet above the ground. So again, damaging winds, hurricane force moving into Canton. This is showing rotation. Do not be surprised if it tries to spin up into a tornado warning. Looks like we've got a new tornado warning now. This is going to be... I need to stop pressing buttons. Is this the new one? Yes, it's going to be a new tornado warning for Freestone and Anderson counties. It's going to be for the tornado about near Fairfield Lake State Park, or 13 miles east of Fairfield, moving northeast at 50. This storm could be producing a tornado and golf ball size hail. Let me go ahead and click on the track. Poynor at 942, Frankston at about 946, Coffee City 950, Berryville 950, Moore Station 951, Bullard at 1002, Noonday, and Chandler around 1003. And again, this could be a direct threat to Tyler in about an hour. And I do believe we now have a significant tornado in progress northeast of College Station. So let's go ahead and get back down there. Let me show you why I think that. We're going to switch over to the A&M radar. This is live data. Violent rotation being indicated. Winds of about 50 miles an hour moving away from the radar. Winds moving towards the radar at 50. You can see very well-defined hook echo. This is what it looks like on very high-resolution radar data. And this storm is moving northeast at 40 towards North Zolch and Cottonwood, a direct threat to life and property. If you're in Iola to the west, to Highway 190, you need to be in a safe place immediately, as this dangerous thunderstorm continues to move northeast and apparently drops a tornado again. So College Station, y'all got really lucky that this cycled, but it has cycled back up. And again, this is the radar from Texas A&M University, a private radar. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode on our data. We'll switch to the Granger radar. Let me turn off the marker. Base velocity, you can see we've got a very impressive velocity signature showing up. And again, this is about Okay, so this tornado is about 5 miles east of Curtin. 10 miles south of North Zolch, 12 miles southwest of Conwood, 4 miles west of Iola, 11 miles west of Badeas, probably near County Road 106, the Navasota River, moving northeast. And again, we want folks to be in shelter. Madisonville, North Zolch, Conwood, you need to be in shelter. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between y'all and the outside as possible. We don't want folks trying to go outside and look at this thing, probably wrapped in rain. It's after dark. It's going to be very difficult to see, and we don't want folks hurting themselves in the process of doing that. So please, take it from me. Go watch a TV station if you want second-hand verification, but go ahead and move to a safe place. Let's go back north. Switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And I'm actually going to see which radar is closer to all this. Yeah, I think we're probably to the point where the Shreveport radar will be closer. So let's switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Circulation a little more broad, passing literally like 3 miles southeast of Athens, if that. Moving northeast, this is going to be more of a threat to Brownsboro and Chandler versus Moore Station. Circulation further southwest, northeast of Fairfield. This one does have a bit more rambunctious of a look to it. Approaching the Tennessee Colony. Maybe not as strong of rotation. I'm going to switch to the Fort Worth. Moving northeast, this is a threat to the Tennessee Colony, Frankston, Brushy Creek, and could eventually move towards the Smith County area. Also, I want to keep an eye on this storm actually right outside, hold on, just southwest of Frankston. It's starting to show a bit of low-level rotation as well. So, most of these storms are rotating. That's not a surprise to anyone, I don't think. And we still have very strong outflow winds being indicated moving into the city of Canton. Winds maybe 60, 70 miles an hour. So expect some straight line wind damage. All right, let's go back south. Let me see what the closest radar... Tornado likely continues now about 3 miles west of Iola, northeast of College Station and Bryan. I'm just looking to see what radar has the closest look. And it'll be Granger. We'll pop back onto that. It's going to be a tornado, probably a confirmed tornado if we're being honest based on the velocity signatures, but we have not heard any ground truth or debris signature. It's going to be about 3 miles west of Inola, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour towards North Zolch, Conwood, and Madisonville on Highway 190. This is going to likely cross Interstate 45 near Madisonville. I didn't ever turn the radar back on. There we go. Here's a different look from the Texas A&M weather radar. About 3 miles west of Iola. You can see a very strong velocity signature. We're looking at about 900 feet above the surface. Winds in red moving away from College Station. Winds in green moving towards. Strong velocity in conjunction with a nice hook echo. There's probably a tornado about 3 miles west of Iola right now, moving northeast at 40 towards Conwood, North Zolch, and Madisonville, all under a tornado warning through 9:45 p.m. Central Time. Switch back over to the actual pretty map, and you can see the same data, except from a different radar. You can see good velocity couplet 3 west of Iola. We're not seeing any debris indications at this point, which is good. Let's take a look at the I-35 corridor. You can see we've got a pretty nasty looking hailer moving into Rogers. A little bit of an inflow notch southwest of Rogers, but we're not seeing any indications of significant low-level rotation at this time. That's a hailer. Some small hail, maybe quarter-size hail, about to fall in Granger to Weir, west of Hutto. And then another little baby hailer moving on into the city of Round Rock. Unfortunately, that's going to exacerbate rescue and recovery efforts. That storm itself could have maybe some pea-to-dime-size hail, perhaps a quarter-size hailstone or two if it decides to become a little more rambunctious, now that rambunctious is my favorite word this hour. Speaking of rambunctious, this seems like a good time for coffee. Gotta find my straw. Well, that's what we have going on right now. Severe weather threat for the DFW Metroplex is done. Waco, well, I'm not going to say Waco's done. It should be, but let's not antagonize Mother Nature. Oh, by the way, there's a blizzard beginning in the Texas Panhandle. So, couple notes. If you want to keep an eye on the storms, you do that with our interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. If you want to keep up with the storms with radar and rapid-fire updates, just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It's on Google and Apple. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. We can send push notifications out for our new blog posts, the forecast ahead of time of events where we like to get into detail and explain what we think is going to happen. And then, of course, today we sent out some notifications when we had tornado coverage ongoing. So, let me go ahead. Let's zoom out to the entire state. I'm going to turn off satellite. And I'm going to switch radar to a winter mode. I'm not going to change the banner on here. But, it doesn't take a genius to understand white is snow, green is not. But I just told you, we've got snow starting to fall in the Texas Panhandle. We have winds that are going to be gusting over 65 miles an hour tonight. Blizzard, 3 to 5 inches of snow possible in the Texas Panhandle. You can see, I'll switch the radar back into normal mode. We've got severe storms capable of producing tornadoes. 2 southwest of Tyler. 1 coming up on Madisonville. New thunderstorms starting to fire up from Marlin to Rogers to Georgetown to Lakeway to west of Wimberley. We're going to see a lot more storms fire up tonight, by the way, over the next several hours across areas near 35 and southeast. We're going to have storms in the coastal plains. We're going to have storms east of San Antonio. And all those are going to move up into Austin. And this may not be until Tuesday morning, but it's going to happen. So, let's go ahead and switch back to the radar. Switch to Granger. Cute little B-Weir bounded weak echo region. Let me go ahead and point that out. You can see with a little donut in the middle. And that is simply the mesocyclone rotating around and essentially pushing the rain out of the rotation region. That's how you kind of get that little donut shape, or an area of weak reflectivity. Rotation doesn't look as impressive on that radar screen. If we switch back over to the A&M radar, you can see very strong rotation. This is going to be about 2.5 miles northwest of Iola. That's going to be crossing over County Road 103, about 2 to 3 miles northwest of Iola right now. Literally, this was just now. Moving northeast towards Conwood and Madisonville. So there's still a pretty good chance we have a tornado down. And we want folks to treat these storms seriously. Understand, they cycle. Sometimes they cycle up, then cycle back down, and that's why they're called cyclic supercells. We'll switch over to the Shreveport radar, the how hard it's raining mode. You can see kind of a conglomerate of cells. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, see if we can't sort some of this out. A little bit of rotation on 31 between Murchison and Brownsboro. Some enhanced wind coming out of Frankston. And a bit of rotation north of 287. And that's going to be with the storm just north of Tennessee Colony. So, frankly, the storms up here, not as organized as they were by 15 minutes ago. But they're still under tornado warnings. And there are going to be more tornado warnings, probably. Strong winds continue around Canton, by the way. So, northeast Texas, storms capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, small hail, heavy rain in places like Clarksville, DePort, Bogota, Detroit. These storms moving towards, currently in Sulphur Springs, are not considered severe, but may have gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour in spots. Moving east towards Mount Vernon, Mount Pleasant. And then scattered storms extending back southwest, Emory, Quitman, Alba. Severe storms with high winds around Canton, moving towards Grand Saline and Mineola. And then these storms around Athens to southwest of Frankston, Moore Station, Chandler. So we're kind of at a point where we're in between radars. We're not getting a great low-level look at these thunderstorms, and that can make spotting difficult. I haven't heard any ground reports recently either, which is not a surprise, except we did just receive a ground report of a tornado about 2 miles north of Iola. So again, we now have a spotter confirmed report of a tornado north of Iola. And that is with the thunderstorm that is down here approaching Madisonville. And I'll need to switch radars to get a better look at that. So again, it doesn't look like much off the radar you're looking at, but the Texas A&M radar still has a pretty good circulation, though it's starting to occlude. I think what's happening now is the rear flank downdraft is rotated around into the inflow region of the thunderstorm, and we're starting to see the rotation be cut off from its inflow. So that will result in the occlusion of the tornado, and then the tornado itself will dissipate. Now, is that going to result in a new tornado coming down the road next? We'll see. This has been a cyclic supercell, meaning it can produce multiple tornadoes in its lifetime. Doesn't mean it's going to produce tornadoes constantly, but a loss. All right. We're going to have a new tornado warning for portions of Van Zant and Henderson counties. I believe this is going to be for the storm coming up out of near Edom. Give me just a second. I'm trying to see where the closest radar to this is going to be. 94. Sorry, I'm just trying to see which radar is closest before I zoom in and switch. Okay, so it's going to be the Shreveport radar. So we've got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Van Zant and Henderson counties. This does include the city of Van. It does not include the city of Canton. It's going to be for a circulation north of Highway 31, west of Brownsboro, southwest of Edom, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Now, the reason this is such a small tornado warning is the area of Mineola-Lindale is covered by the National Weather Service in Shreveport. Van Zant County, Van Canton are covered by Fort Worth. So what we're going to likely see is Shreveport probably will issue their own warning for their side of the county warning area around the Lindale area. We'll see if they decide to go with tornado or severe. Either way, strong winds, and for now at least the potential for a tornado. My apologies, I have entered reclining mode. I'll actually zoom in on my head. You know that circulation west of Edam's actually ramping up a bit. Unfortunately, due to the area and the area where the radars are located, we're not getting a great low-level view. We're looking at about 9,300 feet above the ground. We're looking at the mid-levels of the storm. We're not looking at the low levels or anything tornadic in nature, at least, but intensifying rotation definitely indicates we could be dealing with the threat for a tornado. So, Edam, you need to be in shelter. Van, east. I'd go ahead and take shelter as well. Oh, excuse me. Those tornado warning will include Redland, Edam, Brownsboro, and we'll just take Van in for consideration. If the Weather Service in Shreveport elects to extend the tornado warning for their area, this will likely result in a tornado warning for the Lindale area shortly. I'll go ahead and switch us back over to the full screen. If we have a tornado down on the storm northeast of Bryan College Station, it's about 4 miles southwest of Cottonwood, or about 7 miles southwest of Madisonville, moving northeast at 40. Let me see if I can do that. Sorry, I know the mic's probably making angry sounds. I'm just trying to get it adjusted. Okay, so let's zoom out. We'll go over what we have going on right now. Let's switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. Let me turn off the distance marker. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings along I-35 from essentially Temple and Belton down to Pflugerville. We've got storms capable of producing some high wind and some quarter-size hail from near Marlin to Rosebud to Rogers to Bartlett to Granger to Round Rock. No signs of tornadic mischief at this time. In terms of tornado warnings, we've got one possible tornado about 7 miles southwest of Madisonville. We've got one possible tornado crossing over Highway 287 northwest of Palestine. Let me switch radar sources. Northwest of Palestine. It's much closer to Highway 19, actually. We'll switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And, I mean, we're looking 10,000 feet above the surface, so not a great look. But still good signs of mid-level rotation, so we could have a tornado. This storm's moving towards Frankston, Prynor, Coffee City, Berryville, Bullard, and could eventually threaten southern Smith County, including Noonday, perhaps Tyler and the city of New Chapel Hill in the next hour. We have a possible tornado being indicated near Edam, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is going to be a threat to places like Mineola and Lindale if the circulation persists. I mean, even Quitman and Winsboro. So we're probably going to have more tornado warnings. Otherwise, the line of storms extending from near Clarksville to Bogota to Sulphur Springs is And Emory generally behaving itself. There's some gusty winds, but nothing in the spinny department or the big hail or super damaging wind department. I'm going to actually interrogate. Let me tell you, I don't trust that. A storm coming up into southwestern Smith County near noonday is showing some rotation, enough to concern me. We'll see if the Weather Service decides to put a tornado warning on that. But anytime you have these kind of individual thunderstorms, even if they're in a relatively localized area, and extreme wind shear conditions, you have to watch them carefully. And that's what we're doing. All these are rotating like a top aloft, but as long as they don't reach the surface, it's okie dokie. So that's what we're going to be watching for. It's nighttime now, so we're not going to see much unless it's illuminated by power flashes. We're talking about an area that has a lot of trees, so it's quite dangerous to chase him. We've got storms moving at 50 miles an hour, making it even more dangerous to chase him. Most of our chasers, if not all of them, that we're chasing today in Central Texas and the Brazos Valley are now going to be heading into Louisiana and setting up for tomorrow's severe weather event in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. During the daytime. So again, we're going to be here as long as there's tornado warnings, and there probably will be for a while yet. Let's take a look at this thunderstorm coming on into Madisonville and Cottonwood. You can see rotation. No clear signs of a tornado at this point. If there was one, it's probably about near Cottonwood and 3 to 5 miles southwest of Madisonville, moving towards Madisonville. We don't want anybody traveling on Interstate 45 right now between Leona and Huntsville, given the fact this storm is dropping heavy rain, hail, a lot of strong winds, and could have a tornado with it. Sorry, I'm checking on a few things. Oh, by the way, this tornado warning does include the Buc-ee's in Madisonville. Alright, it looks like the Weather Service in Shreveport has elected to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for Quitman, Yantis, Mineola up to Pittsburgh, Mount Vernon, northwest of Gilmer. Damaging straight line winds are possible. They say the storm's moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. That's just wonderful. So again, we've got areas of strong rotation. North of Edom, south of Van now. We'll see if the Weather Service in Shreveport believes there's enough rotation to warn a tornado warning into areas of Lindale and Mineola. Looking farther southwest, there is rotation aloft with the thunderstorm. Sorry. With the thunderstorm west of Brushy Creek, southwest of Poynor and Frankston. That is generally moving to the northeast towards Smith County, Tyler area, so we'll keep an eye on that. It doesn't look super strong right now, but we're also looking way above the ground, about 10,000 feet, so we're not going to see any super organized areas of rotation. But we're going to be watching carefully. And for what it's worth, whatever circulation is just east of Van would be completely and utterly wrapped in rain. Not that you'd see it anyway with the trees, but it just adds a complicating factor. All right. Oh, the good news is over the last 2 hours or so, especially the last hour, we're starting to see a weakening of some of the low-level winds. At about between 5,000 and 10,000 feet above the ground, we're starting to see a lot of the energy that was in northeast and east Texas, you know, all the stuff today, is starting to depart the region up into Arkansas, which means our wind fields are starting to weaken, which is why we're not dealing with, you know, super long-lived tornadoes or multiple tornadoes down simultaneously like we were earlier. The threat for tornadoes is still there. It's, in fact, just confirmed. I believe we just had a report of a tornado northwest of Madisonville. Yeah. So let's go ahead and deal with that. That's what I get for saying weakening wind fields. The wind fields are starting to weaken a bit, but they're still quite suitable for tornadoes. Okay, if you're in the city of Madisonville, that includes the Buc-ee's of Madisonville, it would appear we are having a spinny problem. I just had to spot a reported tornado, or power flashes. Haven't heard any other reports yet. It could also be straight line winds, but regardless, we want folks in Madisonville to be in shelter, and we want no travel on Highway 190 between Cottonwood and Midway. No travel on I-45 between Leona and, say, 10 miles northwest of Huntsville. So that's what we have going on right now. You can see some rotation being depicted. Again, unfortunately, this shot has a, we're looking several thousand feet above the ground. If I switch over to the Texas A&M radar, you can see the radar is actually showing a pretty good low-level hook echo at about 2,000 feet west of Madisonville. And we'll see if this results in the potential for tornado genesis. But again, we've got reports of power flashes at least, which indicates we at least have strong winds making it down to the surface. And that's enough to cause wind damage. Power flashes can be all sorts caused by straight line winds or a tornado. And that's how you primarily spot at night. Let's do this. Still a decent mid-level circulation southwest of Poynor, heading up to Highway 175. So we'll be crossing 175 southeast of Athens, near Poynor, west of Frankston, then eventually could make its way up into southwestern Smith County. Ignore the purple, it's just dumb radar data. But definitely still discrete supercell. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Potential tornado down about 2 miles, if that, northwest of the city of Madison. we want folks in Madisonville to be in shelter. No travel on 45. We don't want folks going on 19 or 190 around Madisonville either right now. Again, significant straight line winds or even a tornado could be in progress right now. And we'll see what the Weather Service does with this circulation. It's about to exit the tornado warning west of Frankston. We'll see if there's a new tornado warning east of Athens. Got a new tornado warning for the Madisonville storm. Nothing surprising there. This tornado warning is going to include Madisonville up Highway 21 through Midway, Ostonio, and cuts off near Lovelady to just southwest of Crockett. This is moving towards Crockett, by the way, so if it continues, it's going to be an issue for Crockett in about 55 minutes. Tornado warning does continue through 10:30 p.m. and 9:39 p.m. A possible tornado is located over Madisonville, moving northeast at 40. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. And if there is one, it is very near the city of Madisonville right now. We've got a new tornado warning farther north, Henderson County. It's going to be for the storm coming out of, I believe that's Anderson County, up into Henderson County. Something like that. It's going to be crossing over Highway 175 near Poynor, southeast of Athens, west of Frankston. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Oh, must we be garbagey data? We do have reports of, multiple reports now of a tornado on the ground in Madisonville. So if you're in Madisonville, you need to be in shelter now. We have a confirmed tornado near or in town. And those of you at the Buc-ee's need to be in shelter in Madisonville too. So again, tornado down now in the city of Madisonville on Interstate 45. This circulation, potential tornado near Poynor, crossing 175. It'll be in Moore Station at 9:53 noonday around 10:04. Could move into the city of Tyler around 10:16. Chandler at about 10:05. We'll see what happens with that and if the Weather Service of Shreveport decides to go tornado warning. But we have a confirmed tornado in progress right now in the city of Madisonville. Let's go ahead and dive on in. You're not going to really see much in the way of a circulation on the radar from Granger. It's simply too far away. We look from the radar data from the Texas A&M radar. You can see a well-defined hook echo very near the city of Madisonville, about to cross over Highway 75 and then cross over Interstate 45 near or north of Main Street. So again, we want folks in Madisonville, you need to be in shelter. If you're not, well, too late. Midway, you're going to be next up on the list of problems for this supercell. You all need to go ahead and get into shelter now, as a thunderstorm with apparently a confirmed tornado is very near the city of Madisonville. Multiple reports of a tornado in Madisonville at this time. So, those of you in Madison, there's a tornado down in Madisonville. Next up, the storm will be riding Highway 21 up to Midway. Midway about 9:50. And then if it makes it in about 45 minutes, the city of Crockett around 10:29 p.m. I got a severe thunderstorm warning near Laredo down in South Texas. I just want to take a look at this. Tornado risk, there's not a tornado risk with this. It's a hail risk, but it looks like the potential for quarter-size hail, wind gusts to 60 miles an hour, storm over Rio Bravo and Highway 83 staying southeast of Laredo. And I just wanted to take a look and see what was going on with that. No severe weather warnings for these storms now east of 35 from Groesbeck to Marlin to Rosebud to Granger to Round Rock. They are weakening. And we're hearing reports of a large tornado. Okay, so folks in Madisonville, we're receiving reports of a tornado down. Tornado is still down. It's probably near Interstate 45 or about to move just northeast of Interstate 45. We've heard reports that we've got numerous vehicles impacted on Highway 190. Why we've got vehicles driving in tornado warnings, I don't know. But unfortunately, we've got reports multiple vehicles have been hit by said tornado in Madisonville on 190. I hope this didn't hit the Buc-ee's. But again, this is a confirmed tornado moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. It'll be in Midway. Oh, here, let me see if I can at least get a storm track. Give it 10, 15 minutes, about 45 minutes for Crockett, maybe a little later. Let's go back to East Texas. Have a single tornado warning for eastern Henderson County. This does not include Athens. This is for a circulation northwest of Poynor. Moving northeast, pretty good circulation actually, considering we're looking so high up off the ground. This circulation's moving towards Moore Station, Chandler, may approach or stay a bit east of Brownsboro, and then eventually could make it into Smith City. Smith County, and the city of Tyler. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. We've got severe storms in the Tyler area right now, with some strong wind, little rotation on the west side of Tyler showing up. Nothing that is tornadic at this point. Madisonville, you're clear. If you're in Madisonville, you can come out. If you're along and west of 45, you should be past the tornado. We note the circulation on 175 northwest of Poynor is becoming problematic, intense-wise. Pretty strong-looking storm. We note a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with it, too, right now. So it appears the updraft is intensifying, and thus the tornado threat itself may also be increasing. So we've got 2 tornado warnings, one for eastern Henderson County, Moore Station to Chandler. This could be a threat to western Smith County. Storm number 2, we have a tornado down that has impacted parts of Madisonville. We've heard reports of vehicles being hit. In Madisonville, we have a tornado. It is now east of Interstate 45, an impressive bounded weak echo region being depicted from the Granger radar. We're probably looking 6,000 to 7,000 feet up, but check out that bounded weak echo region. It's where rotation in the updraft or the mesocyclone is pushing all the rain out. It pretty much rotating the rain around, which is how you get an area of weak reflectivity. So this is going to be a threat to Crockett in about 40 minutes in all likelihood. Probably staying northwest of Midway, I hope, unless it turns right. It's under a tornado warning in Midway up to Ostonio, so y'all need to be in shelter regardless. Lovelady, you're in the tornado warning. Crockett, you're not in any warning yet, but I think you're going to be. This has the storm arriving in Crockett at about, let's say 40 minutes for good measure, 10:30. And based on the current ingredients, atmospheric, whatever, it's probably going to require a tornado warning. If we have a tornado down, it's probably about 5 to 6 miles northeast of Madisonville now. We're seeing pretty good signs of rotation across eastern Henderson County. Pretty impressive rotation, honestly. This is going to be passing near Coffee City and Poynor. Very strong rotation being indicated, so this is definitely a problem. Those of you in Noonday, White House, Bullard to Tyler, keep an eye on this storm. It's heading your way, and it seems to be intensifying, so don't be shocked if y'all end up under a tornado warning at some point. Storms that extend from Groesbeck to Marlin, Bremond, Rosebud, west of Cameron, down to Taylor to Austin are not severe. A lot of lightning, maybe some small hail, heavy rain, but they are not severe in the sense of big hail or tornado. Alright, we've got reports of damage around Highway 75 and East Collard Street to multiple structures in Madisonville. And that's with the storm that just crossed Interstate 45. Storms with strong winds, small hail moving into Tyler right now. And we're watching the circulation with this thunderstorm and tornado warning approaching Moore Station west of Coffee City. We're looking way up in the atmosphere, about 8,700 feet. A pretty strong mid-level mesocyclone, and this could pose a threat to the city of Tyler, western Smith County, up towards eventually Winoma and Owentown. We're also keeping an eye on some rotation developing north of Tyler, coming up on Interstate 20. Near Lavender Road. Some weak mid-level rotation. We'll see. It's not in the typical place for storm mischief, though, in terms of rotation. So again, we have two tornado warnings right now. One, eastern Henderson County through about 10:15 p.m. Bah humbug. About 10:15 p.m. includes Chandler, Brownsboro, Coffee City, Poynor, and Moore Station. And then we've got a tornado warning for portions of Grimes, Houston, Madison, and Leon counties. And that in itself is going to be more of an issue for Midway, Estonio, Lovelady, Cut, and eventually perhaps the city of Crockett by 10:30. And by the way, don't bother trying to get near Madisonville right now. The roads are blocked with downed trees and debris. We'll switch over to the still an impressive bounded weak echo region with this thunderstorm. Okay. The radar algorithm on this program doesn't seemingly want to let me show you the velocity, so give me just a second. I'll switch it over and use a different program if I can. Which I may not be able to do. My weather data sources are not working great tonight. We'll just use that. Alright. So we're going to do, we'll switch over to this. You can see we still have a good, strong mid-level mesocyclone north of Midway now. We're talking probably a good 12 miles northeast of Madisonville. We're looking 12,000 feet above the ground, so we're not seeing the low levels, but still very impressive bounded weak echo region. You can see that weakness in the reflectivity with hail rotating around the thunderstorm's updraft. This will be approaching Antonio, probably about 3 to 5 miles north of Midway, moving towards Ostonio. Whatever. And then eventually the city of Crockett. We're going to go up here. We're going to take a detailed quick look at the storm southwest of Tyler near Moore Station. We're going to take a look at a couple things. We still have strong rotation being detected near Moore Station. And we've got strong rotation now with this thunderstorm near Owentown to Winona. So let's switch back over to our typical weather software and we'll discuss it further. I'm becoming more concerned with this. Bounded weak echo region. Yeah, no, we've got a tornado developing. If you're in Winona, Owentown, you know what, Gladewater, Liberty City, I'm going to go ahead and say it. This looks like a tornado getting in the development stages here. So I would suspect we're going to get a tornado warning soon, but I'd go ahead and move to shelter if you're in Winona, Gladewater, Liberty City, Big Sandy perhaps. This thunderstorm circulation moving like this. Starting to get some pretty impressive winds moving towards the radar in Shreveport. Winds moving away in red. We'll do some probing. Winds moving towards the radar in Shreveport about 50 miles an hour. Sorry, let me clear the telestration. Winds moving away from the radar about 40, so we're about 90 to 95 mile an hour winds with this circulation that's rapidly developing now near Owentown, northeast of Tyler. There's the latest scan that just came in, continues with very strong circulation. Bounded weak echo region, you can see that right there, that area devoid of precipitation, or at least a weaker area of precipitation. And we do have a tornado warning now, so there you go. It's going to be a tornado warning for portions of Smith, Wood, and Upshur counties. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles south of Hawkins, 10 miles northeast of Tyler, moving northeast at 40. Circulation is going to be near Owentown, moving up Highway 155 towards Winona and Big Sandy. So again, this is going to be a new tornado warning north of Tyler, northeast of Tyler, moving northeast towards Big Sandy. Folks include Hawkins, Big Sandy, Pritchett, just southwest of Gilmore, Union Grove. East Mountain does not include Gladewater. No signs of a debris signature being indicated yet, but we still have a strong area of rotation being detected, maybe not as strong as a few minutes ago. Looking southwest toward Moore Station, I know that velocity is increasing. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if we ended up having a tornado warning southwest of Tyler for noonday and then up into Tyler itself. So again, we're now dealing with, in the immediate vicinity of Tyler, a possible tornado near Moore Station coming up on noonday in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Could be a threat to the city of Tyler. Noonday, okay, maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes. City of Tyler, 20 minutes. Possible tornado located near Interstate 20 and Highway 155. Moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Could be crossing Highway 180 between Gladewater and Big Sandy by, let's just say, 10:10, maybe 10:12. Passing over 271 between Gilmer and Gladewater, Union Grove, in about 20 minutes. So let's just say Union Grove about 10:25, East Mountain 10:30 if it makes it, or City up on 259 at 10:51 p.m. In terms of the tornado warning near Moore Station, this might end up in noonday around 10:08. If it continues, the city of Tyler at 10:21, Winoma at 10:37, Big Sandy 10:46. And I'd kind of be surprised if this wasn't a tornado warning sooner rather than later for portions of southwestern Smith County. Either way, we're going to be keeping a close eye on it. We've got no ground truth of tornadoes down with either of these thunderstorms. But they do look impressive on radar. Circulation now approaching Winona. It might be a little broader now, but certainly capable of producing damaging straight line winds, if not a quick tornado. Now northeast of Interstate 20. Back down towards Moore Station. Strong circulation will be coming up in noonday in southwestern Smith County within the next 5 minutes. Let's take a look at the circulation and storm coming up on Crockett. Give me just a second. I need to switch radar sources. This thunderstorm. Oh. Here, I'll just switch to Houston. It's got a better look at the mid-level meso. Still a good mid-level meso with this thunderstorm as it passes northeast of Midway, moving generally towards the city of Crockett. We haven't heard any recent reports from this thunderstorm. Folks in Estonio and eventually probably Crockett need to move to shelter. This storm did produce what could be a strong tornado in the city of Madisonville about 20 minutes ago. We want folks in Estonio on Highway 19, I believe. Or I'm sorry, 21 to be in shelter. So again, 3 storms we're watching for tornado activity. One coming up on Estonio, and then perhaps the city of Crockett on Highway 21. Eastern Brazos Valley moving into East Texas. We have a tornadic thunderstorm near Moore Station moving towards noonday in southwest Smith County, and a possible tornadic storm near Winona moving towards Big Sandy. Switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see circulation number 1 near Winona. Near Winona. Circulation number 2 coming up on noonday. If I had to say which one was more impressive, I'd say probably the one coming up on noonday, but I noticed that little notch near Winona. And I want to see what that... I'm not sure if the radar data is just having some issues south of Hawkins or if that's actually a circulation, but regardless, tornado warning. Looks like we are going to end up with a tornado warning for Smith County for the city of Tyler here sooner rather than later, if I had to bet. But I don't have to bet, but I do see the tornado warning. So this is going to be a tornado warning for the city of Tyler for noonday for White House. That runs for until 10:30 p.m. Possible tornado located 8 miles south of Hawkins, 10 miles south. Excuse me, that's the other one. Until 10:45 p.m. It's going to be a possible tornado 8 south of Hawkins. No, it's not. What is going on? Okay. Tornado warning till 10:30. Possible tornado near Coffee City, 14 miles southwest of Tyler, moving northeast at 35. So I want to make sure my Facebook stream is still live. For what it's worth, a storm east of Laredo in South Texas has apparently now been warned for baseball-sized hail. I'm still live, it looks like. We still have a lot of people watching. So, real quick, since we do have a new tornado warning for a populated area, I want to go ahead and give some safety tips. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks in mobile homes, vehicles, under highway overpasses, or in manufactured housing. You need to be in a site-built structure. If you don't have one, go to a restaurant, a gas station, hotel, or something. Otherwise, grab some hard-sole shoes, put them on, just in case you have to walk over debris. And if you have time, grab helmets. Could be a bicycle helmet, motorcycle helmet, sports helmet. That'll let y'all be good to go if there's flying debris. So again, seeing a pretty good circulation now coming up towards Big Sandy and Hawkins. Pretty good circulation coming up to noonday. And a strong circulation coming up on Estonio, southwest of Crockett. That is farther south and east in Madison and Houston counties. So we want folks to treat these storms seriously. They're moving quickly in an environment supportive of tornadoes. Maybe not as supportive as we had earlier today back on I-35, but still supportive. And it's nighttime. You're not going to see them. So again, circulation number 1 near noonday. Circulation number 2 coming up on 80 between Hawkins and Big Sandy. And for what it's worth, we've got a pretty strong circulation coming up on Estonio in southeast Texas. And I suppose, actually, I'll just switch over and show y'all that real quick. I'm going to use the A&M radar from the University from Texas A&M. That's not what I wanted. My apologies. Please stand by while I throw the radar out the window. Sorry, it's having to load data. While it does that, I'll switch back. So the latest out of for the Estonio storm, you can see Hook Echo. This is going to be about 5 miles southwest of Estonio, moving northeast. Well-defined inflow notch. Good rear flank downdraft. Significant threat for a tornado in Estonio over the next 15 minutes. Crockett within 25 minutes. All right, back to East Texas and our tornado warnings around the city of Tyler. One storm near noonday, possibility of a tornado developing near noonday, moving northeast towards the city of Tyler. That would have the storm in Tyler within the next 15 minutes. Second possible tornado is on 80 between Hawkins and Big Sandy, moving northeast. At about 40, circulation should be just a bit north of 80 now, west of 155. Could be a threat to Gilmer. And then circulation number 2, with storm number 2 is near noonday, moving northeast. So real quick, because I drank too much water again, I'm going to take a very quick break. I'll be back within 2 minutes, but again, One tornado possibly in the city of Tyler within 15 minutes. One possible tornado now just northeast of Hawkins and Big Sandy moving towards Gilmer. Possible tornado in Estonio on Highway 21. And then eventually Crockett over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Alright, my apologies. I'm back. I drank a lot of water, that's all I'm going to say about that. Okay, one circulation, possibly northwest of Big Sandy, northeast of Hawkins, now north of Highway 80, kind of paralleling 155 a few miles west, moving northeast towards Gilmer. This is a problem. This circulation may be a mile north of noonday if that is intensifying and moving into southwest Tyler, which we do not want. And those of you near Estonio, southwest of Crockett, there's probably a decent-sized tornado down right now near Estonio. And this would be a direct threat to life and property in the city of Crockett within 20 minutes. So we want folks to be in shelter. And in fact, I'll just show you real quick. It's going to be the Crockett circulation from the Texas A&M radar. You can see a well-defined hook echo approaching Estonio. And this is generally making a beeline towards Crockett and would be there in probably 15 minutes, maybe 20. It's about 13 miles southwest of town. So let's get back to the storms coming in on into the city of Tyler. Circulation is tightening up or intensifying as north noonday coming into the southwest side of Tyler. I really want folks in Tyler to be in shelter. So it's what we call a gate-to-gate circulation. And frankly, the threat of a tornado is pretty significant right now with this storm. So if it doesn't weaken, we're going to have a big problem. I'd say I'm relatively confident we have something trying to spin up right now with this circulation, which would have been around Loop 49, Butler Creek, to, I'm just trying to find a road around here, Rushing Road. moving northeast towards the city of Tyler, generally towards southwest, or the southwest loop 323 towards Town Park Drive. We really need folks to be in shelter if you're in the city of Tyler. It's an urgent call to action. Y'all need to be in shelter. It's also an urgent call to action not to have a giant microphone in my face blocking the camera. Storm that is further north along 155 is not as intense rotation-wise. We'll see what the Weather Service decides to do as it moves towards Gilmer. Pretty strong circulation near Estonio. Generally going to be making its way towards Crockett. But we're going to be keeping an eye on the storm coming on into the southwest side of Tyler as we continue to see very strong rotation. Pretty good hook echo with this thunderstorm. We do note if there's a tornado, it's likely going to be completely and utterly wrapped in rain. Should have an updated scan coming in shortly. We continue with gate-to-gate circulation, now coming up to spur 364. It's going to be east of Greenbrier Road, maybe a bit west of 323. I'm going to start labeling. We want folks in the city of Tyler to be in shelter as storm's moving northeast. This is coming up to 364 and 323, southwest sides of Tyler. We've got a confirmed report of a tornado near Estonio on Highway 21. So this circulation down southeast Texas near Estonio, confirmed tornado. I just got a spotter report. They're seeing power flashes. This southwest Tyler, circulation moving into town from the southwest. If there's a tornado, it's going to be wrapped in rain. We're not seeing indications of debris lofted at this time, but the circulation is pretty impressive, and we are definitely concerned about a tornado. If not that, a pretty impressive rear flank downdraft with damaging straight line winds coming on the backside of the circulation. We have a tornado warning now for the city of Crockett. We're going to go look at that real quick. Actually, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. First, okay, Gilmer's fine for now. Tyler, I want Tyler to be in shelter. We're going to... Well, that was a trip. Okay, we're going to look from the Texas A&M radar. Circulation. Estonio. Tornado near Estonio right now, moving towards Crockett. Need to be in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No trailers, no mobile homes, no vehicles. We don't want anyone on Highway 21. Sorry, I'm playing with radar data. I'm just checking. And again, strong circulation now moving into the west side of Tyler. East Campbell Parkway at spur 323, west side. Based on radar data. We haven't had any ground reports. Switch back over to the, well, actually, y'all can see the polygon. Crockett, cut, possible tornado near, just north of Estonio. Moving towards Crockett, Grapeland. That'd be Highway 287 from, say, Elkhart south to Crockett. No travel. No travel on Highway 7 from Ratcliffe to Crockett. I just had a report of a 62-mile-an-hour wind gust at Tyler Fields. Large wedge tornado on near Highway 21 near Antonio. So that is a significant tornado. Not that we can see it because radar data hates me. So we'll just switch back to our typical data. So we're going to go look at that real quick. Now we're so far from radar data, I can't tell you exactly where this is going to be, but we have a report of a very large tornado with this thunderstorm near Antonio, generally moving towards the city of Crockett. To Grapeland. So we want folks in Crockett to Grapeland to be in shelter. We want folks from Crockett to Kenner to be in shelter. And we want folks from Estonio to Crockett to be in shelter. In fact, I will. Here we go. It's going to be the Texas A&M radar, who are kind enough to make their data available publicly. Very strong rotation with what is a large tornado. In all likelihood, I'm just going to guesstimate, this is probably now about 4 to 5 miles northeast of Estonio, about 7 to 8 miles west of Crockett, moving northeast. This is going to probably be a threat to areas between Crockett and Grapeland. And again, this is a thunderstorm with a large tornado confirmed by storm spotters and storm chasers who are chasing up Highway 121 towards Crockett. So y'all need to be in shelter. No mobile homes, no trailers, no vehicles. You'd be better off driving out of the way of this thing than staying in a mobile home. But you need to do it now because it's moving at 50 miles an hour. Back to the Tyler storm. We'll actually check two things. One, that's a problem. Circulation south of Gilmer is tightening up. You see that hook echo. It's going to be probably 4 miles south of Gilmer, moving northeast. That's going to need a tornado warning up towards Ore City. Potential for a tornado there, it seems to be increasing. We've got a strong circulation right in the center of Tyler. We have no reports of a tornado in downtown Tyler. We have no debris signature in Tyler. That's a good thing, but we have very strong rotation right in the middle of the city of Tyler. So those of you in Tyler, you should have been in shelter 15 minutes ago. At this point, whatever. But again, pretty strong rotation right in the center of Tyler right now. And then the Gilmer circulation, we've got a pretty good little hook echo trying to push out. That might just be a rear flank downdraft moving east. Either way, that may help spin a tornado up about 4 to 5 miles south of Gilmer, and there you can go. I mean, it's spinning up. See that hook wrapping around right there? Yeah. The tornado threat's definitely increasing here. So again, 3 tornado warnings. 1, just south of the city of Gilmer. Possible tornado rapidly becoming more likely. 2, we've got strong rotation now on the east sides of the city of Tyler. No reports of a tornado down right now, but that's a very strong rotation that could put a tornado down any point. And then we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado about near Estonio, moving northeast, could threaten the city of Crockett, crossing Highway 287 between Crockett and Grapeland. So if you're in Crockett, Grapeland, Purcell, Kennard, Crockett, Latexo, you need to be in shelter. Strong rotation continues east side of Tyler. Strong rotation continues. I know the radar data is kind of messed up right there, but you'll have to trust me. Continues a couple miles south of Gilmer on Highway 271. Since these are moving northeast so quickly, it's probably going to be up towards Highway 30. Or, excuse me, 300 sooner than later. And again, tornado warning for Houston County for the city of Crockett. Latexo up to Grapeland. Tornado likely crossing over Highway 7 now, about 6 miles west of the city of Crockett. We're going to have a new tornado warning back in East Texas. This is going to be for the circulation near Gilmer. Tornado warning is going to include Gilmer, Ore City, Avenger, Lone Star. Does not include Jefferson. Does not include Linden yet. Does include Hughes Springs. So again, this is going to be a new tornado warning, and frankly, pretty impressive. Honestly, that might be a tornado debris signature we're getting. I can't tell. I'm not comfortable enough to say. So let's go ahead and look at that. Tornado warning. Let me turn the severe warning off. This tornado warning will run until 11:15. Possible tornado located just southeast of Gilmer, if not near Gilmer. Moving northeast at 45. Let's see if we can get any time estimates. It's going to be a tornado warning for portions of Marion County, Cass County, Harrison County, Upshur County, Morris County, Camp counties in northeast Texas, kind of a sliver of each county. Storm moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's going to be near Diana at 10:40, Ore City and Cedar Springs at 10:45, Lone Star and Jenkins at 10:55. It's had a report from Emergency Management. Power flashes visible from northeast northeast Tyler. We just had a tornado cross Highway 7 west of Crockett by about 6 miles. That tornado is going to likely be a direct threat to Latexo, areas between Grapeland and Crockland on Highway 277 the next 20 minutes. A large and extremely dangerous tornado. And by the way, for those of you who want something a little different, I believe we also have live video up now of a blizzard in the Texas Panhandle, so pick your poison. New tornado warning. This is going to be for a circulation near the city of Tyler, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Tornado warning for portions of Smith, Upshur, and Gray counties. So 2 storms, same general areas capable of producing tornadoes. This one's going to have a tornado near Big Sandy at 10:45, Liberty City at 10:50, Gladewater around 10:55, White Oak, Clarksville City, and West Mountain at 11, Longview and East Mountain at 11:05. Let's go ahead and dive into the velocity data. Strong circulation over Loop 323, probably 2 miles south of 271, moving northeast towards Winona, Liberty City, Gladewater. I gave you time estimates, so that's the general timing. Should hopefully stay a bit north of Longview. Circulation near Gilmer, Ore City about 10:45, 11 o'clock for Avenger, 11:18 for Linden. We'll switch to the debris tracker. I'm not really seeing any signs of debris. That is good. I stand very corrected. We got a problem. We got a massive debris signature just southeast of Gilmer, so we now have a confirmed tornado in progress with a debris ball on Highway 154 about 2 miles east of Gilmer. So this is going to be a confirmed tornado, and what may be a large tornado at that now, 2 miles east of Gilmer on Highway 154. Blue donut is the radar detecting tornado debris being lofted. It's not a hailstone, raindrop, snowflake, if it was cold enough for snow. This is going to be pieces of trees, could be structure debris, etc. Either way, the radar is able to determine and tell that, and we've got a tornado down. So that's going to be a tornado debris signature. Even on reflectivity, that enhanced reflectivity, that's called a debris ball. Switch over the velocity data, you can see that right there. We do have a tornado down on Highway 154 about 2 miles east of the city of Gilmer. So now we quickly ramp up our wording and our concern. So those of you in Ore City, potential of a tornado that is confirmed down doing damage 2 miles east of Gilmer on 154 moving towards Ore City. Could be in Ore City by 10:40 to 10:45 p.m. 25 minutes to Avenger, and then if it were to continue up 155, this storm would impact Linden in about 45 minutes. So again, a confirmed tornado is doing damage 2 miles east of Gilmer now, 154, moving northeast. Massive debris signature. You're going to see it update here in just a moment. It's that blue donut. That's the radar determining we've got a lot of debris being lofted. It's not a raindrop. It's not a hydrometeor. It is not a snowflake. It is debris. Could be tree branches, leaves, could be pieces of structures, whatever's out there. Either way, we got a tornado. It's down. It's doing damage. Y'all need to be in shelter now if you are in Diana, Ore City, Lone Star, Avenger, Lassiter, Berea. We have a tornado down. And it's doing damage. Okay, I'm going to switch back over. Let me turn off the telestration. Okay, back southwest to Tyler. This thing's wrapping up real quick, too. We don't have a debris signature at this point, but very strong rotation on Highway 271, about to come into Winoma. 271, Interstate 20 on the east side, northeast side of Tyler. Those of you in Gladewater, East Mountain, west side of Longview, Liberty City, this storm is showing signs it's going to drop a tornado here again, or drop a tornado very soon. So we have tornado down about 3 miles east of Gilmer. Massive debris signature being detected now by the Shreveport Weather Radar. This is debris being lofted. This is the debris tracker. See how everything is red, but then you get the blue donut? Look at reflectivity right in the hook. Velocity right there with the couplet. That's what we call a tornado debris signature. Even on reflectivity, that red area in the hook, that's a debris ball. There's so much debris being lofted by this tornado, it's making the radar think there's actually pieces of hail or something. So we got problems. So we have a confirmed tornado doing damage like 3 miles east of Gilmer on 154. I guarantee you 154 is impassable now, west of 259 and probably about 3 miles east of Gilmer. This is going to be moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour towards Ore City, Diana. Ore City's on 259. Diana's where 259 and 154 intersect right there. Ore City right up there. This is an urgent call to action for anyone in Ore City to get their behind to shelter now. You've got what could be a large tornado down doing damage. You're not going to see it. It's moving 50 miles an hour. It's 11 o'clock at night almost, and it's pouring rain. It's shrouded by rain. Last thing we need are folks getting killed because they want to go outside and look at a tornado, only have a tree fall on them. Okay, circulation that is northeast of Tyler is ramping up as well. This could put a tornado down any second. Hail core is ramping up too, for what it's worth. Notice that it's like we flipped a switch. Notice how we just went from, kind of mediocre rotation to, yeah, there may be a tornado 10 minutes ago to, holy cow, we got problems. Just like that. That's what can happen. And notice not only is the Ore City storm east of Gilmer got a tornado, this one northeast of Tyler is probably on its way to doing the same thing. Notice how much more supercellular these look with those hook echoes. We have a confirmed tornado doing damage now, probably 4 miles east of Gilmer, moving towards Ore City. Massive debris signature continues, strong rotation. Tornadoes down doing damage. Tornado now possibly on Interstate 20 at Highway 155 just south of Winona, near 271 and I-20 on the east side, northeast sides of Tyler. We don't have debris signature with this one at this point, but I wouldn't be shocked if it happens any minute. We also know the hail core and the lightning are going berserk on this thing. So in all likelihood, all signs are pointing to this thing about to put a tornado down as well. So let's go over it. We've got confirmed tornado about 4 to 5 miles east of Gilmer, moving towards Ore City. Ore City, it's going to be in town or near town by 10:45, if not a few minutes sooner. Possible, if not likely, tornado near Interstate 20 and Highway 271, 155. Northeast side of Tyler, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. This is going to be a threat to Gladewater, Union Grove, East Mountain, Western Longview. Going south, we've got a tornado down probably very near Latexo. This tornado will be crossing 287 near Latexo. Wrapped in rain. Radar's not close enough to get a great view. But we need folks along 287 from Grapeland to Crockett to be in a safe place. This was a relatively large tornado when it crossed Highway 7 about 15 minutes ago, and it still could easily be on the ground. So y'all need to be in shelter. Those are the 3 tornado warnings we have in effect right now. So again, we have a confirmed tornado about, oh, you know what, versus me actually guessing on the distance per se. Let me just show you. That's the tornado, about 5 to 6 miles northeast of Gilmer, moving towards Ore City. There's your debris signature. Here's Ore City, about 9 miles southwest of Ore City, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's going to be a direct threat to Ore City, Highway 259, Highway 155 north. We also could have a tornado develop any second between Owentown and Winona on just northeast of Interstate 20. And this storm near Ore City, again, is showing very strong indications of continuing to produce a tornado. It is now about 6 miles southwest of Ore City. Latest scan, green's moving towards the radar in Shreveport, red's moving away, switch to the debris tracker, and we still have debris being lofted. One benefit of a massive radar upgrade conducted nationwide about 8 to 10 years ago at this point is that the radars are able to determine what's a hydrometeor and what's not. For example, in close proximity, most raindrops, snowflakes, or hailstones are similar in shape and size. The radar is able to determine that. They have a high correlation coefficient. Tornado debris, it's every shape, size, whatever, leaves, twigs, etc. The shapes and sizes are not the same. The correlation coefficient is lower. That's what you're looking at. That blue donut is tornado debris being lofted, and the radar is able to detect it. It could be leaves, twigs, structures. You correlate it with a strong velocity signature, and you've got it. Winds moving towards the radar in Shreveport. Winds moving away. Switch to reflectivity. It's wrapped in rain. But we know there's a tornado based off that tornado debris signature. And again, this is now about probably closer to 4 to 5 miles from Ore City. Ore City, y'all need to be in shelter. Then Avenger, y'all are next. Alright, we're going to switch back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Same thing with this storm from Winona to Owentown. This thing's trying to ramp up too. Strong circulation. We're not seeing signs of tornado debris at this point, but this thing's going to be riding up 271 towards Gladewater, and folks in Gladewater are going to need to be in their safe place. This could put a tornado down at any time. Notice how we've taken on more of a typical supercellular appearance. Got the little hook echo, rear flank downdraft, swinging down on the backside of this thunderstorm. Inflow, there's nothing impeding it from the southeast. Even the Gilmer storm has somewhat of a supercellular appearance. Not your typical, but this is a high precipitation supercell. So, by the way, if you think you're going to see the tornado, no. Tornado debris continues to be lofted. We still have strong signs of rotation. The circulation is now 3 miles southwest of Ore City. Velocity will update in a second. I have a slightly newer scan on my other program, which you'll see in a second. We have a tornado probably crossing over 287 between Grapeland and Crockett. So let's switch and look at that real quick. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's fine. Man, I had coffee at a good time. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out which radar is closest to Shreveport. Okay, switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. If we have a tornado down still, it's probably crossing over 287 around Latexo, south of Grapeland, north of Crockett. It'll move up 21, could be a threat to Alto and maybe Wells on Highway 69. I have broken the radar program. We are going to have to restart the radar program. Okay, so radar is back. Press some buttons. Turn off a lot of things. Oh boy, okay, Ore City, y'all really need to be in shelter. Y'all should have been in shelter for 10 minutes now, but we've got a tornado like 2 miles away from Ore City. About to cross over 259, very near 155, if not just south, which would put it in Ore City. Tornado will be crossing over 259 near Ore City within 5 minutes or less. Latest data I have on my screen says tornado's about 2 miles west of the city. If it continues moving the way it's going, it's going to be a really close call for Ore City. Frankly, we're going to be lucky if this passes half a mile north of Ore City, but it may be a lot closer than that. So Ore City, y'all need to be in shelter. We're going to go further southwest. We still have strong rotation east of Winona, southeast of Big Sandy, moving northeast up 271 towards Gladewater, and Union Grove, 271 out of Gladewater. Circulation. Ore City, problem. Y'all need to be in a safe place. After Ore City, we're going to need folks in Avenger to Lassiter to be in a safe place. And if this thing continues to try to be a spinny, mischievous little thing, we're going to have issues up to Linden and maybe even Atlanta. But we'll deal with that when the time arises. For now, we're going to deal with these 2 thunderstorms. And then the thunderstorm that has a history of producing large tornadoes. That's right up Highway 21, towards Alto. If you're in the city of Crockett, I think it's safe to say you're clear from this. If you're in Crockett, southwest, you're fine, you're clear. It stayed to your north. If you're in Grapeland, Latexo, and west of Highway 287, give it 5 minutes. If you're east of Grapeland, between 287 and 21, stay in shelter for quite a bit longer. Okay, here's reflectivity. You can see we've got the lean edge of the precipitation moving on into Ore City now. The good news is the debris signature is becoming less obvious, which hopefully means the tornado has lifted. I'm not willing to bet on that, but, you know, it's always good when you don't have a massive debris signature. So, with some luck, we had the circulation occlude west of town. But nevertheless, we still do have a bit of a debris signature approaching 259 and 155 north. And very strong rotation actually continues. You'll see it on your screen in a moment. We still have very strong rotation approaching 259 and 155 north, so there probably, unfortunately, still is a tornado down. We'll look at the velocity data. Okay, let's go ahead and look. So again, strong circulation now within a mile of Ore City. It'd be over 259 by now, moving northeast. Debris signature not as intense, but remains. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be over 259 now and 155, moving east to 259, and then eventually making its way towards Avenger, and eventually maybe making a beeline towards Linden. Switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see that circulation there, dangerously close to Ore City. Your high precipitation supercell structure. Moving northeast, 45 to 50 miles an hour, right up 155 at this point. Southwest, let's take a look at our second potentially tornadic supercell. This is going to be moving northeast at the same speed towards Gladewater. It's more of an outflowy rear flank downdraft signature versus a convergent tornadic signature for this scan, so that's a good sign in terms of short-term trends, but we still have a pretty good little hook echo showing up northwest of Liberty City, southwest of Gladewater, moving towards Gladewater, meaning those of you in Gladewater, it's going to be in town by probably 10:50. Hail marker hail indications with this storm around coming into Big Sandy and Gladewater are actually trending up still. So we could have some quarter-size hail, and that means a strong updraft is ongoing, which means we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this thunderstorm. Wait for the new radar scan to come in. Here's the latest scan. Circulation right over 259 and 155, which would place it a wee bit north of Ore City. Barely. It may have stayed a mile or two north of Ore City. Still a bit of a... Well, that wasn't what I wanted. Still a bit of a debris signature with this thunderstorm. I'll switch back to that. I'll highlight it. Debris signature still. Not super strong, but it's debris. Moving towards Avenger and eventually maybe Linden as it moves northeast of 45 to 50 miles an hour. Circulation continues. Heavy rain, strong winds from the rear flank downdraft in Ore City at this time. Ore City, give it 5 minutes. You can come out of shelter. We're going to have to watch the storm to your southwest coming into Gladewater, though. Although that continues to indicate more of a straight line wind signature on 271 north of Interstate 20 moving towards Gladewater. We could have winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. This thunderstorm northeast of Crockett appears to be trying to ramp up again based on the velocity signatures. Still very strong indications of rotation with this, so it would not be shocking at all if we have a new tornado warning soon for places like Alto, Wells. This storm hopefully will stay a bit north. Well, should stay north of Nacogdoches. We'll see if it ends up being an issue for Mount Enterprise to Tipson. That would still be probably around, honestly, maybe 12:30 in the morning. But again, these storms probably are not going to dissipate. In all likelihood, they'll make it in Louisiana. So, I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer with... Yeah, that sounds right. Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. It's 10:47 p.m. We've been doing live coverage for nearly 7.5 hours now. Severe weather has now exited Interstate 35. Well, let me rephrase that. Is now east of Interstate 35 across central Texas, North Texas. We're now focusing on East Texas, and then in a few hours we'll have to watch these storms coming out of South Texas, with additional development possible in the coastal plains and in areas east of San Antonio. Those could bring some severe storms into southeast Texas, including the Houston metro tomorrow morning. You see we've got some hailers on on Highway 59 about to come on into Freer. Potential for half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. They are not tornadic. Storms in East Texas, some of them are tornadic. Yeah, tornado's still going. Northeast of Ore City, let's take a look. You'll be able to see once it eventually updates. Okay, here's the latest scan with that. Strong circulation with debris signature now on 155, several miles northeast of Ore City. If you're in Ore City, west of 259, you're clear. Circulation, tornado debris signature now making its way northeast up 155 towards maybe a bit north of Avenger. If it does stay north of Avenger, it'll cross Highway 49, maybe 3 miles, well, 1 to 3 miles north of Avenger, if that. I wouldn't be willing to bet on that, though, so if you're an Avenger, y'all need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Y'all need to not be in mobile homes. You can't be in mobile homes. You can't be in trailers. You can't be in cars. Ain't no way about it. You're pretty much wishing your life away if that's what you want to do. So we don't want you in those kind of structures. You're better off driving to a gas station. You're better off, honestly, driving out of the way of the thing than staying in a mobile home. But at the same time, these are moving so quickly, and it's 11 o'clock at night, you don't want to be in a car driving either. So let me go ahead and clear. Strong velocity couplet there. The storm in Gladewater, honestly, that's not a tornadic look. That's a outflowy wind look. Could have winds 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's not a tornadic look at this time. This is a tornadic look with the storm northeast of Ore City, right up 155. And eventually this is probably going to be an issue for Linden. It may stay a bit north of Avenger. Y'all in Avenger need to be in shelter, but those of you in Linden, get ready to move to shelter. If you know anyone in Linden, by the way, shoot them a text, let them know there could be a tornado up towards town in the next 30 minutes. Okay, looks like tornado. If you're in Grapeland, Latexo, Crockett, you are safe. You are clear. You can come out of your shelters. If you are in Alto, I'd go ahead and get ready to move to shelter as a thunderstorm with a history of producing multiple significant tornadoes moves northeast towards Alto up Highway 21. Eventually could impact areas like Mount Enterprise, Tipson in about 90 minutes as storms continue to move northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Alright, just had a mesoscale discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center. We'll take a look. Looks like we're going to probably keep storms discrete across East Texas through at least 1 a.m. based on some short-term weather model guidance, which means the threat for tornadoes will continue probably after midnight through at least 1 a.m. So not a shock there. Oh, excuse me. I think it's time for some more coffee. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. About 5 miles west of Avenger. For what it's worth, about 17 miles southwest of Linden. And I guess for good measure, about 7 miles south of Hughes Spring, 4.5 miles southeast of Lone Star. We continue to see tornado debris signature. It's not your scary tornado debris signature, but it's still indicative that we have a tornado at least hopscotching along. Radar data would confirm that, and you can see this storm maintains a high precipitation supercell look. It's not your typical hook, but this does remain a high precipitation supercell capable of producing a tornado. Let's take a look at the thunderstorm back towards Gladewater. Again, still relatively outflowy. We'll keep an eye on it. And then the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado with a history of producing multiple tornadoes is now about 15 miles southwest of Alto, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, so 20-30 minutes. Tornado is now located about 3 miles northwest of Avenger, about 4 miles southeast of Hughes Springs. It will cross Highway 49, probably halfway between Avenger and Hughes Springs, and is Gonna probably be passing near Linden. And here's the new tornado warning. This is going to be for Rusk, Nacogdoches, and Cherokee counties in East Texas. This is going to be for a tornado located 9 miles west of Morill or 17 miles south of Rusk, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And again, this storm has produced multiple tornadoes over the last several hours. Morill around 11:05, Alto 11:10, Douglas 11:20, Cecil around 11:25, and Trawick around 11:35. Linwood, Lilbert, Reclaw. Oh, not again. Reclaw. I hope I'm saying it right. If not, my entire team is going to come hit me on the head with a mallet. Cushing, Looneyville. There you go. Gallatin and New Summerfield are also in this tornado warning. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning through 11:45 p.m. for a thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes, riding up Highway 21 towards the city of Alto. Okay, so that's going to be a tornado. Reclaw in Alto, probably in about 20 minutes if it's down. Storm currently northeast of Gladewater. I don't think they're going to extend the tornado warning on that. Currently, storm that is about 3 miles northwest of Avenger. They are going to have to extend the tornado warning on that because it's still producing a tornado. Tornado debris signature is lightening up a bit, so that's good, but we still have a strong circulation being indicated by the weather radar. And it'll be crossing Highway 49 about halfway between Avenger and Huge Springs within the next 5 minutes or so. Oh, by the way, there's a blizzard warning in the Texas Panhandle. 65-mile-an-hour winds with 3 to 5 inches of snow. That's going to make for a fun morning. Okay, so some good news. The debris signature northwest of Avenger, southeast of Hughes Spring, is gone. So perhaps that means the tornado's lifted. We still have signs of strong rotation with this thunderstorm, but the debris signature's dissipated for now, at least at the altitude we're looking. No more tornado warning around Gladewater, so we have essentially 2 tornadic thunderstorms at this time. One about 3 miles northwest of Avenger, moving northeast towards Linden. My guess is they're probably going to put a new tornado warning out for Linden, maybe to Atlanta here shortly. So we'll talk about that when that occurs. Second tornadic thunderstorm is on Highway 21, probably about let's say for safekeeping, about 10 to 12 miles southwest of Alto. Moving northeast, I believe they had it at 45 miles an hour, and they did. So this storm will be in Alto at, let's just say, about 11:10. Douglas, 11:20. Cecil, around 11:25. And Trawick, 11:35. And again, assuming they do issue a new tornado warning for this thunderstorm coming out of the Avenger area towards Linden, I'd expect it would be for Linden up to Atlanta, Queen City, maybe Douglasville on the north side. Still a little bit of tornado debris being detected. It's not a super signature, but I'm able to see it on my high-resolution data. My apologies for switching to slight library voice. Y'all should still be able to hear me, but my throat's a little sore. We're going on 8 hours of this. But we're going to be here until it's over. I just don't want to hear folks in Northeast Texas say we don't cover them, because I'm covering y'all. Okay, here's the latest radar scan. You can see a pretty strong area. Rude. Pretty strong area of rotation. It's going to be on Highway 49. Near County Road 29903. Moving up towards 29903, a bit north of 1579. Eventually, this will be moving over Highway 11. And all that progresses up towards Linden. I'm going to turn off Severe Thunderstorm, and I'll leave them on. You can see we have a little bit of a lowered correlation coefficient right there in conjunction with this couplet. So, might have a weak tornado still in progress, but again, rotation does seem to be on the downtrend for the moment, but it could easily ramp back up in a hurry. That's what cyclic supercells do, and this is a supercell, make no mistake about it. We've got a thunderstorm with some strong straight line winds in Ore City. That'll also be moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Okay, there we go. Radar detecting about 60 to 65 mile an hour winds, so maybe 55 to 65 miles an hour down at the surface. Severe storm, maybe some nickel size hail, pocket change size hail really, moving around East Mound to Union Grove, maybe some winds 50 to 60. Storm over Tyler is not severe, heavy rain, a lot of cloud to ground lightning. Checking out this storm west of Frankston, looks like maybe some small dime size hail, maybe a lot of it. Pretty good little outflowy wind signature. Wouldn't be shocked if we had some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds with wind driven hail. And then we have this thunderstorm that has a history of producing multiple tornadoes. Now, probably 7 miles southwest of Alto on Highway 21. Unfortunately, with this thunderstorm, we are in an area without great radar coverage, so we're kind of having to play it by ear. This is not a safe area to chase in at night, and it's a difficult enough area to chase in during the day. So we don't want folks going out looking for the thing because there's trees. It's night. Looking at radar, you can see this is likely a high precipitation supercell, meaning whatever is there is wrapped in rain. You would not see it. We have a new tornado warning, as speculated we might, for portions of Cass County and southeastern Bowie County in northeast Texas. This will include towns such as Redwater, Maud, Domino, Queen City, Atlanta, Linden, and Douglasville. Put that over there. We'll go ahead and read the warning. At 11:02 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Hughes Springs, or 23 miles southwest of Atlanta, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. The storm will be near Linden at 11:15 p.m., Atlanta 11:30, Queen City at 11:35 p.m. Fairview, Domino, Douglasville, Blooming, and Red Hill are also in this tornado warning. So, if you're in the polygon, you need to take action. That would be going to lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No manufactured housing, no trailers, and no vehicles. You want to be in a sturdy, site-built structure. And again, if you're not in this tornado warning, you do not need to take action. For example, Naples, Lone Star, New Boston, Texarkana. You are not in the tornado warning. Continue on. Let's go ahead and switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. We'll see how our velocity couplet's doing. You can see it's actually maintaining itself quite predominantly. It actually look like we have a bit of a cyclic handoff going on, which I will gladly explain what that means. As I look at radar data, this is tornado number 1. This could be the new circulation. When dealing with severe thunderstorms, especially those in an environment supportive for tornadoes over a longer period of time, we often see handoffs occur, or the cyclic process. One tornado will start to weaken while another circulation begins ramping up. And according to my other radar software, I think that is exactly what's going on. This new circulation appears to be about 2 to 3 miles, maybe 4 miles north of the previous circulation, which would be good news for Linden, as that would place the threat of a tornado farther north of town. We'll have to see how that ends up looking over the upcoming 5 to 10 minutes. I would like to stop drawing now. Thank you. Switch over to the how hard it's raining mode. I want to point out, if you think this is going to be something visible, no, it will not. So, depending on where this new circulation develops, well, we see it. This northern circulation places Douglasville at a higher risk for a tornado, while if the ongoing circulation is able to dissipate in a timely manner, that would lower the risk for Linden. But again, if you're in the tornado warning polygon, you got to respect it. We'll turn off radar data, we'll turn off the severe warnings, and there's the tornado warning polygon. Douglasville, Maud, Domino, Queen City, Atlanta, Linden. You're in the tornado warning. You need to take action, which is, again, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No mobile homes, no vehicles, no trailers. Switch the data back on. If you're in Avenger, southwest of Highway 49, you are clear. You may exit your shelters. You still have strong storms with some strong winds, heavy rain, but the threat of a tornado is now to your northeast. You can see that southern circulation may have a tornado crossing over Highway 11, and then this northern circulation, again, poses more of a threat to this town of Douglasville, and then perhaps Domino. But again, we'll see what happens. If we're dealing with more of a quasi-linear convective system, QLCS, I'm sorry, I had to make myself sound nerdy. If we're dealing with more of kind of a little line segment versus supercell, we'll see how long the circulation lasts, but they can kind of pop up on the leading edge of a line segment pretty much anywhere quickly. If we're dealing with more of a supercellular process, they tend not to do that as quickly. But, you know, there's a lot of wind shear, so you got to respect that. And not try and taunt Mother Nature, because Mother Nature will hit you in the face. Okay, going back southwest to Alto, I actually do have a bit of a decent little circulation starting to show up. Nah, I don't like that. Southwest of Alto. Moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. It's a high precipitation supercell, and again, we're looking, here I'll tell you, we're looking at about 7,500 feet above the surface. So we're not looking in the low levels, we're just trying to see what's going on. The further northeast the storm moves, the lower the radar beam and Shreveport will get, and we'll get a better look at the low-level structure. But there's definitely a mid-level mesocyclone, no tornado debris, but definitely if you look at base velocity, which does not take into account the storm motion, you can see, yeah, we've got a lot of inflow going into this thunderstorm in the typical inflow region you'd expect. So again, if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be near the city of Alto in the next 5 to 7 minutes. After that, it's going to be moving northeast. Northeast where? Well, that's a great question. I will again tell you once I'm done playing with the paintbrush. This could be a threat to, say, Mount Enterprise or Tipson. We'll press this magical button. That's annoying. So what we're going to do, I'm going to move a northeast at 50. I'm just going to draw the storm track. I'm going to put it over Alta, just for the sake. Nope. Don't like that. Let's use base reflectivity. I want to be able to have a bigger. Let's do this. Moving northeast at about 50. Now I put a pretty wide cone of shame, as I call it here, just to keep safe measure. But again, would generally be in Alto again about now. Reclaw, I hope I'm saying that right, or I'm going to get bopped on the head by my entire group. At about 11:23, Cushing, 11:30, Mount Enterprise, 11:44, Gary at about 12:08, just southwest of the city of Carthage. And again, that was a relatively wide cone, so it won't. We're not going to have a tornado that wide, but that's just the storm track and the general timeline. Maybe a few minutes earlier, maybe a few minutes later, but I'd rather edge on. I'd rather be cautious than not. Let's go back up and take a look at our circulation. Looking pretty broad at this point. That is good. We see several areas of rotation that could try and tighten up. Let me go ahead and illustrate that. You can see versus the very bright colors we had gate to gate earlier, we're looking at... yeah, hold on. I don't like it. We're looking at multiple areas of more broad rotation. Now, could one of these tighten up and become tornadic? Oh yeah, that's why we've got a tornado warning. But that hasn't happened yet, so we're going to have to wait and see. Linden, storm's about to come on into town. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Same thing in Douglasville. Atlanta to Queen City, y'all probably have about, let's just say 10 to 15 minutes. Domino, probably 20 minutes. As this area of rotation with this thunderstorm moves northeast at 45 to 50 miles per hour. Let's take a look at what's going on further south out of curiosity. I'm done playing with the paintbrush. We're going to pop down into central Texas. We'll see what's going on. You can see we've got storms. They're not severe. Some heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning, maybe some small hail, extending from near Buffalo to Cameron, Rockdale, Elgin, eastern Travis County, San Marcos. And then we've got a couple of thunderstorms down in South Texas. Looks like on Highway 59 near Freer. Could still have quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And this storm is moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour, which is pretty impressive for South Texas. And again, we're likely going to see more thunderstorms develop this evening, overnight, and Thursday morning across the coastal plains, and then southeast Texas. Although those storms will have, some of them could be hailers, some damaging winds, and maybe a threat for a few tornadoes. The threat for tornadoes will be lower, probably considerably lower than what we saw this afternoon, as we already have a lower threat of tornadoes than we had this afternoon in East Texas. There's still a threat, mind you, but I mean, we're not talking about violent long track tornadoes down for tens of miles. At least we have not recently. So let's switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you see pretty good signs of rotation coming into the city of Alto, highways 69 and 21. No signs of debris being lofted. Again, if we had debris lofted to 7,500 feet, we'd have a big problem. And that's your general inflow region. Again, we're looking about 7,500 feet above the surface, so because of that, we are seeing the mid-level structure of the storm, not the super low-level stuff where you might see a well-defined hook. So, again, that is Alto. Why do I keep using the paintbrush? I need to stop using the paintbrush. This storm will be moving northeast. Again, I just went over that a few minutes ago. Going back north, Highway 8. We have areas of rotation from near Linden almost to Douglasville. No signs that we have a tornado that's been down. Probably a lot of straight-lined wind trying to occur with this little line segment right now, but if we're able to see an area of rotation tighten up, just like, a skater at the Olympics, Winter Olympics, bring their arms together, they're able to spin faster. Same methodology applies to rotation and thunderstorms. So if we're able to tighten the rotation up, there's a decent chance we'll end up with another tornado across portions of northeast, or between, say, Linden, Atlanta, Queen City, Douglasville. Now, keep in mind, at this point, I think you can understand my general voice, tone. I don't think we're talking about long-track significant tornadoes. I think we're now dealing with the tornadoes we typically deal with. The more brief variety that can still cause quite a bit of problems, but not the kind that are typically going to be down for dozens of miles. Now, do I want to say that risk is completely over yet? Nuh-uh, especially with this discrete thunderstorm that is currently near Alto. But with the line segment we have here in Cass County and portions of Bowie County, I think it's safe to say this is more of our typical pin the tail on the radar and see where the little baby tornado is going to pop up for a few minutes. So, that being said, these storms are dangerous. They are more than capable of knocking trees down with straight line winds alone. Trees fall on roads, people going highway speed at night on roads hit tree, they end up being killed. We don't want that. Same thing goes for trees falling on structures. It's just not a good mix. That's a specific hazard we have with northeast Texas, east Texas to Piney Woods that we don't necessarily have with areas west of I-45. Beautiful part of Texas, but it is far more like Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama in terms of the chasing, the topography, the geography, trees everywhere, beautiful, versus west of, say, I-45, I-35, where you have more plains, less trees, more visibility. Not to mention the fact it's 11:15 at night, the sun's been down for about 4 hours, and, 3 hours, and the storms are moving at 50 miles an hour. It looks like the National Weather Service is elected to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. Sorry, I'm looking at data. Severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much east of a line from Leary to Maud to Douglasville to Linden, including Texarkana. Potential for 70-mile-an-hour straight-line winds. Maybe some quarter-size hail. And again, we're going to keep an eye out for the potential of a tornado. While our tornado warning does remain in place for Atlanta, Queen City, Domino, up to Redwater, severe thunderstorm warning for places like Leary, Texarkana, both sides of the state line, over into Odessa, Louisiana, and then up all the way into Hope, Fulton, and Garland, Arkansas. Actually, all the way up to Prescott, Arkansas. That's a good 40 miles in the state, I believe. That's a big severe thunderstorm warning. So again, tornado warning, Douglasville, Linden, northeast to Atlanta, Queen City, Domino, Bloomberg. Could still become tornadic. Let's take a look at some other data. I want to make sure we have no other spinnies attempting to introduce themselves. This storm near Alto actually has a couple areas of rotation. Again, we're looking about 7,000 feet above the ground, so we're not getting a great low-level look, but we're getting a look at least. One area of rotation near or just east of Alto. A weaker area of rotation south of Rusk, northwest of Alto. And I would think the area east of Alto would be the higher threat of a tornado. I'm not sure what this is northwest of Rusk. It might just be a small circulation on the backside of the thunderstorm, but I think clearly the threat of a tornado would be highest near Alto, points east. This storm now moving towards Cushing, Mount Enterprise. Should stay north of Nacogdoches. Should hopefully pass just north of Douglas. Lilbert, Cushing, Trawick. You're under the gun for this one. And eventually, this is probably going to be a threat to the city of Mount Enterprise, which is a bit further northeast. And again, we're going to be here as long as there are tornado warnings in the state of Texas. So we're not going anywhere for a while. I suspect I'm going to still be here for at least another 2 hours. And that's assuming we don't have storms further south decide to play Spinny the Spinny and decide to keep David up on live streams. So again, starting to see a little bit more rotation in terms of conciseness. It's going to be about 3 to 4 miles southeast of Douglas. Also seeing some rotation on Highway 59. About 7 miles southwest of the city of Atlanta. And again, almost looks like we're taking on a little bit of a bow shape. Moving northeast. Damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour. Certainly possible. Could see a brief tornado. with the highest threat over the next few minutes with this circulation about 4 miles southeast of Douglasville. And this storm is moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour towards Domino, Queen City, Atlanta. And the tornado warning continues through, I believe, 11:45. So, you know the drill. If you're in the warning polygon, you got to respect it. Means you take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want anybody in mobile homes, trailers, vehicles. We don't want folks hiding under a highway overpass. There's probably not even any hail in this, so y'all have no excuse to hide under an overpass. Circulations about 3 to 4 miles southeast of Douglasville, about 5 miles southwest of Atlanta, now on Highway 59, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. There's the button. I found the button. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. And see, Little Stormy continues its journey to the northeast and will probably be out of northeast Texas and move into Arkansas within the next 20 to 25 minutes, which means we'll be down to 1 tornado warning. And that'll be for this circulation, probably 3 to 4 miles northeast of Alto. And I'll tell you what, Little Stormy's got itself a gate-to-gate couplet. It's going to be a circulation. Let's see what it's doing in terms of distance from Alto. Yeah, of course it updates, and I have to draw my little circle again. Switch over to the how hard it's raining mode. Yeah, you can see that's in the general inflow region of the high precipitation supercell. Good inflow coming in from the southeast, unimpeded by other thunderstorms. Switch over to the velocity, and this is not strong velocity, mind you, but it's certainly indicative of rotation in the mid-levels of the thunderstorm. And I think them having a tornado warning is wise, given the fact the atmospheric conditions still remain favorable for at least periodic occurrences of tornadoes. The fact this is a discrete supercell thunderstorm, and that this storm has been long track and has been producing tornadoes off and on since it was down. This is the one that we had on Interstate 10 near Luling, west of Luling, just east of San Antonio. This thing's been going. So let's go back to the tornado warning coming up on Atlanta, Domino, Redwater. If you are in Linden, you are clear. It's pouring, it's windy, it's storming, but y'all are clear of the tornado threat in the city of Linden. It's to your northeast now. For rotation, again, we still see some broad areas here on the leading edge of this little line segment, but nothing that screams a tornado, at least in terms of anything that is lasting more than a few seconds or a minute and is capable of lofting debris a few thousand feet high. So that's the good news. So let's switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Again, this isn't really a supercell anymore as much as it is as a line segment, which is kind of what we expected up in northeast Texas, which is a good thing. You know, it helps kind of reduce the threat for longer-lived tornadoes, but can still have some brief spin-ups occur. So that's why we've got a tornado warning in place for Douglasville, over to Domino, up to Redwater, Queen City, and Atlanta for another 20 minutes. Once the storms make it east of Highway 59, they'll be in Louisiana within 10 minutes after that. Excuse me, not Louisiana, Arkansas. I'm sorry, Arkansas. However, we are starting to see a bit more rotation, at least in the concise department. Winds moving towards the radar in Shreveport about 70, winds moving away about 40, so about 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation. That's pretty impressive. Let's switch to the debris mode. No debris, which is good. We don't want debris. If we had debris, I'd have to draw a sad face. I obviously need more coffee. So no debris is being detected at this point, which is good. But again, this is a possible tornado. let's say 3 to 4 miles east of Douglasville, just northeast of 77. Be moving northeast towards the town of Domino, crossing over Highway 59, north of Queen City by a few miles. And there's still other pockets of rotation on the leading edge of this squall line, which is why we want folks in Atlanta, Queen City, Bloomberg, Domino, up to Redwater to be in shelter. We note folks in Texarkana, y'all are currently being visited by rain, gusty winds. However, you are not under a tornado warning. Okay, air conditioner, I think it's safe to say you can stop blowing cold air at me. Rude. Okay, so the other tornado warning we have is going to be northeast of Alto. Alto, you are clear of the tornado warning. Y'all can come out of your shelter now. Decently strong rotation is located about 8 miles northeast of the city of Alto, moving northeast towards Cushing and Highway 204. Eventually, this may impact the city of Mount Enterprise. And then after that, we're going to have to keep an eye out for Carthage. Yeah, rotation is definitely there. Does seem to be increasing a bit. No debris being lofted, which is a good thing, of course. I have upset the radar. Here's the latest velocity scan. And definitely do seem to be trying to tighten up a bit. Again, wind's moving. Rude. Rude, rude. Radar is being very unhappy with me at the moment. Let's try this again. Might have to restart the program. There we go. Wind's moving towards the radar down in Shreveport about 80 miles an hour, moving away at about 30, so still about 110 mile an hour shear. Have a little bit of rotation entering the city of Atlanta. Texas, mind you, not Atlanta, Louisiana, where I've seen a tornado, or Atlanta, Georgia, but Atlanta, Texas. No signs of tornado debris at this point, so hopefully we're able to keep the circulations aloft and relatively transient. Excuse me, sorry, my allergies are starting to kick in. Must be water time. Excuse me. So, if we did have tornado, could be anywhere from Atlanta up to Queen City, northwest of Maud, over the next 5 minutes. But for the last 20 minutes or so, we've been in relatively good shape. And make sure the live stream is still live. And it looks like it is. That's very good. Thank you for all those who've been joining us this evening. Make sure you download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You'll be able to get our weather articles ahead of these events and then watch our videos and track storms within the radar itself. App itself with the radar. There we go. Alright, looks like we have a severe thunderstorm warning for a little line segment from Gilmer down Highway 155 all the way through Tyler to Noonday. I assume we're seeing some winds. Yeah, some outflow winds. Could have winds maybe up to 60 miles an hour. Maybe quarter-size hail. No indications of a tornado at this point with those thunderstorms, but we'll keep an eye out. This is more of a squall line versus supercell tornado threat anyway. Head back south. I'll tell you, this is becoming a problem. Very strong rotation now approaching Cushing. Northeast of Alto. Definitely seeing a area of strong rotation aloft with this thunderstorm. Let me see what the altitude's down to. So it was about 7,000 feet over Alto. By the time the storm gets to Cushing, it'll be 5,000 feet. So the lower the radar beam angle, the more accurate, or I should say, the better look we have at the low levels of the thunderstorm. It does sound like we might have some damage around Highway 154 and Azalea Road in the proximity of Gilmer and areas east of Gilmer, so. And I have no doubt we've probably had, honestly, by the time all's said and done, it wouldn't surprise me if we had a couple dozen tornadoes across Texas today. But those will all be determined over the several upcoming days as damage surveys are conducted. Okay, we have to go back up to Domino. Looks like the storm up here across, coming up towards Domino, is starting to tighten up with the circulation, so let me close this. We'll look at that here in just a second as the latest velocity data comes in. But those of you in Domino around Highway 59, north of Queen City, north of Bloomberg, looks like we are starting to see intensification of the rotation. It's going to be coming up to County Road 3058, Highway 59. You can see it even better there, a very strong area of rotation being detected. No debris being lofted yet, but that is strong rotation. Let me go ahead and clear the street names. We'll do a query on the speeds. Radar, winds moving towards Shreveport radar about 70, winds moving away at about 20, so 90 mile an hour shear over a very, what we call gate to gate, so frankly that's a little more impressive than 110 mile an hour shear over a broad area. We'll go ahead and put some street names back on just in case we do have a, tornado trying to spin up near County Road 3058, 3659, Highway 59, 3673 near the community of Domino, 3677 just north of Domino. And again, this is all north of Atlanta, north of Queen City. If we did have a tornado threat at this point, it would be east of the city of Atlanta, just east of Queen City, coming towards Bloomberg. But I think the highest probability of a tornado, at least over the next 5 minutes, is with this thunder, at least in this proximity, this area, is near County Road 3659 and Highway 59 near Domino, north of Queen City, north of Atlanta. And we'll see what the latest radar data shows. We're going to get a scan here in just a moment. We might have a little tornado debris signature showing up. And I think it is, to be honest. Let me turn off the smoothing. This right here, that's barely a weakness, but when the radar velocity data loads, you're going to see that is exactly where the couplet is. So there might be a brief little tornado right there. North of Queen City, just southwest of the community of Domino. Highway 59 at County Road 3658. Rude. I would like you to update. Well, I can tell you that's where the couplet is because I'm looking at it on a different product. So we might have a brief tornado that had just touched down in that area. And goes to show why we still have a tornado warning in effect. Let me go ahead and turn off the magical that. Now let's go down here. What do we got going on? Storm coming into Cushing, eventually towards the city of Mount Enterprise. And apparently it's hailing in San Antonio. Well, apparently we need to go say hello to San Antonio. One moment, please, while I turn off that. What do we got going on down here? Yes, we do. We've got a few strong storms moving through central Bexar County, including San Antonio Metro. Could have some dime to penny size hail with these storms. I assume they're moving northeast at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So, let's go back up into East Texas. Again, there's no severe, well, let me rephrase that. There is one severe thunderstorm warning, and it is in South Texas with these thunderstorms. Going to be coming up to George West, the potential for half-dollar size hail. Looks like the storm itself is trying to produce maybe ping pong ball size hail at some point. Going to be crossing over Interstate 37 and Highway 281 around Three Rivers and George West. Oh, at about 12:10 a.m. And this activity, it looks like we're probably got a hailer now on Highway 83 south of Laredo near Rio Bravo. That could have some golf ball size hail with it. These storms are the beginning of what we're expecting to be an uptick in thunderstorm activity across south central Texas, South Texas, into the coastal plains. That activity will move northeast into southeast Texas several hours from now. I'm going to turn the gain down on this. Make sure we're not blowing up any sort of microphone. Okay. So, let's go back up to our northeast Texas storms. We're about to be down to one tornado warning in Texas. The severe weather and possible tornado with this thunderstorm is now east of Queen City, east of Atlanta. If you're in Atlanta or Queen City, Douglasville, Maud, Redwater, you can come out of your shelters. If you're in Domino, around there, I'd stay in shelter another 5-10 minutes, and those storms will be moving into southern Arkansas. With that, we'll be done with the tornado warning up there, and our sole tornado warning will be with this thunderstorm currently near Cushing. And with that, this storm is definitely more supercellular in nature. In fact, this supercell is the one that produced a tornado back in Bryan College Station several hours ago, or southwest of Bryan College Station, and produced what could have been a relatively long-track tornado from northeast of Bryan College Station to Madisonville. And then this storm actually produced multiple tornadoes all the way back through the Caldwell area. This storm originated near Interstate 10, near Seguin. I probably said it wrong. But anyway, just east of San Antonio. So, let's take a look. We'll see if the National Weather Service Shreveport elects to issue a tornado warning for Mount Enterprise. Frankly, I think they will, given the look of this storm. Severe thunderstorm warning for Rio Bravo, La Presa, over to Aguilares. That's just south of Laredo. Potential for ping pong ball size hail. The thunderstorm currently in Cass County, extending from near Domino to Atlanta, is now pushing east into Arkansas. The threat for a tornado in far east Cass County will end within 5 minutes, and those storms will be in southwest Arkansas. That'll leave us with one tornadic thunderstorm in East Texas, with a line of storms from near Ore City to Gilmer to Winona to Tyler, capable of producing localized winds up to 60 miles an hour. Most of it's 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. And then this thunderstorm near Cushing, which is capable of producing a tornado that may end up near Mount Enterprise sooner rather than later. We'll go ahead and do a storm track on that if my radar is kind enough to allow me. Moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Present track would have it near Mount Enterprise in about 15 minutes or less, so about 11:55. Moving northeast up Highway 315, it could impact the city of Carthage around 12:40 a.m. And again, I think it's pretty likely we do get a tornado warning out of this. It's still got pretty strong low-level rotation. Thank you, Mr. Cooley. I will restart said stream. Hit 8 hours on Facebook. So I gotta start a new stream on the Facebook. Alright, we should be live on Facebook again. My apologies. The Facebook stream maxed out at 8 hours, so we are back. Thank you, Mr. Cooley, for letting me know that had happened. The only tornado warning we now have in Texas, well, technically we still have this one from Atlanta, Domino to Queen City, Atlanta. That storm is moving northeast into Arkansas. So, for all intent and purposes, it's adios. The only tornado warning, and I expect this will be extended, is going to be near Cushing, moving towards the city of Mount Enterprise. Actually, a fairly strong velocity signature with this thunderstorm now, as it moves northeast at 50 miles an hour. I'd go ahead and encourage folks in Mount Enterprise to seek shelter immediately, as this storm's going to make it up into Mount Enterprise in the general vicinity by 11:55 p.m. So I do expect this one is going to need another tornado warning. I'm kind of surprised they haven't put one out yet, such a strong velocity signature. But again, this is going to be a circulation probably 3 to 4 miles north of Cushing, west of Mount Enterprise. Let me go ahead. I'll just put a tool on it. About 10 miles west of Mount Enterprise. By now it's probably closer to 8. And this circulation's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. After Mount Enterprise, it could be a threat to the city of Carthage here in about 45 minutes as it moves northeast. Switching over to the how hard it's raining mode, you can see it's a high precipitation supercell. It's moving northeast about 50 miles an hour. The rotation's actually the strongest it has been for quite a while. So I really think we're going to have a tornado warning here very shortly for portions of Rusk and Panola counties. And even though there's not technically a warning yet, if you're in Mount Enterprise, frankly, I encourage y'all to go to your tornado-safe places. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks going outside looking for the tornado. And there's the new tornado warning. That does include the city of Mount Enterprise. Let's see who else it includes. There's probably going to include Brakefield, Clayton, maybe. Might not include Clayton yet. Laneville. It's going to be a tornado warning until 12:30 a.m. This includes Mount Enterprise, Laneville, and Brakefield in northeast East Texas. Well, technically East Texas. At 11:41 p.m., a severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado near Cecil, or 18 miles northwest of Nacogdoches, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Storm's also capable of producing quarter-size hail. Yay. Storm will be near Minden at 12:05 a.m., near Pine Hill at 12:20 a.m. Lawsonville, Chapman, Mount Enterprise, Glenfawn, Laneville, and Dotson are also in the path of this dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So there you have it, tornado warning until 12:30 this morning. We'll go ahead and zoom on in. I'll go ahead and start putting some street labels. It's going to be County Road 3238. I want to go ahead and get that. 3227. 3230, Highway 84, 3216, Sorry, I was checking a few things. And this will be moving northeast at 45 to 50 miles an hour. Switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see very high precipitation supercell. If you think you're going to see a tornado, you're not. This is going to be a situation where if there is a tornado, it's going to be wrapped in rain. Not to mention it's almost midnight, so it's dark out. Circulation itself will continue moving northeast. Again, if it makes into Mount Enterprise itself, it'll be about 11:58, maybe 11:56. Hopefully it'll pass just north of town. I can't promise that. And then after that, it'll be moving up 315 towards Carthage. Oh, sorry, my nose is itching. We still have pretty strong rotation now, making its way towards the west side of Mount Enterprise. And again, for those of you who may be farther southwest in South Texas, we're focusing on the most life-threatening storms. And at this point, that's going to be the tornadic storm approaching Mount Enterprise, Texas. Other storms are severe, producing some damaging straight-line winds, some hail, heavy rain. You can track them with the Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. You can download our free mobile app. We've got radar in that too, along with a rapid update feed. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in the Google Play and Apple App Store. So we've got strong rotation near County Road 3227, coming up on Highway 84, several miles southwest of the city of Mount Enterprise. Switch over to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see it's a high precipitation supercell. If I were to start playing with the telestrator, which of course I will, I mean, come on now. You can see we've got unimpeded warm inflow. That's your general inflow notch. A very wet rear flank downdraft wrapping around the circulation, hiding any tornado if one was ongoing. Not really seeing a bona fide tornado debris signature. I mean, debatable if this would be one. I mean, it might. We could easily have a tornado down right now around County Road 3230, County Road 3227, just south of Highway 84, several miles southwest of the city of Mount Enterprise. But it's not a bona fide enough signature for me to definitely say that it's a tornadic debris signature. I mean, that being said, I've got winds moving towards the radar at about 75 miles an hour, winds moving away at about 25 or 30. That gives us a delta V of 90 knots. Oh, I mean, there's definitely strong rotation in this general vicinity and the potential for a tornado. That would be wrapped in rain. But again, those of you in Mount Enterprise need to be in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from window, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If we have a tornado down, it's probably 3 to 4 miles west of the city of Mount Enterprise on Highway 84 at this time. We'll have a new radar scan in just a moment. That'll give us the latest velocity couplet. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Again, this is getting awfully close. The city of Mount Enterprise, if we've got a rain-wrapped tornado, it's probably 2 to 3 miles west of the city, moving northeast. So we want folks to take shelter. Again, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks trying to go outside and look for this thing. You're not going to see it. It's wrapped in rain, I promise you, if it's there. Not to mention the whole, it's midnight and it's dark out. So we'll switch back on over. In fact, I'll just pull up some chats. This thunderstorm, about 2 miles west of the city of Mount Enterprise, moving northeast. We're not seeing any debris signatures at this point. The questionable debris signature we saw a few minutes ago is no longer there. We still have rotation. We still have a pretty good amount of inflow going into this storm, but we don't really have a clear-cut sign of a tornado. I'll set the mic up like this. Hopefully it's still working well. Those of you wondering what radar data program I'm using, this is a program called WSV3. The old name was Weather Studio. But I also use Radar Scope and Gibson Ridge products. City of Tyler. Take a look at some wind. Some strong winds, heavy rain, small hail. We're not seeing anything indicative of a tornado. No more tornado warning up in Cass County. These storms are dropping some good rain. Okay, we just had a report of a tornado northeast of Cushing and west of Mount Enterprise from a storm chaser. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. So, we may have had at least an intermittent tornado. Northeast of Cushing and west of Mount Enterprise. I mean, we had a strong rate velocity signature, a modest debris signature perhaps, but we're not seeing that now. I mean, there's still pretty good rotation near County Road 3155. Coming up on County Road 3168. I've realized the radar here, it'd be right where the 3155 label is here. The radar itself on the display I'm showing you is not de-aliasing the data properly. It's actually a lot stronger than what's being shown. Sorry, I just noticed this mini supercell southwest of St. Augustine's trying to spin up. We'll see if that ends up requiring a tornado warning. It might. It's moving northeast in a hurry. If it does, we'll cover it. But again, yeah, little mini supercell trying to spin up. Oh, let's switch radars. See that? It's a small storm. See, this doesn't really show much rotation. This is from Leesville, Louisiana. We'll look from the Shreveport radar. So again, we'll keep an eye on these mini supercells, one southwest of St. Augustine, moving northeast in a hurry. For now, our only tornado warning is with this thunderstorm. Circulation passing, I'm going to say north of the city of Mount Enterprise. Oh, probably north of 84, west of 259, approaching Fond-du-Lac at 2496. Velocity signature over the last scan has definitely come down, definitely more broad now. We might have an occlusion process going on, which would lead to us to need to see if we have a new circulation developing or not. The overall storm structure does not look great right now. I'll say that. It's not your classic supercell, not much of a hail core, which can also be indicative of an updraft. Okay, let me take a look at some other data. I'm looking at another radar site source right now, excuse me. Just want to see what's going on. Yeah, we'll cover that real quick. Let's go ahead and take a peek at these thunderstorms farther southwest. We're going to switch back to the Granger radar. Got a line of thunderstorms now from near Palestine, southwest of Buffalo to Cameron, down to Rockdale, east of the city of Austin, near Elgin. Could have some small hail with the storm near Rockdale. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. Note the severe thunderstorm warning for the National Weather Service in San Antonio, eastern side of the San Antonio Metro, and the Bexar County. Ooh, now look at that little hail core right there coming on up into Universal City, Converse, Interstate 10, east side of Kirby. No signs of rotation. Could be some decent quarter-size hail coming out of that, though. Moving towards New Braunfels. Line extends further southwest, west of Elmendorf, Poteet, Charlotte. We have a couple of semi-discrete storms. One coming up on Three Rivers, Georgia West. Might have some small hail with those, it looks like. We'll see if the Weather Service issues a new severe thunderstorm warning for Interstate 37 and 281 around Three Rivers. Farther southwest, could have a hailer north of Freer. That's going to be moving more towards Georgia West. May say hello to Beeville here in about an hour and a half. And finally, we've got some storms that don't look all that rambunctious right now. They did a bit earlier. East of 83 around Highway 359, well northwest of Hebronville, east of Laredo. Still waiting to see if we have a new circulation develop around Mount Enterprise. Let's go back up there and we'll take a look. It's the only tornado warning we have right now. Let's switch back over to our little... we'll just keep it on that for now. Let me clear roads. Oh, microphone. You're in the way. Down goes the microphone. Good enough. It allows me to mumble. Alright, so this is a tornado warning from essentially Brakefield to Mount Enterprise. If we look at the rotation, frankly, there really isn't much in this area in the low levels right now. We have plenty of rotation aloft with this thunderstorm from about 8,000 feet up. So this thing could easily try to spin back up. And it definitely may have had a tornado as it crossed Highway 84 west of Mount Enterprise about 15 minutes ago. And it probably did, to be honest, based on some of the reports I'm hearing. But for now, it is cycling. It's going through a reorganization cycle. We'll see if that means it's able to spin up another circulation or if it has spun up its last. Anyway, that means for at least a few minutes, we are going to be without too much in the way of mischief. So I'm going to quickly fill my water bottle and take care of that business. So I'm going to be back in just a couple of minutes. Make sure the microphone is doing what it's supposed to do. Make sure I am on the correct microphone settings. I may not be. If not, I apologize, but hopefully I was. So with that being said, I will be back in just a few minutes.
We are starting to see some intensification of rotation north of Mount Enterprise up Highway 315 northeast towards Clayton near Brakefield. So we'll see if that is able to intensify over the next few minutes. I will be back in probably 2 minutes, maybe 3, so stay tuned. All right, I'm David Reimer with the Texas Storm Chasers. Midnight, 12:03 in the morning now on the 22nd of December. Oh, good grief. The 22nd of March, 2022. We are starting to see a new circulation emerge near Brakefield, southwest of Clayton, on, I'm going to assume that is Highway 315. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. We're getting a pretty good indication of a tornado trying to develop in this area. It's going to be about 7 to 8 miles northeast of Mount Enterprise, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. And the latest scan just came in and continues to intensify the circulation. You'll see it here in a moment. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. So I'd say the concerns for a tornado are increasing again with this thunderstorm as it generally moves northeast towards... it may stay west of the city of Carthage. It may not. It's going to be close, but we're probably going to have to get another tornado warning out of it. We've got heavy rain, some hail. Generally, the pocket change size across south central Texas, east of 35 in central Texas. But we're going to focus on the most threatening weather, which is going to be the thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes. At the moment, we have one tornado warning. Let me go ahead and, you know what? Let me show you. It's going to be a different product. You can see the area of rotation near Brakefield. Mount Enterprise down there, Clayton northeast, Henderson to the northwest, Carthage northeast up 315. This area of rotation continues moving northeast. So this thunderstorm I do not believe is done being tornadic. We're not seeing indications of a debris signature at this point. Again, this little blue dot you see southwest of Brakefield is offset from the primary area of rotation, which is east of the town, east of the community label. So that being said, we're going to be here for a while yet. Let's get back to our primary weather radar source. And again, if this does need another tornado warning, it's going to probably be moving up towards maybe, if it moves more north-northeast, it's going to be a threat to places like Tatum to Beckville. If it moves more northeast, it's going to be moving up Clayton to Carthage. We haven't had any ground reports, but it does sound like we had a tornado west of Mount Enterprise earlier on Highway 84. Apparently, there's car wrecks galore. I don't know if those are caused by, the rain or if the tornado actually did it, but apparently we had a chaser report a large tornado north of Cushing and west of Mount Enterprise earlier. So, we'll see. So that is where we are at right now. It's 12:07 on Tuesday, the 22nd of March, 2022. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief. One tornado warning right now. And that's going to be a thunderstorm northeast of the city of Mount Enterprise on Highway 315, kind of making its way up towards Carthage, maybe Beckville. Storm has a history of producing a possible tornado west of Mount Enterprise about 20 to 30 minutes ago when it was north of Cushing, east of Reclaw. We have no other tornado warnings in the state of Texas. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Storms capable of producing hail. Nasty little hail entering Lockhart. This thing could have ping pong balls in the city of Lockhart now. And all these storms look linear, minus the thunderstorm crossing over Three Rivers, about to cross over Interstate 27, right up Highway 72. That's probably a multi-cell or supercell thunderstorm, but we're not seeing any areas of rotation with these thunderstorms in the low levels, which is good. I can't rule out a couple of tornadoes overnight in the coastal plains in southeast Texas, but the threat for tornadoes much, much lower than what we had this past afternoon and this past evening across areas further north and northwest. So taking a look at these storms, you can see storm in Lockhart. I have storms in eastern Byer County, eastern San Antonio Metro. That'll be exiting San Antonio over the next 30 minutes or so as storms move northeast. And as you can see, we're probably going to have a bunch of storms, a lot of lightning, some hail, some gusty winds. Can't rule out a risk for a few tornadoes overnight in the coastal plains and southeast Texas, but if storms are able to remain in the line or linear mode, that'll help keep the tornado threat on the low side. Well, here's something we haven't seen in a while. How about this? You see the green box? That is a flash flood warning. That goes from the city of Noonday up through the city of Tyler, Winona, up to Gilmer. That's a flash flood warning. Includes places like Tyler, Gladewater, Gilmer, Big Sandy, Hawkins, East Mountain, West Mountain, Noonday, Winona, Union Grove, Pritchett, and Betty. Let's go ahead and switch back to the Streetport radar, and we will pop on in and say hello to our tornado warning thunderstorm. All right. It's not really... It looks like storms to the west are starting to catch up with it. A lot of grunge, as my lack of a meteorological term would dictate. No tornado debris being detected. And some rotation, nothing that's I mean, yeah, there's rotation. There could be a tornado west of Clayton. Coming up on coming up on County Road 3115, then County Road 1881, County Road 188, and then eventually, well, there appears to actually be a tornado. That might be a debris signature. Oh, that's a problem. So, let's see. It's going to take a minute for the data to pop in over here, but it does look like we have a tornado debris signature now. So we have had at least a brief tornado touchdown. County Road 154, County Road 152. Yep. Moving up north towards County Road 1881, County Road 188, and then eventually Highway 79. So you'll see that data pop up here in a second. I don't know what is up with all the data sources tonight, taking so long to load on different platforms, but it's really annoying. And good grief. Give me a second. See if that data will be kind enough to load. Okay, so you might have a tornado down about 5 miles west of the town of Clayton, about 2 miles southwest of Highway 72. I would place it around, when it gets to 72, about 8 miles west of Carthage. And speaking of which, we now have a new tornado warning. It's going to be a tornado warning that includes the cities of Tatum, Beckville, Carthage, almost up to Marshall, but not yet. This tornado warning will be for southeastern Harrison County, Panola County, and northeastern Rusk counties in northeast Texas. At 12:12 a.m., a severe storm is capable of producing a tornado near Pine Hill or 11 miles west of Carthage, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Storm will be near Carthage and Beckville around 12:25. Ellison Fields and DeBerry around 12:45. Other locations include Church Hill, Midyet, Chapman, Darko, and Fairplay. So again, tornado warning through 12:45 a.m. And we do have a tornado down with a tornado debris signature. If I can't get it to load on this radar, I'll just show you on my other one. So here you go. See tornado debris, bottom left corner. That's a tornado debris signature, not a strong one, but one nevertheless, about 5 to 6 miles west of the town of Clayton, about 2-3 miles southwest of Highway 79. This would be coming up on County Road 188, at County Road 189, County Road 189, County Road 188, County Road 1882, County Road 188 at Highway 79. You can see pretty good velocity couplet. That's top right box. You got the greens moving towards the radar in Shreveport, reds moving away. And there you go with your gate-to-gate circulation and a confirmed tornado now. About 6 miles west of Clayton. From the center of Carthage, this is a good 13 miles west. Switch back over to the magical Super McDuper radar, which is not updating. We're going to restart the program, then I might throw something. Storms Getting rowdy in Bastrop County. Camp Swift, Elgin, Bastrop could have some quarter-size hail, gusty winds, plenty of heavy rain. Tornado debris signature now coming up to County Road 188 and Highway 79, about 12 to 13 miles west of the city of Carthage, 5 miles northwest of the city of Clayton. There we go. You can actually see it now. Isn't it nice when data loads? It's going to be your tornado debris signature right there. Switch over to the reflectivity. You can see a little nub on there on reflectivity with a gate-to-gate circulation. So let me start putting some street labels on here. As the storm moves northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Near County Road 235 and 79, County Road 153 and 79. North of that, you've got County Line Road. Should be very near County Line Road and Highway 79, maybe a mile east. Latest radar scan, you can see just came in. Debris remains evident coming up on Highway 79 near County Road 188. Gate-to-gate couplet. Tornado is going to be down on Highway 79 right now, about 11 miles west of the city of Carthage. Zoom on out. You can see Carthage is about 11 miles east. This is going to be about, let's just say 4 to 5 miles northwest of the town of Clayton. It's going to be moving northeast towards Beckville. So those of you in Beckville, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between y'all and the outside as possible. We don't want folks going outside looking for this. You're not going to see it. It is wrapped in very heavy rain and probably a bit of hail. Again, this confirmed tornado now is about 8.5 miles southwest of Beckville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Switch back over to the debris mode. You can see debris continues now. It's going to be about 7.5 miles from Beckville. About 12 miles west from downtown Carthage, about 10 miles west from 149 and 79, the west loop around Carthage. About 7 miles northwest of Clayton. This storm's moving northeast more towards Beckville than it is Carthage. Switch on the velocity modes, reflectivity modes. Velocity hasn't really updated yet, but you can still tell where it is. And the debris right there. So that's a tornado debris signature. On the north side of Highway 79 now, probably a few hundred yards east of County Road 235. Going to be coming up towards County Road 237. County Road 236. You've got County Road 248. I'm just starting to put labels down. Then you've got County Road 250 outside of the city or the town of Beckville. I'm just going to go ahead and put some labels on here too. So again, let me get the telestrator out. That right there, that's going to be a... Whoops. Tornado debris signature, a confirmed tornado that's locked in debris. Velocity couple, you can see in the general area. I don't think this is a strong tornado or a tornado that's going to last all that long, but it definitely did cross over Highway 79. I'd be willing to bet that Highway 79 is now blocked by downed trees between County Line Road and probably about 10 miles west of the city of Carthage. And frankly, given the signature, you can see it still continues. Tornado debris signature is now crossed over County Roads 236 and 237. It's a very small debris signature, but it's a debris signature nevertheless. Switch back over the velocity. You can see right there. We're generally looking at probably a weak tornado here. We've got winds moving towards the radar about 27 knots, moving away at about 50, or not 50, about 30. So we're probably getting pieces of twigs, leaves, etc. getting lofted at this point. Nevertheless, those of you in the town of Beckville and Southwest need to be in your safe places. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I think unless something drastic happens, this is going to remain well west of the city of Carthage. Though, again, we'll make sure we don't have any sort of spinning mischief develop further southwest. What's going on now is this circulation is occluding, weakening. The warm inflow is being cut off, and the tornado is likely in the dissipating phase. You can see a very small debris signature there. We'll see if we have a new area of circulation develop a little farther east. That would pose more of a threat to the city of Carthage, especially the northwestern sides of town. And you can see that just by looking at some velocities. Those are inflow winds being sucked into the thunderstorm, or I suppose the technical term would be ingested. So let's go ahead. We'll zoom back out. The only tornado warning we have, we'll make sure of that. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across south central Texas, eastern central Texas. Line of strong to severe storms from Rockdale to Elgin, west of Belstrup, to Lockhart to Seguin, down to St. Hedwig, to Elmendorf. Not really seeing indications of any low-level rotation at this point. Some of these storms are probably producing straight-line winds of 30, 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. Can't rule out a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, but I'd say threat for some localized flooding. Could have the chance for some quarter-size hail, pocket change-size hail with these storms. Otherwise, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at this little stormy now northeast of Interstate 37. Riding up Highway 72, maybe some dime to quarter-size hail as it moves towards Karn City and Kennedy over the next 30 minutes. Storms flying northeast at 50 miles an hour. Within an hour, it'll probably be approaching Highway 87 between Nixon, Smiley, and Saru. So, with that being said, let's just pop back into our only tornado warning. And that's going to be for this storm that I don't think is long for the world. Circulation should now be north of 79, east of County Road 235. Latest data on my end does not even show the circulation anymore. No more tornado debris signature. Velocity-wise, becoming very noisy, and you'll see that here in a minute when the data loads. There you go. You can see the velocity data has become quite noisy. So, that is good. You can see showers and storms approaching from the west. I think this storm is being ingested by the squall line, or line of storms. But frankly, they don't look that impressive right now. Some gusty winds, maybe 50 miles an hour in spots, enough to knock down some tree limbs. But otherwise, I don't think this storm's long for the world. We'll see if I'm wrong. But tornado warning remains until 12:45 a.m., about another 20 minutes. If you're in Carthage, you're technically under a tornado warning. Frankly, I'm not finding rotation in the low levels right now, which is good news. So maybe we can get lucky and this warning will get canceled early. But you have to respect the storms, considering this long-track supercell that is now on its last breath originated, for all intent and purposes, in San Antonio about 8 hours ago. We've been alive now for coming up on 8 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds now. So, hopefully, with some luck, we'll be able to transition into more of a observation role versus coverage role here soon. I at least we'll be able to turn the hotspot data off. The internet here at my office area was not allowing me to upload video earlier, so I had to put the hotspot on. Looks like I am about 26 gigabytes in to using hotspot data. That's going to be an unpleasant bill, but that's okay. Been able to serve a lot of folks with a lot of information. So, let's do something different. You want to try something different real quick? We'll keep an eye on those storms, but let's take a look at a different aspect of this upper-level storm system. Y'all ready for some winter weather? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the blizzard. We have blizzard warnings across the Texas Panhandle. We have pockets of moderate to heavy snow now falling along and north of Interstate 40 from Vega to Amarillo, all the way east through McLean. It's not snowing yet in Shamrock. Probably will be at some point. Let me pop up some surface winds real quick. Well, the green colors aren't great. We've got winds gusting to 53 miles an hour with snow in Dalhart, 47 miles an hour in Dumas, about 30 in Amarillo. That's about to increase. 35 in Borger, 31 in... I don't actually know what that is. 29 Pampa, 22 Canadian, and then we've got 40s and 50s in the Oklahoma Panhandle. So, here's your blizzard. I thought folks would be amused with that. So, let's go back to our thunderstorms. National Weather Service at Shreveport continues a tornado warning until 12:45 a.m. for portions of Harrison, Panola, and Rusk counties in East Texas. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Beckville, or near Carthage, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Storm will be near Elson Fields, and DeBerry around 12:45 a.m. Switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and frankly, I'm not really finding much low-level rotation right now. We've got a cell merger ongoing, which could spin something up, but if what I think is happening, I think the probability of a tornado out of this storm is quickly decreasing. Not zero, but decreasing. We've probably got some strong winds around the town of Tatum right now. Can't rule out a brief tornado there as cell merger occurs. But otherwise, that is the only tornado warning we have in Texas right now. The rest of the storms extending all the way down into south central Texas, some of them are capable of producing pocket change size hail. We're talking dimes, pennies, nickels, quarters, half dollars, maybe a ping pong ball. And localized winds of 40 to 50, 60 miles an hour. Now, I do think we are going to end up having additional thunderstorms develop this evening. Well, I say this evening, it's middle of the night now. Across portions of south central Texas, the coastal plains, you see this line of storms extending from east of Interstate 35 now all the way to San Antonio. Austin, your severe weather threat's over. San Antonio, pretty much downtown San Antonio west, your severe weather threat's over. See this line? That's going to make its way east into the coastal plains, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, eventually into East Texas, and the Golden Triangle over the next 10 hours. Could have some storms capable of producing severe wind gusts, straight line winds, could have some pocket change size hail, as I said, and there's a low threat for a few tornadoes. Especially with any sort of discrete storms that manage to pop up, especially closer to southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle in several hours and through about 10 a.m. But otherwise, you can keep track of these storms with our interactive weather radar website, TexasStormChasers.com/radar, and in our free mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers, in the Google Play and Apple App stores. We've got interactive weather radar. We've got live streaming video, we've got a rapid update feed, and we have access to our weather blog, and we're going to be adding more features soon. So it's free. Encourage you to go download it. We're going to stick with y'all until this tornado warning is gone. But I'm hopeful a new one will not be needed. For if you live without hope, what is the point of living? As you can tell, my voice is starting to go. I've been talking over 9 hours now. Boy, am I going to need a throat lozenge. And again, we'll see what this storm around Beckville does. Tornado warning continues from Tatum, Beckville, Carthage, northeast to essentially Interstate 20 south of Marshall to probably Highway 79 on the Louisiana-Texas border. Doesn't include the city of Marshall, doesn't include Scottsville, does not include Westcom, does not include the Sonic, Loves there, or the Pilot, Flying J. I think it's on the south side is a Loves and a Sonic. I don't know if they have travel plazas on the north side of 20 there, but pretty much on the border. Doesn't include the rest stop there on the Louisiana border either on the Texas side. But again, definitely seen some outflow winds at this point. Winds moving towards the radar about 50 miles an hour in Tatum down to Beckville. Definitely enough to knock some tree limbs down. Could knock dead trees down. Cause some localized power outages. Definitely wouldn't be fun driving on Highway 149 right now between Tatum and Carthage. It won't be fun on 59 between 20 and Carthage here shortly. But a tornado warning continues through 12:45 a.m. for route. I'm trying to click on this. Southeastern Harrison, Panola, and northeastern Rusk counties in East Texas until 12:45 a.m. I'm hopeful a new tornado warning will not be needed. We've got reports of 3 individuals with severe injuries on Highway 21 in Houston County between Cooper and Crockett near County Road 3054 from an earlier tornado. 2 mobile homes have been obliterated and thrown about a large area. That's why we tell y'all you can't stay in mobile homes or trailers. Doesn't matter if it's a weak tornado or violent tornado. Even weak tornadoes will throw your mobile home. A violent tornado will just disintegrate it and wrap the frame around a tree. Ooh. But again, we got a blizzard in the Texas Panhandle. Severe weather threat in North Texas is over. Texoma, it's over. Central Texas, along and west of 35, north of Highway 79, it's over. Threat for a few severe storms overnight with some strong winds. Pocket change size hail. Low threat for a couple of tornadoes. Into Tuesday morning across the coastal plains, across southeast Texas, across the Brazos Valley, and the Golden Triangle. Severe weather threat will end from west to east as the line of storms that currently extends from... we'll just show you. Cameron to Elgin to Bastrop to Lockhart to Seguin to Universal City, New Berlin, Elmendorf down to Pleasanton moves from west to east. That line should be exiting into Louisiana across East Texas in the Golden Triangle, hopefully by 9 to 10 a.m. Once that line is to your east, your threat of storms is deceased. I suppose that's one way to describe it, but the threat will be over. For now, we continue to watch. Not seeing any areas of super organized rotation. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. This area is a line of confluence or convergence. Not really areas of low-level rotation. Some strong winds coming out of Tatum, moving east. Same thing goes through Carthage. Could have some strong winds. But For the moment, we're not seeing signs of an imminent tornado. Does that mean the threat's over? No, it just means there's nothing going on right now. I'm hopeful we can be rid of this tornado warning at 12:45. I can do some housekeeping. But I suspect this live stream will be remaining up, at least on the YouTube and the website, because I am going to have to briefly stop the stream to change data sources. But again, we'll see. I can't guarantee this is the last tornado warning of the night. I'm hopeful, but I wouldn't bet on it. We could have a few tornado warnings overnight in the Brazos Valley, the coastal plains, and the southeast Texas by Tuesday morning after sunrise. And then after sunrise, we may see a rejuvenation of the line of storms across the Golden Triangle and the piney woods of East Texas before storms move on into the state of Louisiana and begin a day 2 of what's going to be a tornado outbreak. Here, I'll pop the new day 1 severe weather outlook. Now, ignore the upper third here. I know y'all don't have a key to tell you. The green on a 5-level risk system, this is today's severe weather outlook for Tuesday and Tuesday night. Green is level 1, yellow is level 2, orange is level 3, red is level 4. We have another level 4 risk of severe weather. This does include the possibility of tornadoes across Louisiana, into the southern half of Mississippi, and to southwest Alabama. Pretty sizable tornado risk again, too. I'm expecting, unfortunately, another round of significant long-track tornadoes east of the state of Texas this time. But again, we're going to have to wait and see. You'll note that the severe weather outlook, I'll pop it back up, that starts at 7 a.m. Central. We have a level 3 risk for the Golden Triangle, level 2 risk back west to Anuak, to Hemphill, to Jasper, and a level 1 risk all the way back to essentially Highway 59. Again, this is just where the severe weather risk is going to start at 7 a.m. this morning. So, until storms make it east, we'll have the threat for a few severe storms overnight. And, oh yeah, there's a blizzard in the Texas Panhandle. Because why not? So we'll see. The next several hours through sunrise, we may see the line of storms remain marginally severe, extending back southwest into South Texas, but there are indications it may become stronger again after sunrise across the piney woods of East Texas and the Golden Triangle, and that could involve a threat for a couple of tornadoes before those storms are able to make it into Louisiana. Pampa, Texas just recorded a 65-mile-an-hour wind gust. Rain changing over to snow. Okay, it's a blizzard. So, switch back over to the velocity mode here. We've got an area of confluence, approaching Highway 59 from Interstate 20 south of Marshall to Carthage. Not seeing, frankly, any significant low-level rotation. This is outflowy winds, and unless something changes, I expect the tornado warning will be allowed to expire at 12:45. And be replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. Alright, the Storm Prediction Center has just issued a discussion for the Brazos Valley, South Central Texas, the Coastal Plains, and Southeast Texas. A new weather watch will be needed by 1 a.m. for the aforementioned regions. Again, the Coastal Plains, Southeast Texas, at least west of Interstate 45 probably, the Brazos Valley, and the Hill Country. I'll just read the full discussion at this point. Convection has grown upscale into an extensive, slow-moving squall line across parts of central Texas early this morning as the upper-level storm system ejects over the southern plains. Multiple reports of marginally severe hail have been recently noted with the stronger storms near San Antonio. Given the linear nature of the storms, localized damaging wind gusts could also occur. The air mass downstream of this activity remains very moist and unstable, with latest mesoanalysis estimating mixed layer CAPE, or the amount of instability available in the through the mid-levels of the atmosphere, in the 2,000 to 2,500 joules per kilogram range, which is pretty unstable. Across coastal and East Texas, strong deep layer shear of 45 to 55 knots will also support a continued storm organization mode of storm organization. The better low-level flow associated with a southerly low-level jet remains displaced a little to the east of the ongoing storms, but adequate low-level shear should be enough for occasional low-level rotation and a brief tornado or two embedded within the line. Additional storms aided by low-level warm air advection, aka the really strong south winds coming off the Gulf of Mexico, have allowed isolated storms to develop ahead of the line, and this activity may also pose an isolated severe threat if it strengthens. A new watch will be needed by 1 a.m. to address the expectations that a severe threat will continue for several more hours this morning across the coastal plains, the Brazos Valley, and eventually extending in to southeast Texas. Now here's something I just noticed. Let me see if this will let me loop. I'm going to switch back. Now here's something we're going to need to keep an eye on. Notice how we've had a mainly north to south convergence or confluence line. Notice how we're starting to go east to west. That, if that occurs, would result in a bit of a... we'll have to keep an eye out to see if that happens. If it does, it may result in a little bit of a rotation issue. And for what it's worth, southwest of Mount Enterprise to north of Mount Enterprise, I believe, there are search and rescue operations underway with numerous trees down. And I guess they're having to check on folks and structures. So there was a tornado earlier, west and north of Mount Enterprise. And again, surveys, honestly, I would not be surprised by the end of the day if we had 1 to 2 dozen tornadoes. Hopefully not more across the state as a whole yesterday and early this morning. National Weather Service offices in Norman, Fort Worth, New Braunfels, Austin, San Antonio, Shreveport, and Houston are all going to be doing surveys probably for a few days. There's a lot of areas to survey. So we're not going to know immediately how many tornadoes we had or their intensity, but we had probably a couple dozen. Definitely the most significant outbreak of tornadoes we've had in central Texas in several years in terms of number and intensity. Okay, it's 12:43. Tornado warning continues for 1 minute across portions of Harrison, Panola, and Rusk counties. Any rotation at this point is confined to areas east of Highway 59, south of Interstate 20, well northeast of Carthage. We're going to do a magical countdown here. I like how that works. Don't you like how that works? We can count down the only tornado warning. And then it'll pray. Somehow we'll find a new one in 5 minutes because that's happened before. Ten seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that at 12:45 a.m., about 9 hours and 20 minutes after we initially went live, so about 9.5 hours, because I had trouble going live initially, we are down to 0 tornado warnings in the state of Texas. Will it stay that way? Unfortunately, I think it's probably a good bet we're going to have a low threat for tornadoes continue into the night with these storms across the coastal plain, southeast Texas, and eventually this morning into the Golden Triangle and far east Texas. So while the threat of tornadoes will remain low and secondary to flash flooding, pocket change size hail, and the potential for some localized damaging wind gusts, I wouldn't be shocked if we ended up with a few tornado warnings overnight, although nothing to the extent of what we dealt with yesterday, overnight, and this past evening. We note a flash flood warning's been issued for Bastrop, Caldwell, Guadalupe, Hayes, Lee, Travis, and Williamson counties. That's going to be along Interstate 35. Due to slow-moving, heavy thunderstorms producing flooding rainfall. So, flooding threat will exist overnight. Got a report of damage on Highway 79 via emergency management between Carthage and Henderson. So, that's probably from when we had a brief tornado. That's the last tornado we covered with this. So, those of you asking, well, here, let me do this. We're going to stay live on YouTube. Those of you watching us live on YouTube or Twitch, and we'll stay on, and we'll have a more casual chat. Those of you on Facebook and Twitter, I'm going to go ahead and turn the live streams off, just because I need to do some adjustments here with my network adapters and get them set back to stop using my hotspot data. So we'll do that real quick. If you are on Facebook and Twitter, you're welcome to join us on our YouTube page, Texas Storm Chasers, or just pop up our live stream, TexasStormChasers.com. It's the top post there on the homepage. That live stream will be on. You can also watch us in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So, again, plan is if we have tornado warnings, we'll be back on all platforms, but for now, we'll switch over to more of a chatty mode on our YouTube account. Thank you y'all for joining us over the last 9.5 hours. I hope we were able to provide some information to folks in a manner without scaring the pants off them. And it's been a rough day. Definitely the most active tornado event we've seen across portions of central Texas in several years. And so far, I'm very happy to hear of no loss of life. We got really lucky, especially with the tornado in Round Rock that hit without warning, legitimately. Unfortunately, that thing touched down very quickly, and it took a little while to get a tornado warning out. But I'm happy to hear we had no loss of life, at least thus far. I hope it stays that way. So, those of you on our YouTube and Twitch, stand by. We'll be back in just a moment. And those of you watching on Facebook and Twitter, join us on YouTube, Texas Storm Chasers, or go to the Texas Storm Chasers website and mobile app. Hit that first blog post you see, and you can continue watching us. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back if needed. Have a great rest of your Monday night and Tuesday, and God bless. All right, and we are going to stay with our Twitch and YouTube audience. Now that we have transitioned to more of a observation mode, you know what's... I think we're going to have to go live again in a minute on everything. Let me explain. I'm going to turn the radar back on. Like I said, we were going to have something happen like 5 minutes after we quit going live. This is going to be west of DeBerry, southwest of Wascom. Unfortunately, well, come on, quit being a butt. It's not going to show on that correctly, apparently, so let me just show you on here. We've got rotation popping up on the leading edge of the squall line, northwest of DeBerry, southwest of Wascom, southeast of Marshall. This is probably going to be moving due east, so it's going to say south of Interstate 20, north of DeBerry, going to cross County Road 9 between County Road 2625 and Highway 79. Could pose a threat to Greenwood, Louisiana, and then, of course, go visit Shreveport like all our little squall line tornadoes do, unfortunately, it seems. But again, I'm not going to be surprised if that spins up. So I'm not turning the live streams off. At least for long. What I'm going to do is I need to briefly turn off the stream here, switch it over to my local internet, and then pop it back on. Hopefully that takes all of 30 seconds. So give me just about 30 seconds,